Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 2639. He moved. Song Yuan, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. It was as if the entire formation had come to life, and the energy was flowing out from where Song Yuan stood. Ha ha ha. I thought it was some kind of formation. So it's something similar to the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. Song Yuan moved a little, dispelling all the terror that had condensed within 1,000 feet. He laughed loudly and said, "Your Dao sect is really funny. Instead of using a good array formation, you set up some bullshit soul cultivation array formation. Do you know what a soul cultivator is? Do you know how to use a soul tool? Do you know what a real soul formation looks like?" When Yuan Zhongyu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and his eyes involuntarily turned to Liang Mingfu. The two of them had only been in charge of the formation for a short period of time, so they were not familiar with it. It was not as convenient as the other gold core cultivators in the meeting hall. Even the tens of thousands of disciples hidden in the formation were scratching their heads at the incantations used to activate the formation. Although they were in position and the soul obliteration formation was set up, Yuan Zhongyu's flagpole was abnormally difficult to wave, and he would occasionally feel the backlash of his magic power. Clearly, there was a problem with the tens of thousands of disciples transmitting their magic power, and there was also a problem with Yuan Zhongyu's incantation. Liang Mingfu saw the look in Yuan Zhongyu's eyes and shook his head helplessly. He was only a cultivator of the Nanming sect, and the sect's name had the word Ming in it. However, he had nothing to do with soul cultivators, so he didn't know anything about spells related to the soul. Song Yuan's words hit the nail on the head and hit the nail on the head. Perhaps, we can only buy some time. When Yuan Zhongyu saw Liang Mingfu shaking his head, he groaned inwardly. He knew that the 10 Forces Annihilation Formation was an ancient formation that was linked to each other. As long as one of the 10 formations was destroyed, even if the other 9 formations were not destroyed, the swordsman would still be able to escape from the formation. However, if all 10 formations were not destroyed, then they were a whole. The difficulty of destroying one of the formations was far greater than destroying one of the individual formations. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yuan Zhongyu sneered, waved the banner slightly and said, "The magic of Dao sect originated from the ancient times. How could it be compared to those uncivilized barbarians in Meng Mountains? If you don't want to become a vengeful spirit under this old man's banner, why don't you descend from the cloud and let this old man tie you up? This old man can guarantee with my life that I will not let you fall here, and even what? Can you still make me a disciple of your Kunlun sect?" Song Yuan curled his lips and asked coldly. "Oh. If you want to, it's not impossible. Now that I have the Kunlun sect master's token, I can accept you into my Kunlun sect as my senior martial brother." Yuan Zhongyu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy as he hurriedly explained. "Pui!" Song Yuan spat out his phlegm the moment he opened his mouth. When he saw the phlegm fly out in an arc, Song Yuan laughed out loud. "A small Dao sect that hides evil actually wants to accept me as a disciple? This is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life." "You don't know," Yuan Zhongyu hurriedly said. "My Kunlun sect is the most ancient cultivation sect on the Xiaoyu continent. Our specific orthodoxy can only be traced back to the primordial era." Primordial era? The primordial era is bullshit. Song Yuan opened his mouth wide and shouted. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. The so-called primordial era is nothing but a legend that Dao sect cultivators like you forcefully made up in order to hide your origins. With this primordial era, you can say that we sword cultivators are barbarians and belong to an unorthodox sect. Who doesn't know of such methods? A bitter smile appeared on Yuan Zhongyu's face. He shook his head slightly and said, "Song Yuan, haven't you thought about it? Where did the cultivation method that we cultivate come from? Where did the magic tools and treasures that we use come from? If there were no ancestors from the primordial era, how would we know that there is a path of cultivation in this world? Then let this old man ask you, what was the primordial era like? Was it the current state of the Xiaoyu continent? Where did the cultivators of the primordial era go? The immortal world? Why didn't they come back to take a look? Song Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding as he asked loudly. In the ancient records of my Kunlun sect, during the primordial era, the world was vast, the mountains were infinitely high, and the abyss was infinitely deep. Even the cultivators. At this point, Yuan Zhongyu himself was stunned. That's right, the ancient records recorded a scene of the primordial era. The cultivators were like giants, the mountains reached the sky, and the oceans penetrated the earth. It was completely different from the Xiaoyu continent. What do you mean? Song Yuan sneered. You can't make it up anymore, right? Do you think that your Kunlun sect seniors are just making things up? If the primordial era's almighty cultivators had exceedingly high cultivation and longevity, why can't they be seen now? Yuan Zhongyu argued, the various almighty naturally entered the immortal world. The immortal world is connected to our Xiaoyu continent through a passage. However, this passage can only lead from the Xiaoyu continent to the immortal world. It can't lead to the Xiaoyu continent from the immortal world, so they can't come back. That's even more nonsense. The roads in this world are free to come and go. If you can come, you can leave. This daddy has never heard of a road that can only come and not go. Song Yuan waved his hand indifferently. You've set up a formation here today. Why are you talking about the primordial era with this daddy for no reason? Is it because you can't control this formation related to soul cultivation? Yuan Zhongyu's heart skipped a beat when Song Yuan saw through his thoughts. He thought to himself, this big and burly beast cultivator is actually so sharp. He's indeed different from the legends. However, he still joked, there are 3,000 great Daos, and each Dao leads to God. Let this old man ask you, you're cultivating. What is it for? For what? Song Yuan frowned as if he had an extremely difficult question to answer. However, Yuan Zhongyu was delighted and asked again, is it not for longevity? The confusion in Song Yuan's eyes grew stronger. Yuan Zhongyu was slightly pleased with himself. He said, actually, when this old man was young, I had a dream. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard Song Yuan raise his hand into the air and laugh loudly. The purpose of this daddy's cultivation is to kill all the cultivators of the Dao sect. As he spoke, the brown light around Song Yuan's body grew stronger. Song Yuan's originally big body was now beating his chest with his hands. The light around his body grew bigger and bigger, and the solidified spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings suddenly began to move. Roar! When the beast cultivators near Song Yuan saw this, they all raised their heads and roared. Following the flashes of various colors, the beast cultivators' bodies gradually disappeared. Their ferocious beast heads and terrifying beast bodies began to reveal themselves. Even Song Yuan revealed the shell of a giant ape. The giant ape was about 100 feet tall, and its pitch-black body hair was like steel needles piercing into the giant ape's mountain-like body. Even under the black hair, there were wisps of black light and wisps of black qi lingering around it. It looked extremely strange. At this moment, the giant ape's head was over 10 feet in size. Its lantern-like eyes flickered with a crimson brilliance. Apart from bloodthirstiness, there was also a ferocious savagery. All the emotions in Song Yuan's eyes had disappeared. Roar! The giant ape roared again. In its bloody mouth, 2 sharp fangs shone like flying swords. Following the giant ape's roar, a gush of spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the giant ape's mouth. Following that, the giant ape pounded its chest with its huge fists, producing the sound of a golden drum beating. When did beast cultivators learn to lie? Yuan Zhongyu stared at Zhang Yuan's beast form with his mouth agape. He could not help but cry out, "Isn't such a huge Dharma body born from the primordial age? How dare you say that you don't believe in the primordial age?" However, before Yuan Zhongyu could finish his groan, the huge ape stuck its head out and blew a gust of wind from its mouth. That gust of wind was mixed with a foul stench as it rushed towards Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Disgusting. Yuan Zhongyu's mouth was filled with acid. He waved his hand, and an earthy yellow shield fell about 10 feet in front of him, as if to block the gust of wind. Swoosh swoosh. A burst of raindrops fell on the shield. Following that, the shield made a piercing sound, and tiny cracks appeared on the shield. This is bad. Is this guy so powerful? This was completely out of Yuan Zhongyu's expectations. He did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly shook his hand again, and a dozen rays of light flashed out. One shield after another appeared in front of him. However, Yuan Zhongyu was still a little too late. The first shield shattered into pieces with a crash, and a disgusting stench rushed toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Even the raindrops formed by the saliva dripped onto Yuan Zhongyu's head. Although the saliva was not threatening, being bullied by someone else's saliva on the head of a mid-stage golden core cultivator was the same as being slapped in the face by a secular person. Yuan Zhongyu was finally angry. He could no longer suppress the murderous intent that he had been concealing. His eyes narrowed, and the brilliance around his body flashed. He was about to make a move, however, before the Dharma power around his body surged, the giant ape in the distance had already made its move. The giant ape was in mid-air, waving its arms and rushing toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Its big feet stepped in mid-air, as if it was stepping on the ground. Dong-dong sounds shook the whole array. The violent tremors came from the giant ape's mountain-like body, and the spiritual energy in the air was stirred up. It was as if the whole array was trembling with the giant ape. An indescribable suffocating feeling slowly rose around Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu as the huge ape approached, filling up the space within 100 feet around them. Fellow Taoist Yuan. Liang Mingfu's chest uncontrollably heaved up and down, as if he could not breathe. He hurriedly shouted, "There's no time to lose, let's take out the gate of life and death." Chapter 2640. Seeing the power of the giant ape, Yuan Zhongyu was also shocked. What kind of magical power was this? It actually caused the entire array to shake. Looking at the head of the giant ape, 2,000 to 3,000 beast cultivators also showed ferocious expressions. They flapped their wings and flew towards them. Behind the giant ape, thousands of beast cultivators chased after them, waving flags and shouting. They seemed to want to trample Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu into meat paste with just their bare hands. That's the only way. Yuan Zhongyu was a little helpless. He made a mysterious gesture and pinched the bottom of the flag. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body gushed out. When a dark green light covered the flag, the veins on Yuan Zhongyu's face bulged. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist Liang, help me." Liang Mingfu knew that Yuan Zhongyu was being forced to do something beyond his ability. He really didn't know what to do, so he hurriedly stepped forward and made a strange gesture. As the gesture was produced, a purple-black ball of light appeared in his hand. Go! As Liang Mingfu made the gesture, the ball of light fell on the flag. Swish! With a clear sound, the whole flag flashed with black and white brilliance. A faintly discernible door appeared on the flag. It was like a rainbow bridge spanning across the array. Disciples, listen to my order. After Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu made the gesture, their faces turned slightly pale. They both shouted, "Activate the gate of life and death." Buzz. A violent vibration came from the black and white door, and the whole door gradually expanded. The black and white brilliance on the door circulated at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it showed a strange gray color. Within the gray, countless tiny bubbles were bubbling like boiling water. Within those tiny bubbles, the shapes of ghost faces seemed to be faintly protruding. Furthermore, each time these ghost faces protruded, their appearance was different. It was as if countless ghost faces were trying their best to rush out of those bubbles. However, this buzzing sound was extremely weak among the vibrations of the giant ape, the cries of the beast cultivators, and the roars of the beast cultivators. No one could hear it clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that the gray door had grown bigger and covered the entire array, blocking all the beast and bird cultivators, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. However, as the giant ape ran, it stirred up the spirit chi of heaven and earth. A casual grab from its palms, which were dozens of feet long, created a hurricane. How could Song Yuan care about this door that looked like it would shatter with a single slap? Among the beast cultivators, there were a few beasts that looked like eagles and vultures flying in front of them. They were now close to the gray door, and the slight ripples from the door made them tremble in fear. They couldn't help but cry out as if they were asking the giant ape for permission. At this moment, the giant ape's eyes were crimson red, and the muscles on his arms that were like hills were faintly trembling. He had already clenched his huge fists and was about to rush to the door and smash it into pieces. How could he have the heart to answer the bird cultivator's question? Roar! The giant ape raised its head and spat out a huge stream of air, causing the beast cultivators flying at the back to tumble a few times and almost fall from the sky. How could the beast cultivators at the front dare to ask any more questions? Each of them took out different demonic artifacts, and some even charged toward the gray door with bare arms, close the life door, open the death door. When the white banner is unfurled, it's eerie and gloomy. I've never believed in the sword cultivator's body. Once you enter the array, your life will return to the Yin. Behind the door, Yuan Zhongyu's pale face was slightly flushed. His body was trembling slightly as he proudly chanted. Boom! There was a loud sound, as if a huge rock had been thrown into a pool of water. Several beast cultivators at the first grade of the illusory sword realm brandished all kinds of pitch-black demonic artifacts and charged into the gray door. At the same time, the gray brilliance on the door flashed violently. In an instant, the gray color was absorbed into the brilliance on all four sides of the door. The entire door became transparent again, as if there was nothing there at all. However, it was this strange transparency that caused the beast cultivators to fall from the sky without any warning after they charged through. They didn't even have time to scream. After these beast cultivators, there were still more than 1,000 flying beasts. The dozens at the front couldn't stop at all. Although they flapped their wings rapidly in an attempt to stop, there were still some who mustered all their strength to fly up and avoid the door. However, their fates were not unexpected. The dozens of beast cultivators charged into the gray brilliance and fell from the sky, just as the other beast cultivators were trying their best to stabilize their bodies. The giant ape had already charged under the gray door. The giant ape was more than 100 feet tall, and the door was also more than 100 feet tall. After the image of the door flashed in the giant ape's red eyes, the giant ape didn't stop at all. It waved its fists and smashed towards the middle of the door. Rumble! That sound was actually similar to the sound of magical treasures colliding. It was precisely at the moment when the giant ape's fist rushed through the transparent door. Above the gray door, there was even a strong flash of light. This flash was initially gray, but towards the end, it actually showed two colors, black and white. Not good. Yuan Zhongyu was shocked. Without waiting for Liang Mingfu to remind him, he urged the magical power around his body. While the brilliance on his body flashed, he also tried his best to wave the banner. Liang Mingfu was also shocked. While transmitting his voice in a certain direction, he also hurriedly performed a spell. A powerful magical power fluctuation was generated from the space behind the two of them. It was similar to the fluctuation of the door of life and death. When the fluctuation fell on the door of life and death, the black and white brilliance flickered again, and the gray light trembled again. Roar! At this time, when the giant ape's body rushed into a small part of the door of life and death, an irresistible fear arose in Tsang Yuan's heart. On the part of his body that rushed into the door of life and death, the needle-like mane softened and danced in the wind. The black light and black fog in the black hair also disappeared at this time, leaving only the gray brilliance flashing in the black hair. Tsang Yuan knew very well that this gray door should be the core of the formation. He only needed to break this door, and the formation would be broken. But obviously, if he went through this door, even he, who was a third-grade illusory sword, couldn't predict the consequences. Roar! At this time, how could Tsang Yuan have the luxury of retreating? He raised his head and roared angrily, then rushed toward the edge of the door. Following Tsang Yuan into the door of life and death, there were naturally a few first-grade illusory sword beast cultivators behind him. Behind these beast cultivators were thousands of drawing swords and pregnant swords cultivators. Swish! A first-grade illusory sword beast cultivator rushed into the door. Similar to the bird cultivator who died before, he didn't have any resistance at all and fell from the sky like a hard stone. Then, more than 10 beast cultivators rushed into the door and died. There was no other outcome. Wu! At this time, Tsang Yuan had already rushed to the edge of the door of life and death. His hands were extremely barbaric as he tore at the door. The gray brilliance of the door of life and death seemed to be solid in Tsang Yuan's hands. With a casual pull, it was pulled up several feet high. However, at this time, under the strong fluctuation of the door, the gray brilliance was bright and dim, as if it would break at any time. Yet, when Tsang Yuan pulled it a few times, the gray brilliance tenaciously overflowed. Roar! The great ape roared loudly. It gave up on destroying the door and rushed toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu who were behind the door. Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu saw the great ape rushing into the door of life and death. Although there was a gray brilliance flashing around its body, Tsang Yuan continued to rush forward as if nothing had happened. They couldn't help but feel bitter. They knew that the door of life and death was not a threat to the great ape who was a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. However, what could they do? While urging their magic power, the two of them looked at each other and were about to summon their magic treasures. Although the two of them were already cultivators at the middle stage of Gold Core and had already entered the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City, if they were to control their magic treasures and the banner of the Soul Destroyer formation at the same time, they might not be able to do it smoothly. However, just as the two of them were in a dilemma, they saw the great ape's body suddenly slow down. Its footsteps seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and it was rather sloppy. Even Tsang Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. After running for a few more steps, the great ape finally did not dare to move forward. It raised its eyes and looked at the gray door that had expanded greatly. It then looked at Yuan Zhongyu who was in the distance, and there was a trace of unwillingness in its eyes. Immediately, this unwillingness turned into the intention to retreat. Tsang Yuan finally could not withstand the power of the door of life and death and hurriedly rushed out of the door. Of course, at this moment, more than 10 beast cultivators rushed into the door of life and death. Their bodies were surrounded by the gray brilliance and they fell in midair. Seeing Tsang Yuan rushing out of the door, all the bird and beast cultivators understood that they no longer dared to challenge the door of life and death that even a third-grade illusory sword cultivator could not withstand. They turned around and fled into the distance. "Where are you going?" Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu heaved a long sigh of relief. They shouted loudly and waved the banner in their hands with all their might. This time, it was different from before. The gray door, which was already 1,000 feet high, chased after more than 10,000 beast cultivators and bird cultivators like a stream of light. All the beast cultivators and bird cultivators who were passed through by the door of life and death did not resist at all. They fell from midair, and there was no sign of life. This was really too strange. Even though the soul cultivators and bird cultivators had extremely condensed souls, and even though many of the swordsmen had fought with soul cultivators before, it was indeed the first time they had encountered such a formation that looked similar to soul cultivators on the surface but was actually very different. How could they resist it? Seeing the bird cultivators and beast cultivators falling like dumplings into a pot, all the swordsmen were terrified. One by one, they scattered like birds frightened by the twang of a bow, fleeing in midair without any order. They only wanted to avoid the grey brilliance. Chapter 2641. However, something unexpected happened. A thin and small bird cultivator was flashed by the grey light. His face turned ashen, and he immediately fell from the sky. But it didn't take long for the bird cultivator to open his eyes again. Blinking several times, the bird cultivator steadied himself in the air. Looking left and right, the bird cultivator couldn't believe he was still alive. "Brothers," the bird cultivator cried out, "this array is similar to a soul cultivator's soul array. As long as our soul armaments work, this light won't work on us." The bird cultivator's voice was loud enough for the beast cultivators around him to hear. Many of them were happy to see that they had soul armaments as well. "Roar, hurry!" Song Yuan called out from behind the bird cultivator. "Hurry?" The bird cultivator was stunned again. He didn't understand what Song Yuan meant. At this moment, the grey brilliance had already passed by the bird cultivator and flew forward. The grey brilliance surrounding the bird cultivator became even brighter. There seemed to be a soft, almost inaudible sound. The fluctuation in the bird cultivator's head immediately disappeared, and the bird cultivator fell from the sky without saying another word. This time, although all the bird cultivator's eyes were fixed on him, he did not manage to stabilize himself in midair, nor did he open his eyes again. Everyone understood now that the door of life and death was much more powerful the closer one was to the inside. Even if one could pass through the door of life and death, they wouldn't be able to fly inside. This was the experience the bird cultivator had gained by risking his life. "Let's run." The beast cultivators felt a little more confident in their hearts, but they still couldn't relax. They were chased by the gate of life and death for another few hundred feet, and another few hundred beast cultivators were silently killed. Not a single beast cultivator was able to escape like the bird cultivator from before. It looks like different soul armaments have different uses. The beast cultivator was once again gaining experience. "Woo!" A sorrowful sound suddenly came from the gate of life and death. The grey light suddenly stopped and didn't move forward an inch. Only the grey light continued to flicker and emit strange fluctuations in an orderly manner. "Roar!" Song Yuan, who had been trapped by the door of life and death, let out a loud roar. He passed through the door of life and death and came out from the transparent space. A sense of relief washed over Song Yuan's heart. "This array. It's far too powerful." Song Yuan stood in midair, maintaining a certain distance from the door of life and death. The redness in his eyes lessened slightly as his heart was in turmoil. This grey light is not easily destroyed and this door is several hundred feet wide. It seems that the Dao sect intends to push this door forward and force us, the warriors of the Huan Kingdom, into the door so that they can take our lives. But the array has only been pushed by 10%, and thousands of Sword Realm disciples have already died. If things go according to their plan, then wouldn't Sword Realm be meat on the chopping block? We'll be slaughtered by the Dao school? Song Yuan looked at the array and thought to himself anxiously, but how do we break this door? That's right. Why isn't the door moving? Song Yuan suddenly realized something. He didn't believe that Yuan Zhongyu from the Kunlun school was trying to persuade him to join the Kunlun school again. Song Yuan looked at Yuan Zhongyu, who was flustered behind the door of life and death, and saw the ripples of mana coming from behind the door of life and death. These Dao school cultivators aren't familiar with this array. Yuan Zhongyu was stalling for time because he wanted to familiarize himself with it. Roar! Song Yuan roared when he thought of that and tried to grab the gray light again. However, just as he reached out his hand, the gray light flashed violently again, and the door moved again. Run! Song Yuan was naturally more experienced than Yuan Zhongyu. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled toward the other side of the array, that was close. In the distance, Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu broke out in cold sweat on the other side of the door of life and death. The situation just now was truly dangerous. Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu weren't too familiar with this strange array, and the tens of thousands of disciples from the two sects who were hiding didn't understand the true meaning of this array either. They just blindly activated their mana and thought that it was the same array they usually saw. The faster the door of life and death was pushed, the faster the beast and bird cultivators would die. But they didn't know that this kind of array that was related to the soul was very particular about balance and subtlety. It wasn't something that a brute could operate. Therefore, when the door of life and death was pushed, it produced a trace of obscurity. And in the eyes of Yuan Zhongyu and the others, this obscurity meant that they had to channel in more mana. But when they increased the amount of mana, the door of life and death actually produced a trace of abnormal ripples, and there were even signs of a backlash. Yuan Zhongyu turned pale with fright. Although he didn't understand the method of setting up the door of life and death, those illusory sword realm beast and bird cultivators died the moment they entered the door of life and death. This was beyond his understanding. This door of life and death was definitely a great killing machine. The consequences of the backlash from the door of life and death was definitely not something he could control. It was even possible that tens of thousands of Kunlun sect disciples would die in the array. Fortunately, when Yuan Zhongyu's soul flew out of his body, the mana he channeled into the flag was interrupted. It was also at this moment that the backlash stopped. The door of life and death naturally stopped there. This kind of unexpected situation was already explained by Xian Tian's sect's Xiong Huasong in the Jade Slip. Yuan Zhongyu was also familiar with it. But when it came to this, he couldn't help but be flustered. He was really afraid that Song Yuan would turn around. If the door of life and death was destroyed, not only would many Kunlun sect disciples die, but the entire array would also be in danger. Fortunately, as Yuan Zhongyu cast a spell, the door of life and death once again overflowed with a gray brilliance. The door of life and death began to move again. Of course, Song Yuan's decision was also beyond Yuan Zhongyu's expectation. He originally thought that Song Yuan would take advantage of the moment and the door of life and death had just moved, and the mana he channeled into the door of life and death was not stable yet. In this way, Yuan Zhongyu might suffer from the backlash of his mana again. Who knew that when Song Yuan saw the door of life and death moving, he immediately turned around. It seemed that he was not sloppy at all. His huge body was even more agile than a fist-sized mouse. Yuan Zhongyu glanced at Liang Mingfu. Both of their eyes flashed with a trace of luck. At the same time, their hearts were calm. They knew that the door of life and death in the array could only move slowly and not hurriedly. Hence, the two of them activated the flag and directed the mana of tens of thousands of hidden disciples to slowly push the door of life and death towards the fleeing beast cultivators and bird cultivators. Although the movement of the door of life and death was slow, the door was getting bigger and bigger. After pushing for thousands of feet, the door had basically covered the entire array from top to bottom. There was no room for the enemy to move. Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu's hearts were once again calm. They knew that as long as they pushed the door of life and death in front of the beast cultivators and bird cultivators, they would be forced to have no place to escape. They could only pass through the door of life and death and die. At this moment, Yuan Zhongyu could not help but feel a trace of disdain towards Song Yuan. If Song Yuan had turned around just now, it might have been an opportunity. However, that opportunity was fleeting. Beast cultivators like Song Yuan might not have the guts to do so. However, Just as Yuan Zhongyu was secretly sneering, another accident occurred in the array. The giant ape that Song Yuan had transformed into did not return to his original form. Instead, he turned around and dashed towards the other side of the array. He wanted to avoid the unpredictable door of life and death. At this moment, the interior of the array was gray and it was impossible to tell which direction was which. The group of beast cultivators and bird cultivators were simply fleeing in the opposite direction of the door of life and death. However, after running for thousands of feet or even thousands of feet, the gray array suddenly flashed with a black and white brilliance. That brilliance was the brilliance that Song Yuan and the other beast cultivators had seen when they entered the soul-extinguishing array's flag gate. Although the brilliance looked extremely dim, it was extremely clear against the gray background. The giant ape was running with all his might, causing the entire array to tremble. How could Song Yuan not know that the flag gate was located when he suddenly saw such a brilliance in this directionless place? In an instant, the giant ape suddenly changed directions and dashed to the side. At the same time, he even glanced at the door of life and death, which was not too far away from him. That's right. If the door of life and death was pushed to this place and covered the flag gate, how could Song Yuan discover its location? Although the thousands of beast cultivators and bird cultivators who survived saw the giant ape dashing towards the flag gate, Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu did not care at all. They were golden core cultivators of the Dao sect. How could they not know that the flag gate was an entrance to the array? Once the array was activated, the first step was to cover the entrance. Most of the time, the flag gate was the most heavily guarded place. What was the point of Song Yuan dashing towards the flag gate now? However, when the giant ape reached the flag gate, he extended his huge fist. The fist, which was as big as a hill, hit the black and white brilliance. A loud rumbling sound came from the flag gate. The brilliance on the flag gate suddenly brightened, and the black and white brilliance condensed into a pillar of light. An extremely bad feeling arose in Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu's hearts. Not good. The barbarians of the Huan country seem to have found a flaw in the soul-extinguishing array, Liang Mingfu exclaimed in a low voice. Yuan Zhongyu gritted his teeth and said coldly, "It's not that Song Yuan found it. It's that the soul-extinguishing array was originally incomplete. The flag gate's entrance is an obvious flaw. It's not hard to find. It's just that few cultivators who know about arrays would definitely not look for a way out from the flag gate." Sigh. Liang Mingfu shook his head helplessly. This is also because swordsmen are not meant to die. Perhaps. Yuan Zhongyu was a little worried. If my soul-extinguishing array has such a flaw, I'm afraid that the other 9 arrays will also have the same flaw. Then what about the entire array? Although Daoist Xiong's 10-direction annihilation array was passed down from ancient times, I'm afraid that the sword cultivator will escape this time. Sigh, that's right. 9.5 of 10 miles of travel have been wasted. Liang Mingfu sighed. He already understood that there was no way to stop the sword cultivator from escaping. Chapter 2642. Sure enough, when the two of them discovered the flaw in the Great Formation, they sighed in their hearts. They wanted to, but they lacked the strength to, and could only slowly push the gate of life and death. The giant ape's huge fist had already smashed the flag gate, creating a square black and white outline. The brilliant black and white brilliance was like a bright sword that pierced into the gray formation. When the giant ape stretched out its hands, its tree-like fingers grabbed the spot where the black and white brilliance was. Open, the giant ape let out a deafening roar, but the entire formation shook again. With a rumbling sound, like a huge rock rolling down a slope, the flag gate was actually lifted out from the formation by the giant ape. The black and white brilliance trembled at first, then suddenly rushed into the formation, blasting a huge passage out of the gray formation. Whoosh, a clear sound was heard, and a hurricane rushed into the passage. The black and white brilliance in the giant ape's hands disappeared, and the entrance of the flag gate that the sword cultivators had entered from before was revealed in front of the passage. Go! The giant ape raised its arms and pounded its chest a few times. With a roar, all the bird and beast cultivators rushed into the passage like flowing water, quickly disappearing. The giant ape turned around coldly, and its red eyes flashed with mockery. Its gaze was aimed at Yuan Zhongyu. Yuan Zhongyu stared at the giant ape's eyes without flinching, but he said to Liang Mingfu, "Let's rest for a while." "Yes, we'll listen to fellow Yuan's instructions." Liang Mingfu replied and stopped circulating his magic power. Yuan Zhongyu watched as the giant ape turned around and left. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "What we're thinking." Fellow Daoist Xiong might also be thinking the same thing. How could he not know the flaw in the formation's entrance? This formation is surrounded on all sides, even we don't know where the entrance is, and sword cultivators may not be able to find it easily. I hope so. Liang Mingfu nodded slightly. Just as he said a few words, the entire soul-extinguishing formation shook violently. This vibration originated from the flag gate that the giant ape had destroyed, and it spread in all directions. Oh, no. Yuan Zhongyu suddenly came to a realization and shouted, "Quick, the flaw of this flag gate has already affected the entire array. I'll wait." After that, Yuan Zhongyu didn't know what to say. After all, he only knew how to activate the gate of life and death. He didn't even know how to set up the soul-extinguishing array. How would he know how to withstand the vibrations of this array? Just as Yuan Zhongyu had expected, the earthly annihilation formation was the first to be affected. This was something that Xiong Huasong had personally presided over. At this moment, within the array, the earth was shaking. The cracks were like the mouths of blood beasts, wantonly devouring the swordsman. Even the giant sword that Mu Ting had transformed into was barely holding on. It would not be long before the Earth's annihilation array swallowed up all the swordsmen. But at this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed from the top of the dark green earth, and a door appeared in the light. Wasn't it the entrance that Mu Ting and the others had flown in? Oh, no! Xiong Huasong was the first cultivator to realize that something was wrong. He glanced around and immediately knew what the problem was. Previously, he had set up a trap in mid-air outside the 10 magic arrays, tricking the swordsmen into attacking. He wanted them to know that the entrance of the magic arrays was the most solid place. He wanted them to enter the 10 major annihilation formations and fear the entrance of the flag gate, so that they wouldn't think of attacking from there. However, no matter how he thought about it, there were still too many flaws in this array. Even though he had taken every conceivable possibility into account, Zhang Yuan still discovered this flaw that couldn't be concealed. This flaw was fatal. Although Xiong Huasong had discovered it, he was actually in the same situation as Yuan Zhongyu. He couldn't fix it at all. He could only watch as Mu Ting and the other swordsmen discovered that the entrance had appeared. They were wild with joy as they commanded all the surviving swordsmen to rush out of the flag gate. Humph! Xiong Huasong withdrew his transcendence energy and looked coldly at the Earth's annihilation formation, which had returned to normal. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he sneered. So what if you discovered the flaw in the flag gate? Since you've entered my Black Sky Sect's Great Array, you're dead. I'd like to see how you 100,000 swordsmen will escape from this 10 major annihilation formation. As he spoke, Xiong Huasong waved the flag in his hand. His figure disappeared, and the entire magic array returned to its original state before the swordsmen entered. Even the Earth's annihilation formation, which Xiong Huasong presided over, couldn't stop Mu Ting from escaping. The other magic arrays were also helpless against the swordsman's escape. One by one, the illusory swordsmen led hundreds of thousands of swordsmen to escape from the magic arrays. Of course, there were still exceptions. Inside the Earth's annihilation formation, the endless yellow sand not only suppressed the swordsman, but also obliterated all the swordsman's sword light. Just as the snow-white brilliance pierced into the yellow sand like a sharp sword, revealing a path of survival, thousands of swordsmen were killed by the yellow sand. Not only were their corpses gone, even their flying swords were turned into ordinary iron. Only the illusory swordsman and the high-level bright swordsman, led by Jianli of the Lu sword sect, were still struggling. Flag Gate. Jianli found a path of survival and was filled with regret. If he had known that the Flag Gate was a path of survival, even if he risked his life to escape, he wouldn't have ended up like this, which led to nearly half of the Lu sword sect's disciples being killed. Go! Jianli didn't hesitate to urge the giant sword. The sword light flashed in the yellow sand. Although it wasn't as smooth and agile as outside the magic array, the yellow sand still couldn't stop the giant sword from flying. The other illusory swords also flew toward the Flag Gate. Jianli wanted to escape, but how could Cheng Ming of the Immortal Ascension sect and Peng Dai of the Su Yan sect allow him to do so? Under the urging of his magic power, the yellow sand became more vigorous and the wind became stronger. All the bright swordsmen found it difficult to move in the yellow sand. At this time, Jianli had already flown to the Flag Gate. He only needed to urge his sword origin a little and he would be able to escape. However, in the face of this path of survival, he hesitated. If he escaped, what would happen to the thousands of disciples? Just as he hesitated, several first-grade illusory swordsmen rushed out. Obviously, the path of survival was behind the Flag Gate, and it wasn't a trap set by the Taoist sect's cultivators. Woo! The wind howled like a tornado. The omnipresent yellow sand increased its strength and hit hundreds of second-grade bright swordsmen. Those disciples didn't even have the chance to scream. Their sword light was annihilated and their corpses melted. Forget it. Jianli's heart sank. Even if I escape, how can I face Lu Ruochang and the others? Immediately after, the sword energy flew back and stopped in midair. The sword light sank into the yellow sand again. Seeing Jianli's return, Cheng Ming and Peng Dai were slightly stunned. However, at the same time, they saw the huge sword formed by Jianli's sword emit a brilliance that was several feet long. The overflowing sword energy also rushed in all directions. Not good. This guy is going to self-destruct. Peng Dai suddenly realized and was about to warn Jianli. She saw the array tremble and a powerful suction force was born from the huge sword. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet of the huge sword swarmed toward it. The hurricane immediately tangled with the Yin wind within the array. The yellow sand that filled the sky lost its momentum and slowly fell to the ground. Woo! The huge sword emitted a strong sword hum. That hum was filled with sorrow. Woo! The flying swords of the remaining thousands of bright swordsmen that were suppressed under the yellow sand were also attracted by the huge sword. They all emitted a sonorous sword hum. At the same time, following this loud sword hum, these flying swords were slowly sucked out of the yellow sand. We can't let these swordsmen escape. Cheng Ming was also anxious. Although they had killed many swordsmen just now, those swordsmen were only at the nurturing sword and bright sword stage. There weren't many who were at the bright sword stage who had fallen. This was the key to killing the swordsmen who had real combat power. However, before Cheng Ming and Peng Dai could activate the flag again. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant sword emitted an extremely dazzling brilliance. Then, this brilliance cracked inch by inch, turning into thousands of crystal fragments. These crystal fragments charged into the yellow sand and emitted thousands of sword chi. Moreover, these crystal fragments did not scatter in all directions as the sword force's origin spirit disappeared. Instead, they enveloped the space within a radius of several hundred feet. It seemed to be a secret technique, but it also seemed to be a sword formation. The sword chi on each crystal fragment circled around each other, controlling the yellow sand that was wreaking havoc in this space. For a moment, it felt as if the wind had calmed down. Rise, rise, rise. Chengming and Peng Dai tried their best to activate the flag, but all the yellow sand and hurricanes couldn't be controlled as they wished. Run. How could the thousands of Lu Jian sect swordsmen not know the reason behind this? This Jianli had used his own life to give them a chance to live. They all had tears in their eyes as they urged their flying swords to fly out of the still yellow sand and towards the path of life. If Jianli of the Lu Jian sect, who was at the second grade of the illusory sword stage, sacrificed himself in exchange for the survival of thousands of his disciples in the Earth Destruction Formation, then the situation in the Wind Destruction Formation was even more tragic. Moreover, this Wind Destruction Formation was jointly managed by Changbai sect's Li Jijia, Chenfan Valley's Su Zhiqi, and Tongyi sect's Ko Xiangling, the three golden core cultivators. There were more disciples of the three sects hidden than the two sects in the Earth Destruction Formation. The hurricanes were each stronger than the last. The sharp wind blades were like sharp swords that cut the throat. They were even more deadly than the piercing yellow sand. Not to mention the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there were already dozens of hurricanes blowing out from the whirlpool, killing thousands of Lu Jian sect swordsmen. Even the huge sword formed by Xuechang's illusory swordsman was blown away by the wind like thin paper. It was tightly attached to the huge sword, as if it would be blown apart with the slightest movement. As for the area protected by the dozens of illusory swords, it was getting smaller and smaller. It couldn't protect the other swordsmen at all. In fact, the light was gradually fading and was about to disappear. Chapter 2643. Xuechong didn't expect the Taoist sect cultivators to have such a powerful formation. He had never seen such a formation in the 10 years he had been participating in the Great War of Dao cultivators. This formation had long since destroyed his impression of the weak Dao sect cultivators in his heart. Just as he was pondering whether or not he should use other secret techniques other than the sword transformation technique, he heard a real rumbling sound in the air. The same snow-white brilliance shone in and pierced deeply into the hurricane. Flag Gate. Xuechong was overjoyed when he saw the brilliance. He wanted to use his secret technique, but he didn't have a place to escape. Wasn't the sudden appearance of the Flag Gate giving him a chance of survival? Wasn't this a gift from the heavens? Almost without hesitation, the sword light around Xuechong flashed violently. The thin sword light suddenly became thicker like a sticky milk. This sticky milk started to sway slightly, and an indescribable sword chi rushed out from the huge sword. It forced away the chilling wind that was like a saw blade, forming a space of 1 foot wide. Buzz, another strong sword sound came from the giant sword. The brilliance of the giant sword became brighter and brighter with the sword sound. It was almost blinding. Boom! The brilliance of the giant sword scattered in all directions. Oh, no, why did this guy suddenly want to self-destruct? Su Zhiqi of the Chenfan Valley raised his eyebrows and was puzzled. After all, the hurricane of the wind extinguishing formation was stronger than the previous one. It wasn't strong enough to threaten a second-grade illusory sword. No. Li Jijia of the Changbai sect had seen the Flag Gate open. He sneered, "This guy is trying to escape. Humph, do you think you can survive after falling into my hands?" Li Jijia then snorted coldly. He formed a strange seal in his hand and pointed at a spot on the flag. An earthy yellow light appeared on the flag and disappeared in an instant. Li Jijia's face suddenly turned pale, as if he had consumed a lot of spiritual power just now. Whoosh, with a very soft sound, a flying sword the size of a person rushed out of the huge sword that had exploded. Just as Li Jijia said, the flying sword's brilliance was extremely restrained, and the sword energy was extremely sharp. Following the momentum generated by the explosion of the huge sword, it rushed like a meteor towards the reopened flag gate. Senior Brother Shui. Several illusory swordsmen around Xuechong shouted. Their protective sword radiance had already been destroyed by Xuechong's secret technique. Even if there were a few swordsmen who used secret techniques to transform into swords, they couldn't withstand the huge force of the explosion. In the flashes of the sword radiance, they could no longer maintain their swords' forms and returned to their physical bodies. Wu, a gust of wind that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves blew in mercilessly. It passed through their sword light and rushed into their bodies. Their flesh was torn open, and their lives were blown away by the wind. If the illusory swordsmen were like this, then the bright swordsmen were even worse. They struggled bitterly in the wind, but unexpectedly, their sword radiance was scattered by Xuechong's explosion. In an instant, hundreds of swordsmen died. The swordsmen of the Bright Yang Sword sect had ended up like this, but the culprit had passed through the irresistible wind in an instant and rushed to the front of the flag gate. However, Xuechong was only a second-grade illusory swordsman after all. Although he used the secret technique to increase his flying speed, he couldn't maintain his sword's form. When he was about to reach the flag gate overflowing with snow-white brilliance, his physical body gradually appeared. Wu, just when Xuechong was a little anxious and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the secret technique was still effective and his physical body had not been completely revealed to enter the flag gate, a reddish-yellow chilly wind blew out from a whirlwind the size of a human head above the flag gate. That chilly wind was like a sword. It rotated slightly in midair and swooped down toward Xuechong. The spiral-shaped wind blade seemed to be able to cut the air. Seeing this, Xuechong's expression didn't change much. He already knew that the person in charge of the wind-extinguishing array must have some secret technique that he didn't know, which could prevent him from escaping. Therefore, from the tip of his sword that had yet to reveal his head, a reddish-red sword radiance rushed out. Then, a powerful sword aura was born from the sword radiance, and a reddish-red sword essence, like the rising sun, rapidly rotated to meet the wind blade that was coming at him. Unexpectedly, when the sword essence that Xuechong had been brewing came into contact with the wind blade, it immediately froze, as though it was frozen. In the blink of an eye, there was a crisp, kacha sound. This sound was nothing in the whistling chilly wind, but when it stopped in Xuechong's ears, it was as though the entire array was about to be split apart. The sword essence that was like the rising sun actually turned into fragments of light, and the shimmering sword radiance was still swaying from the fragments. Seeing that the wind blade didn't slow down even after the sword essence was broken, Xuechong was finally shocked. However, the wind blade was still faster than his flying speed. At this moment, although Xuechong's head was close to the edge of the flag gate, the wind blade had already rushed to Xuechong's waist. Go! Xuechong opened his mouth slightly, and a small reddish-red sword flew out from his exposed head. It was Xuechong's origin sword. The small sword rushed into the air, and a powerful sword aura pierced towards the wind blade. That indescribable restrictive force also covered the wind blade at the same time. Just as the wind blade struggled for a moment, the small sword pierced into it with a pu sound, shattering the incomparably sharp wind blade. Seeing this fatal wind blade disappear in mid-air, Xuechong's face, which had already sunk into the snow-white brilliance, revealed a trace of a smile. He knew that although he had abandoned the clear sword sect disciple, he had still managed to escape with his life. Even the Dao sect's hidden hand wouldn't be able to stop him from flying out of the flag gate. However, right at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura emerge from beneath his body. Almost catching him off guard, the aura rushed to his waist and abdomen. What is this? Xuechong hurriedly scanned with his spiritual will, only to see a fist-sized sword light rushing out from within the hurricane. In a flash, it struck his abdomen. That sword light was so sharp, and the sword aura was so vast. The sword light around Xuechong's body trembled, unable to withstand the surging sword aura at all. With a boom, the sword aura rushed into Xuechong's body, creating a bowl-sized hole in his abdomen. Other than dark red blood from the hole, there were also traces of sword light. Ah! Xuechong screamed loudly, his expression extremely ferocious. But that sword light didn't stop there. Just as it rushed into Xuechong's body, it exploded with a pang sound, blowing Xuechong's body in half. At this moment, the sword light turned into more than 100, circled in mid-air, and disappeared into the hurricane. Poor Xuechong. He only wanted to avoid the secret skill of the wind-extinguishing formation, but he forgot that the one who stopped him was Changbai Sect's Li Jijia. The combined attack of 100 late Foundation establishment staged Changbai Sect cultivators was enough to kill a second-grade illusory swordsman who was fleeing in panic. In the wind-extinguishing formation, the snow-white flag gate was still there, and the roaring wind was still there, but the lives of the tens of thousands of bright young sword sect swordsmen were no longer there. This was probably the most disastrous loss for the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators led by LV Ruochang after they rushed into the 10-direction annihilation formation. In the center of the 10-direction annihilation formation, LV Ruochang, Mu Ting, and the other third-grade illusory swordsmen stood in mid-air with shock, panic, and even relief on their faces. The disciples of their respective sword sects were all standing on their flying swords, with complicated expressions on their faces as if they had just survived a disaster, quietly waiting for their master's arrangements. However, the gazes of LV Ruochang and the others stopped at the flag gate of the wind-extinguishing formation, as if they were waiting for the disciples of the Bright Yang sword sect. Unfortunately, the tragedy in the wind-extinguishing formation had already determined that none of the Bright Yang sword sect disciples would be able to escape from the flag gate. No matter how they waited, it would all be in vain. Cough, cough. LV Jianyu, Mu Ting coughed twice, and said in a low voice, Shui Jianyu. I'm afraid that things are not looking good for him. The disciples of the Bright Yang sword sect. Speaking of this, Mu Ting's heart was also filled with sadness. She knew clearly how dangerous it was inside the formation. If it were not for the flaw in the flag gate, not to mention Xuechong, a second-grade illusory swordsman, who could not escape from the wind-extinguishing formation, even she, a third-grade illusory swordsman, would not be able to escape from the earth-extinguishing formation. Of course, she was extremely embarrassed when she escaped, but she escaped after all. Yes, LV Jianyu, after all, Xuechong is a second-grade illusory swordsman. The sword force of the Lujian sect is also a second-grade illusory swordsman. In order to protect the disciples of his sect and escape from the earth-extinguishing formation, he self-destructed and died. Xuechong and the disciples of the Bright Yang sword sect should not have a chance to escape. At this time, Zhang Yuan had already returned to his human form. He still had a tall figure, but his hoarse voice was full of exhaustion. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy in the earth-extinguishing formation. Wait for another 30 minutes. LV Ruochang said in a low voice, maybe they still have a chance to survive. Hearing this, the group of swordsmen did not say anything more. Although they were very afraid of the 10 great formations and did not dare to lead their disciples to the flag gate to find the whereabouts of Xuechong and the disciples of the Bright Yang sword sect, it was not a big deal to wait a little longer. Taking advantage of this time, we should also think more. LV Ruochang glanced around and said in a low voice, think about what happened in the formation just now, and think about how to break this formation. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, I'm afraid that the previous strategy of dividing and attacking will not work. We can only try to attack one place. But Ruoling continued, what LV Jianyu said earlier was right. This kind of formation that is spread all over the place must be broken at the same time. If we attack for a while, it will definitely attract the combined forces of all the Dao sect cultivators. At that time, hundreds of thousands of cultivators will be able to withstand the attack formed by this formation. It is far from what hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators can withstand. Chapter 2644. We can't separate, and we can't merge. Then what should we do? Song Yuan was a little impatient. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? We should be looking for a flaw in the array, right? Ruo Ling said calmly. Just like how sword friend Song Yuan rushed out of the array. As she spoke, everyone looked up at the spot above their heads. That was the flaw in LV Ruochang's spell. This was exactly what Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu had thought. If a sword cultivator wanted to find a flaw, they would first look for the entrance and the core of the array. Unfortunately, when LV Ruochang and the rest entered the array, they had already attacked the core of the array, which seemed to be a flaw. However, they didn't know whether it was the entrance or the core of the array, but Xiong Huasong had already set up a trap. LV Ruochang and the rest returned empty-handed. At this moment, the group of swordsmen looked at the glossy clouds in the sky and sighed in their hearts. They knew that it wasn't a flaw. A flaw, is not easy to find. LV Ruochang also sighed slightly. There's a saying in the array, what's real is fake, and what's fake is real. What's real and what's fake, other than the person who set up the array, who can tell? Not good. LV Jianyu, look. The red brilliance on the 10 flag gates, is it moving, towards us? Chu Jianchong of Xian Sword Sect was a grade 2 illusory swordsman. He was lucky enough to bring a group of Xian Sword Sect disciples out of the ice extermination array. Although he had lost 4,000 disciples, he was still able to bring a large number of them with him. However, he was seriously injured. He had just taken an elixir and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Chu Jianchong didn't think much about the flaw in the array. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at the ice destruction array that he had just escaped from, the red light in the thick fog attracted his attention. As expected. When Ruo Ling and the rest heard this, they all turned pale with fright. Even Zhu Qingye cried out, I understand now. Actually, the so-called flaw in the flag gates isn't really a flaw. After these arrays are activated, they slowly close together. In the end, these 10 flag gates will definitely merge into one. We will definitely be forced into these 10 arrays. This flaw is no longer a flaw. That's why the cultivators of the Dao sect didn't care. Zhu Qingye's words enlightened everyone, and all the cultivators were suddenly enlightened. Their thoughts were the same as Xiong Huasong's. Since all the flag gates would disappear at the end of the array, then the so-called flaw of the flag gates would also not exist. Why should Xiong Huasong spend so much effort to make up for this flaw? Even the nascent soul cultivator of the Xian Tian sect thought the same, didn't he? But LV Ruochang's thoughts were far more than that. She said word by word, when the 10 great arrays are combined and the flag gate disappears, the entire great array will combine into one. The earth, fire, wind, and thunder in the great array will be activated. With the help of the mana of hundreds of thousands of Daoist cultivators, this great array will be hell on earth. Not to mention the third grade illusory swordsmen like us, even the masters who have transformed into swords, will not be able to escape this calamity. Ruo Ling sucked in a breath of cold air and said, when did the Dao sect become so powerful? The Dao sect has always been this powerful. LV Ruochang smiled bitterly and said, it's just that they have always treasured what they have and schemed against each other, using their brains for internal friction. If they are really forced to a dead end and work together, then the outcome of the battle will be reversed. LV Jianyu, time is of the essence. Where should we go? Song Yuan asked anxiously. LV Ruochang narrowed her eyes and looked at the slowly moving red light. She calmed down and said in a low voice, the hundreds of thousands of Daoist cultivators hastily took over the great array and are not very familiar with it. It will be very difficult for them to push the array together. If I'm not wrong, we still have 6 hours. This period of time is enough for us to discuss and come up with a countermeasure. Alright, I'll listen to you. Sang Yuan shouted, even if we have to rush in and fight again, I won't back down. Junior sister LV, Ruoling whispered again, it's definitely not appropriate to attack together. It's also unrealistic to look for the flaws of the great array here. It's inevitable that we will rush in together, but, which great array should we rush into? Does it matter which great array it is? Tian Simu of the Flame Bamboo Sword sect sneered and said, in my opinion, it's more realistic to look for the flaws in the great array. Yes, what Tian Jianyu said is not unreasonable. LV Ruochang looked at Ruoling and nodded. We'll send some illusory sword disciples to explore and look for the flaws in the great array. At the same time, we'll also have to explain the situation in each array for our detailed reference. After that, LV Ruochang and the others sent out their respective illusory swordsmen to lead some bright sword disciples to various parts of the great array to look for the flaws that could be discovered. However, except for Tian Simu, the other swordsmen knew that the core of the great array was behind the 10 flag gates. The large area in the center was just used by the Dao sect cultivators to surround the sword cultivators. How could there be any flaws? A group of disciples went to check it out, but it was just for fun. After the disciples were sent out, a group of third-grade illusory swordsmen told them about the dangers that they had encountered in the great array. The more the swordsmen listened, the more panicked they became. They had never heard of the so-called sky extinguishing array, earth extinguishing array, fire extinguishing array, soul extinguishing array, blood extinguishing array, ice extinguishing array, and metal extinguishing array. What made them even more frightened was that the attacking methods of these arrays were far beyond their expectations, and the means were far beyond their knowledge. Especially the soul extinguishing array, which was said to be the gate of life and death. As long as one crossed it, one's soul would be scattered. Even Sang Yuan, who was a third-grade illusory sword expert, could not go deep into it with the help of the giant ape celestial body. Even LV Ruochang and other third-grade illusory swordsmen could not go very far, even if they transformed into swords. This was really terrible, and it really made the swordsmen shudder. Of course, this only made them tremble in fear. What made them even more disheartened was that the attacking methods of each array were different, and each method was so strange and so powerful. Even if they listened to each other's words, it was impossible to find a weaker array to attack. LV Ruochang's heart turned cold. She really did not expect this 10-direction annihilation array to be so arrogant. She originally thought that the metal extinguishing array that she had entered was the most powerful array among the 10 great arrays, but now, after listening to it, it seemed that her metal extinguishing array was nothing. Not to mention the soul extinguishing array, even the earth extinguishing array, which was used by the Lu Jian sect sword force, might not be able to bring thousands of disciples out safely. Then, LV Ruochang looked at the flag gate of the array that Xuechong was trapped in. Now that the flag gate had been opened for a long time, she did not see any swordsmen coming out after such a long time. Xuechong, there were still tens of thousands of disciples of the Ming-Yang sword sect that had not been seen. Junior sister LV Ruoling was beside her, and her expression was not pleasant. She wanted to comfort LV Ruochang, but when the words came to her mouth, she did not know how to say them. She knew in her heart that before the battle of the sword catacomb, the swordsmen did indeed have the advantage. If LV Ruochang did not have the intention to wipe out all the Dao sect cultivators, the swordsmen would definitely have won if they fought steadily. At least, they would not have been in such a hopeless situation now. The root cause of all this was LV Ruochang. Ruoling did not know what the other swordsmen were thinking, but in her heart, there was no way she did not blame LV Ruochang. Senior sister Ruoling, LV Ruochang smiled bitterly and raised her head to look at Ruoling. Seeing LV Ruochang's bitter smile, Ruoling's heart ached slightly, as if she was lamenting the heavy responsibility on the shoulders of this cold female swordsman. She said casually, "We do not know the name of the array that Xuechong is trapped in, and we do not know the dangers inside. However, according to this sword's thoughts, we must not enter this formation again. If junior sister wants to find an array to attack, I'm afraid you can only choose the last array that no one has entered yet." LV Ruochang pondered for a moment, then raised her head and said, "My fellow swordsmen, do you all have the same plan?" Zhang Yuan immediately added, "Apart from the soul-extinguishing array that I have broken through, all other arrays are fine. This soul-extinguishing array. I still have lingering fears. It's better not to try it." Ruoling also said, "The fire-extinguishing array is filled with true samadhi fire, which is the bane of swordsmen like us. From what I see, this array is not suitable for attacking. Apart from this array, all other arrays are fine." "That's right." The rest of the swordsmen agreed. It seemed that apart from the array that they had broken through, they could try any other array. LV Ruochang also sighed in her heart and said, "The metal-extinguishing array that I have broken through was formed by absorbing the gold elemental heaven and earth spiritual chi of the sword catacomb, as well as the remnant sword will and sword chi. Although it is not as strange as the soul-extinguishing array that swordsman Zhang Yuan has broken through, it is still the most powerful array out of all these arrays. I do not recommend breaking through again. From the looks of it, it can only be the last array." Mu Ting and the rest turned to look at the water-extinguishing array that no one had entered yet. "But, what is inside that array? What is the name of the array? We don't even know it." Zhu Qingye bit his lip, his white hair fluttering in the wind, and the frost on his face becoming more apparent. Dao sect cultivators use the 5 elements as their foundation, so most of the arrays are also based on them. LV Ruochang thought for a moment and said, "This array has already shown earth, fire, and metal. This last array should be either wood or water, right?" LV Ruochang's tone was full of uncertainty. After all, the arrays that everyone had mentioned earlier included heaven, earth, soul, wind, and so on. This last array could not possibly exclude thunder, light, and so on, right? She even had a vague feeling that the possibility of using wood or water as the array's base was the smallest. If only swordsman Xuechong could break through. Chu Jianchong sighed softly. If the array that he has broken through is either wood or water, then it will be easy to judge the last array. Chapter 2645. It would be best if wood was used as the base of the array. Mu Ting frowned and said, "Although the flying swords of my sword cultivators have the 5-element sword intent, they are of the metal element and can suppress wood-type arrays. How can it be so easy?" Zhu Qingye sneered. "If we know, how can the Dao sect cultivators not know? Perhaps there is no wood-type array in this great battle." "That's right. I think it is most likely a thunder-type array." Zhang Yuan grinned. However, Lu Ruochang shook his head. "No lightning is born in the sword realm. A thunder-type array cannot borrow the spirit chi of heaven and earth from the outside world. No matter how stupid the Dao sect cultivators are, they can't set up such an array." "Hee, what's impossible?" Zhang Yuan laughed again. "Perhaps there is a thunder-type array in this array? If the Dao sect did not set up this thunder-type array, their 10 major arrays would not be complete. How can they stop us?" Hiss. Lu Ruochang took a deep breath and seemed to understand something. "Fellow Daoist Zhang Yuan, are you saying that this array had to leave a fatal flaw?" "That's right. If it was anywhere else, this thunder-type array would be a great killing weapon comparable to the soul destruction array. However, in the sword tomb, this array is naturally a great weakness." Zhang Yuan nodded. "Fellow Daoist LV." Chu Jianchong, who was beside him, hesitated slightly and said in a low voice, I don't know why the sword tomb is devoid of lightning, but, what if the array can generate lightning on its own? The Tao sect's thunder-controlling sect disciples know the thunder-attracting technique and most of their physiques are of the thunder type. That terrifying phoenix might be in there too. That's right. Lu Ruochang suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, we can't see any traces of the terrifying phoenix in the array. He must be, in this array or in the battle where sword friend Xuechong died. The array relies on the dermic powers of tens of thousands of cultivators. How can a Foundation establishment cultivator do anything? Chu Jianchong said disapprovingly. A cultivator who can kill Qin Jian. Can he be a Foundation establishment cultivator? Zhu Chengye sneered. Even if he is a cultivator of the late Jindan stage, he can't. Chu Jianchong retorted sarcastically, as if he didn't take Zhu Chengye's cultivation of the third grade of illusory sword seriously. Ruo Ling frowned. She had already noticed the subtle change in Chu Jianchong's attitude. It was as if he had decided to go all out. She immediately smiled and said, there is a lot of heaven and earth spiritual qi in the sword tomb. It is the best place for heavenly lightning to form. However, due to the remnant sword intent and the wails of the broken swords, the heavenly lightning is stopped. The Tao sect's array also tore apart the space of the sword tomb, so the heavenly lightning can't descend. That's why the sword tomb is devoid of lightning. Many thanks for sword friend Ruo Ling's explanation. Chu Jianchong faintly smiled, and cupped his hands. He didn't have any intention of debating with Zhu Chengye. Mu Ting bit her lips and said in a low voice, in that case, we are going to charge into the last formation? However, several grade 3 illusory swordsmen and dozens of grade 2 illusory swordsmen looked at each other and didn't dare to answer casually. Finally, they all looked at LV Ruochang. LV Ruochang naturally knew that she had to answer this question, but she really didn't dare to. She raised her head and looked at the canopy in the sky. At this moment, the canopy was changing again. 10 streaks of light flowed on it in an extremely orderly manner. The pattern of the flow was somewhat obvious, but upon closer inspection, it was somewhat inexplicable. It was as if 10 intelligent worms were randomly crawling within the canopy. The other swordsmen were somewhat worried about the future and didn't pay attention to the changes in the canopy. Now that they saw it, their expressions changed slightly. Needless to say, this 10-direction annihilation array was in the final stage of its preparation. No matter which formation they charged into, they would be faced with an unprecedented baptism of wind and rain. That's right, fellow Taoist Lu, Ruo Ling suddenly asked, if we charge into a formation, then, can the Tao sect's cultivators gather the magical powers of hundreds of thousands of cultivators together? Of course they can. LV Ruochang smiled bitterly. If not, how can it be called a formation? In an instant, everyone's expressions changed again. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen against hundreds of thousands of cultivators, not to mention a formation, even if they directly started a fight, it would be disastrous. What could these dozens of illusory swordsmen do? We're already here. Fellow Taoist Lu, hurry up and tell us, should we charge into the last formation or not? Let's have a good time. Song Yuan grinned and said. However, LV Ruochang's tightly knitted brows didn't seem to loosen. She shook her head slightly and said, fellow Taoist Song Yuan, please wait a moment. I seem to have thought of something, but I can't seem to grasp it. Moreover, the disciples who went to investigate haven't returned yet. Let's wait a little longer. Although LV Ruochang's words were somewhat tactful, her tone was unquestionable. She did have a hint of understanding in her heart, but she didn't know what the key was. It's alright, junior sister LV, think about it more. Ruo Ling smiled and said, we'll also meditate for a while. But Zhu Chengye was a little anxious. Although we have a lot of time, this formation is obviously brewing. If we charge into the formation one step earlier, we'll definitely be able to kill them all by surprise. Zhu Qingye's words obviously represented the thoughts of some swordsmen. Chu Jianchong, Tian Simu, and the others turned to look at LV Ruochang. However, LV Ruochang didn't pay attention to them at all. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the flowing colors in the sky. She was so focused that she looked like a girl in love who was looking at the sunset. The brilliance of the 10 colors was like the sunset glow. It illuminated LV Ruochang's eyes, but it could not ignite the spark in her heart. Similarly, the flowing colors illuminated the faces of many swordsmen, but it could not drive away the increasing anxiety in their eyes. After 2 hours, the flowing colors became even more oppressive, and the brilliance became even more dazzling. 10 red lights, like the eyes of hungry wolves, revealed a ferocious look in the thick fog, and were getting closer and closer. Just as the crowd was getting impatient, the thousands of disciples who had gone out returned. The array was not big to begin with, but they were really very careful. Other than the moving flag gate and the rolling fog, they had checked every inch of the array. However, looking at their dejected appearances, it was needless to say that they didn't find anything. What did you find? Ruoling asked with a smile when she saw that LV Ruochang ignored the disciples and only looked up. Senior Sister Ruoling, please no. A disciple from Failing Sword Manor hurriedly replied, we didn't find anything. There were no flaws. Then, he hesitated for a moment before saying, there's also an extremely powerful restriction under the ground of this formation. A disciple who can burrow into the ground controlled a flying sword to enter, but after a rumbling sound came from the ground, he never came out. In addition, we also tried to fly higher, but after reaching a certain height, we found it difficult to fly any further. It seems to be a restriction of the Tao sect. Also, the disciple licked his somewhat dry lips, as if he had many things to say, but did not know how to say them. Sigh, in short, we used many methods, but this formation is like a large jar, airtight. Yes, you can go back and wait. The smile on Ruoling's face did not change. This result could be summed up in one sentence, and this disciple was right. After the disciples returned to their groups, Ruoling looked at LV Ruochang and said in a warm voice, Junior Sister LV, if we can find any clues, I'm afraid that it will be in an instant. However, if we can't find any clues, we probably won't be able to do it in the remaining 2 hours. Zhu Jianyou's words are reasonable. At this moment, the Tao sect cultivators are also familiarizing themselves with the formation. If we seize the opportunity to attack, we will be able to catch them off guard. Even if there's a mistake in the last formation, we can still charge out. However, if we wait for them to fully understand the formation and the entire formation closes, we won't even have a way out. Yes, LV Jianyu. Mu Ting was also somewhat impatient and reminded her in a low voice. All right. At this moment, LV Ruochang reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the sky curtain. Her face was as calm as water. Looking at the red lanterns of the water destruction formation and the already opened flag gate, she waved her hand and said, Swordsman, listen to my command. Yes. The swordsmen were in high spirits and shouted, we will listen to LV Jianyou's command. Black Phoenix Sword Sect in front, Failing Sword Village behind. LV Ruochang casually ordered, as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. In a moment, all the disciples of the sword sect were properly arranged. Finally, she took another look at the colorful sky curtain and took a deep breath. Raising her hand, she took the lead and rode on her sword, shouting, victory or defeat will be decided in this battle. Warriors of the sword domain, follow me into the formation and kill the Tao sect's god cultivators. After saying that, a resounding sword cry was emitted from the flying sword under her feet, like the cry of a phoenix. The flying swords of dozens of swordsmen also cried out, and there was no lack of desperation in them. Then, the flying swords of hundreds of thousands of swordsmen also cried out, and a feeling of wind blowing and cold water spread throughout the entire formation. Hundreds of thousands of flying swords cried out, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to flow within the great battle, rolling up a hurricane. The hurricane blew up the sword formation of tens of thousands of swordsmen, making a whistling sound. At this time, LV Ruochang had already flown to the front of the flag gate of the water destruction array. Looking at the snow-white brilliance of the flag gate, she took a deep breath. Her messy hair blocked her vision. Although it did not affect anything, she still elegantly stretched out her hand like all women who loved beauty. But just as she did so, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth. LV Ruochang's heart suddenly became clear. The gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this great formation is more abundant than the other 5 elements spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this sword tomb is even more abundant. Among the formations set up by the Tao sect's cultivators, the gold attribute formation is certainly more powerful than the ordinary ones. But, the spirit chi backlash of the formation itself is also stronger than the other formations. GMO and the others who are in charge of the gold destruction formation also have to use double the amount of magic power to control the formation. Furthermore, the cultivators who set up this formation only considered the abundance of gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and did not need to have a high cultivation level. Even the cultivators who are in charge of the gold destruction formation are ordinary gold core cultivators. There is not even a cultivator on duty in the conference hall. Chapter 2646. Looking at the sky, the golden brilliance seems to be stronger than the other brilliances. The other brilliances are all blocked by this golden brilliance. There are obviously traces of deliberate movement in the flow. I'm afraid it's trying to maintain the balance between them. If that's the case, then there should be a balance between the 10 formations. If we attack the formation of golden destruction at the same time and draw in a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi, wouldn't it be able to strengthen our attacks and disrupt the balance of the formation? If it's done well, wouldn't the backlash from the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth be able to destroy the golden destruction formation? LV Ruochang thought for a moment, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. Looking at the flag gate of the water destruction array that was almost within reach, LV Ruochang made up her mind. If she didn't fight now, when would she? Thus, a burst of sword brilliance radiated from her body, and a cheerful sword cry suddenly sounded. Her figure rose up in front of the flag gate and rushed straight into the air. An extremely confident voice sounded in the air, "Disciples, listen to my command. Kill your way into the golden destruction array." Seeing that LV Ruochang was about to rush into the water destruction array, there was a sudden change. The dazzling sword radiance emitted 5 colors, like a beautiful peacock spreading its proud tail, causing all the swordsmen to be stunned. Fortunately, behind LV Ruochang were the disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword sect. These disciples worshipped LV Ruochang to the extreme. Whether it was the first or second grade illusory swordsmen, or the disciples who had drawn their swords or nurtured their swords, they hurriedly changed direction with LV Ruochang. Although it looked a little chaotic at first, in a moment, it was orderly. The other sword sect disciples naturally had room to maneuver after following the Black Phoenix Sword sect. However, Zhu Chengya and the others were really puzzled. Dozens of illusory swordsmen ordered their disciples to lead the other swordsmen to follow the Black Phoenix Sword sect to the water destruction array. At the same time, they all gathered in the direction where LV Ruochang was flying. LV Ruochang also flew to the front of the water destruction array with a smile and stood in the air. Obviously, she was also waiting for the arrival of everyone. "Junior sister LV, what's going on? Could it be that you suddenly have a way to break the array?" Ruo Ling saw LV Ruochang's smiling face, which was far from the frown just now, and asked with a smile. "All right, senior sister Ruoling knows." Lu Ruochang said proudly, "Although I'm not 100% sure, but I'm still somewhat confident." "LV Jianyu, quickly tell me." Zhu Chengye hurriedly asked. LV Ruochang didn't hide anything and spoke of his thoughts. He then said, "This sword stopped to discuss with you sword friends because I want to advance and retreat with you. Once we enter the Golden Destruction Formation, we won't need to say a word. The disciples of the 10 sword sects will form their own sword formations. We will also turn into swords and attack the Golden Destruction Formation. There can't be any delay and we can't give the Dao sect cultivators any time to catch their breath." He even asked them to gather all the cultivators into the Golden Destruction Formation. Otherwise, even without the Golden Destruction Formation, they would still be able to kill us. "Humph, kill him." Song Yuan coldly snorted. "I'd like to see which cultivator doesn't want to live anymore and dares to block my path." LV Ruochang's lips curled into a smile. She was in an extremely good mood. Although she knew that Song Yuan's words had many flaws, she didn't refute. "Sword friends, is there anything else you want to explain?" LV Ruochang shouted. "Otherwise, we'll have to summon all our sword energy and give the cultivators a surprise." LV Jianyu. Chu Jianchong hesitated. "Everything you say is reasonable, but, since the strongest part of the formation is also the weakest part of the formation, then what we'll face will definitely be the strongest attack of the 10 formations. Do you think we can withstand the strongest attack of this formation?" Chu Jianchong obviously didn't believe in the idea of breaking through the Golden Destruction Formation. No matter how strong the Golden Destruction Formation is, can it be more unpredictable than the Soul Destruction Formation? Song Yuan sneered. "I'm not even afraid of the Soul Destruction Formation, so why should I be afraid of this Golden Destruction Formation?" Although Song Yuan's words didn't convey his meaning and didn't answer Chu Jianchong's question, his support for LV Ruochang was obvious. LV Ruochang nodded slightly and looked straight at Chu Jianchong. She said word by word, "Even if you can't withstand it, you have to. Even if you can't withstand it, you have to. If we can't break the Golden Destruction Formation, we'll all die. I believe that I can die in the end. If sword friend Chu doesn't fight, I'm afraid you'll be the first to die among the 10 illusory swordsmen." Chu Jianchong's expression changed. LV Ruochang had really spoken his mind. He was only at the 2nd grade of the illusory sword realm, which was similar to the cultivation of LV Ruochang's disciples. He was really worried that he couldn't withstand the attack of the Golden Destruction Formation. "Forget it. We'll die either way." Chu Jianchong raised his head and said, "There are no cowards among the warriors of the Sword Realm." Although Chu doesn't think that the Golden Destruction Formation is the best place to break through, Chu still believes in LV Jianyu. "Good." LV Ruochang clapped her hands and said, "With sword friend Chu's determination, it won't be difficult for us to break the Golden Destruction Formation." However, after saying that, LV Ruochang's expression became serious again. She said, "Sword friend Chu's words reminded me again. Every sect in the sword realm should have a secret technique to absorb sword intent. In my opinion, we should find an opportunity in the Golden Destruction Formation to absorb the sword intent absorbed by the Golden Destruction Formation from the Sword Tomb. This will be able to crush the Golden Destruction Formation. However, in this way, among us, there may be people who will die because of this." "Ha ha ha, there's no need to be afraid." "Why should we be afraid?" Ruo Ling clapped her hands and said, "If sword friend Chu can have such ambition, how can we not have such a magnificent feat? We'll listen to LV Jianyu's instructions." "Good." LV Ruochang looked at the Black Phoenix Sword sect disciples who had already rushed into the Golden Destruction Formation and said, "We'll be the last to enter. We'll listen to LV Jianyu's instructions." The hearts of the illusory swordsmen trembled, and the sword energy in their bodies began to flow slowly. They knew that once they entered the formation, they had to go all out. If they couldn't break the Golden Destruction formation in a short time, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was unknown whether it was on purpose or because of the formation, but after the Golden Destruction formation's flag gate opened, it actually shrank a little. It took a lot of time for hundreds of thousands of swordsmen to fly into the formation. During this time, the entire 10-direction annihilation formation's closing speed increased. Obviously, the Golden Core Realm cultivators in charge of the formation had also seen the final struggle of the swordsmen and had begun the final encirclement. Go! Life or death depends on this strike, victory or defeat depends on this battle. Seeing that there were still a few swordsmen who had not flown into the Golden Destruction formation, LV Ruochang waved his hand and said, "Go! Life or death depends on this strike." Ruoling and the others roared and rushed into the Golden Destruction formation on their flying swords. When the dozens of illusory swordsmen flew into the Golden Destruction formation, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen had already gathered in dozens of places according to the sword formation secret method of their respective sword sections. Apart from the Black Phoenix Sword sect disciples who had already seen the momentum of the Sword Mountain and Sword Water in the Golden Destruction formation, the other swordsmen had not seen it before. Although they had already gathered into a sword formation, when they glanced around the formation, their faces were filled with astonishment. Obviously, they were also stunned by the atmosphere in the formation. Opposite the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen were GMO from Sky Patrol City, Ji Hong from Clear Leaf Sect, Zhou Qingping from Thousand Leaf Ridge, and Zhu Junwei from Cool Breeze Valley. Just like before, the four of them each held a small banner in their hands that shone with golden light. However, their faces were filled with confusion and surprise. When LV Ruochang was trapped in the Golden Destruction formation, the Bona-Roding golden light had killed many Black Phoenix Sword sect disciples. Even LV Ruochang's body was injured. If Tsang Yuan had not torn open the banner gate of the Soul Destruction formation and exposed the flaw of the formation, and if LV Ruochang had not taken the opportunity to lead the Black Phoenix Sword sect disciples to escape in a panic, LV Ruochang might have already died in the golden light. Who would have thought that just over 2 hours later, the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen would actually turn around and charge into the Golden Destruction formation, which really caught GMO and the others off guard. While they were reporting to Xiong Huasong and the others, they hurriedly arranged the formation so that the disciples who had already relaxed could regain their spirit and face the final counterattack of all the swordsmen. This was all the swordsmen, far more than the tens of thousands of Black Phoenix Sword sect disciples. At the same time, GMO and the others were somewhat confused. They didn't know how LV Ruochang, who had suffered greatly in this formation, could return to the Golden Annihilation formation again. Was she not afraid of dying under the bone-corroding golden light? When GMO of Sky Patrol City saw LV Ruochang and the others fly to the front of the swordsman, he sneered as usual. He waved the small banner in his hand slightly, and golden light overflowed from it. He asked, "LV Ruochang, you still haven't given up? Why? Do you really want to choose this Golden Destruction formation as your burial place?" Then, he looked at the dozens of illusory swordsmen and said, "It's fine that you came here alone, but you actually gave us such a great battle merit. This great gift. We really have to thank you. Don't you think so, fellow cultivators?" GMO even turned to Ji Hong and the others and asked them in a very confident manner. "That's right, LV Ruochang really knows our intentions." Ha ha ha. Ji Hong and the others laughed. At this moment, wang, wang. Countless sword cries resounded in front of Ji Hong and the others. The dozens of illusory swordsmen did not say anything. Various colored sword lights appeared around them, and their sword energy soared into the sky. All the swordsmen who could use secret techniques to transform into swords did so. Even Tsang Yuan of the Quilted Mountain sect roared, and his body rapidly expanded. The dozens of huge swords seemed to have taken off their huge scabbards, and they revealed a ferocious appearance in the golden destruction formation. The sword energy wantonly collided in the air, and the spirit energy of the world became chaotic. As the dozens of huge swords appeared, the sword sect disciples also released their flying swords. These flying swords also let out sword cries. Although the cries of each flying sword were very soft, the cries of hundreds of thousands of flying swords at the same time shook the entire golden destruction formation. Even people as strong as GMO and the others had expressions of fear on their faces. Quick! GMO and the others were originally laughing, but they did not expect LV Ruochang and the others to suddenly make a move. In their fear, they could only wave the small banners in their hands in panic. Chapter 2647. What was different from before was that as the four small banners waved, a strange wave of energy was produced and spread rapidly in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, the images formed by the broken swords would collapse. Swords that seemed like broken swords and sword intents would break down from the images, and they would be swept up into the sky like sand dunes by the wind. A feeling of annihilation rose in the hearts of all the sword cultivators. A feeling of disbelief rose in their hearts at the same time. They had never imagined that the Tao sect's array would be so mysterious. The moment the sword world broke down, LV Ruochang and the other huge swords did not give GMO and the others any chance to wave the small banners again. At the same time, dozens of terrifying auras, mixed with absolute sword chi, attacked GMO and the others. Under the impact of the sword chi, the waves of energy from the four small banners showed signs of stagnation. In fact, the broken swords within a few hundred feet of the waves were showing signs of reforming again. The sword mountain and sword water were gradually returning to their original state. The swordsmen were overjoyed when they saw this. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen roared in unison and summoned their flying swords. The flying swords danced and formed dozens of huge flying swords, flashing brilliantly as they slashed down at the sword mountain in the distance that was beginning to return to its original state. The flying swords were about to hit the swordsmen. If the sword mountain was hit, it would only collapse. Once the sword mountain collapsed, the entire golden destruction array would naturally have a flaw. However, at this critical moment, a cold voice came from the distant horizon. So, you've been waiting for the golden destruction array. You want to break my golden destruction array with just 100,000 flying swords? What wishful thinking! At the place where the voice came from, the entire sword mountain collapsed like quicksand. The quicksand flowed rapidly from that place, and all the illusions in the golden destruction array instantly turned into nothingness. Xiaofan, Hengli, and several other mid-golden core cultivators appeared at the origin of the collapse of the illusions. As they waved their banners, raindrops, waves, and mountain-like broken swords rushed toward the flying swords of the swordsmen. Rumble, rumble, endless sounds rang out, and earth-shattering explosions rang out. The entire golden destruction formation was in a state of chaos, and it was like a scene from purgatory. In the entire world, there were only swords, sword light, and sword chi. Fellow Taoist Ji. Xiaofan yelled in exasperation, "Hurry up and activate the golden destruction formation." It turned out that even though Xiaofan and the others were able to control the broken swords of the golden destruction formation, they were still unable to activate the bone-corroding golden light of the golden destruction formation. Even though the thousands of broken swords could withstand the attacks of the 100,000 sword cultivators for a short period of time, they were absolutely unable to withstand the attacks of the sword cultivators for a long period of time, let alone kill the sword cultivators. Several loud and clear sounds of swords rang out amidst the violent explosion. Although it was not as powerful as before, it was just as resounding. Boom! An extremely loud sound rang out at the end of the first wave of attacks. The attacks of LV Ruochang and the others had collided with the attacks of GMO and the others. The sound this time was not as loud as before, but the entire formation shook violently. All the cultivators and swordsmen were unable to stand firm in mid-air, and they all staggered as they tried their best to maintain their balance. The expressions of the bystanders were of course shocked by the power of the formation, but Xiong Huasong's face was pale, and he was extremely anxious. This was because he knew that GMO and the others were at the base of the Golden Destruction formation. This base was not fixed within the formation, but GMO and the others had not completely activated the Golden Destruction formation. The base of the formation was beneath their feet. If LV Ruochang and the others' giant swords killed GMO and the others, the base of the formation would also be destroyed, and all the Dao sect's previous efforts would be for naught. How could Xiong Huasong dare to be negligent? He waved the banner in his hand, and another part of the sword will of heaven and earth seeped in. Seemingly endless flying swords rushed into the formation and flew in the direction of the giant swords. Heng Zhao and the others naturally came to their senses, and all their attacks were temporarily directed towards the giant swords. Rumble. Another series of explosions rang out, and sword splendor filled the entire formation. Not only did everyone feel dizzy, but they also did not dare to release their divine senses. The power of the Golden Destruction formation and the countless remnant sword wills had caused great damage to their divine senses. LV Ruochang and the others were in a dilemma. Wherever the giant swords were, the sword chi had already blocked the sword rain that GMO and the others had summoned. Even Ruo Ling's sword light had pierced towards Ji Hong's eyes. Under the sword light, the small banner's golden light only flashed slightly before being annihilated. As long as LV Ruochang and the others put in more effort, this Golden Destruction formation would be destroyed. It was a pity that Xiong Huasong and the others' assistance was timely. The monstrous sword rain hit the dozens of giant swords, and the sword splendor of the third-grade illusory swordsmen were disrupted. Facing the fierce sword rain and the sword will that seemed to be driven by tens of thousands of cultivators, these swordsmen were helpless. They could only retreat slightly. Of course, it was during this slight retreat that 4 sword-like golden lights appeared in the air amidst the splashes of sword radiance. These 4 sword lights suddenly exploded and turned into tens of thousands of crystal fragments that shot out in all directions of the sword formation. What a pity! When LV Ruochang saw the golden lights appear, she knew that the bone-corroding golden light was not stopped. She felt that it was a pity. At the same time, she hurriedly activated the sword origin, and the entire giant sword flashed with the sword will of the phoenix. This sword will slowly converged, and a faint fluctuation was slowly emitted. This fluctuation swayed along with the sword light as if it was breathing. It was emitted by LV Ruochang, who had yet to merge the sword spirit and sword will into the sword heart. Swoosh, the golden light shot out in all directions, like the rising sun, and plated the entire Golden Destruction array with a layer of golden light. This golden light had already touched the broken sword will and thousands of broken swords, and immediately bloomed with a strong brilliance. Oh no! All the disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword sect shouted in their hearts. The other disciples of the Sword Gate had only heard about it, but they had personally experienced it. What kind of golden light was that? What kind of bone-corroding golden light was that? The pain was definitely not something that could be described with words. The golden light flashed without much noise. In this array where the swords clashed and the sounds of the swords clashing were incessant, it was nothing at all. However, wherever the golden light passed, the sword light of the swordsmen melted and their sword chi was corroded. Hundreds and thousands of screams were heard. Among the screams, hundreds and thousands of disciples who were pregnant with swords fell from the sky in batches, their bodies covered in blood. In the midst of the blood, eerie white bones could be seen. Chapter 2648. In an instant, all the swordsmen panicked. It was not that the disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword sect had not mentioned such a situation before, but to them, it was something new. Everyone felt that they could resist this strange golden light. Only now did they truly believe that there was something they could not resist within the Tao sect's array. As soon as the golden light flashed, the figures of GMO and the others disappeared. The base of the array was also hidden within the array. Xiong Huasong and the others also revealed a trace of a smile on their faces. As the flagpole swayed, their figures also disappeared into the air. At this moment, the golden light once again landed on the huge sword that LV Ruochang had transformed into. The fluctuation of the sword heart combined with the sword radiance cleverly dodged the golden light. Even when some of the golden light touched the sword radiance swayed slightly, as though it was cruising within the golden light. The speed at which the sword essence was melting was much slower than before. However, this bone-corroding golden light was too powerful. LV Ruochang was already on the verge of transforming into a sword. He already had a secret technique, but he still could not completely resist this golden light. If this continued for too long, he would still die. With LV Ruochang in such a state, the other illusory sword sect swordsmen followed LV Ruochang's earlier warning and activated their sword radiance to resist the golden light. For now, they were not in danger. Except for one person. That was the Quilted Mountain sect's Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan led his men into the Golden Destruction Formation. They were not at the front in the first place. The beast cultivators and bird cultivators formed a formation in the middle of the sword formations. When the swords were flying in the formation, the beast cultivators and bird cultivators could only barely defend against the flying swords with the combined attacks that they had practiced. This way, they were at a disadvantage compared to the swordsmen who formed the sword array. Before the bone-corroding golden light landed, many of their disciples had already died. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately transformed into his huge ape avatar. He roared as he stepped in the air, trying his best to resist the flying swords. Zhang Yuan's huge ape avatar was truly impressive. It had already succeeded in the Soul Destruction Array. Within the Golden Destruction Array, facing the tidal wave of remnant swords, black light flickered around its body. Its arms danced, and it was like a 100-foot-tall wall blocking the swords. It was like a pillar protecting many beast cultivator disciples. However, when the bone-corroding golden light appeared, the golden light followed the sword and struck the huge ape's fur when the huge ape knocked the flying sword away. Sizzle, an intense sound was emitted from the point of contact between the black light and the golden light. Even the black aura that lingered around the fur started to surge under the golden light. As it surged, the black aura started to rapidly thin and fade. What made Zhang Yuan even more alarmed was that the black light was restrained and corroded by the golden light. A heart-wrenching, bone-piercing pain mixed with extreme itchiness emerged from his avatar. Roar! The great ape let out a furious roar. Both of its hands clenched into fists and rapidly pounded its chest. Its entire body abruptly moved in midair, causing the entire formation to tremble. Then, it charged towards the place where GMO and the others had just disappeared. Wu, the giant ape's fist carried the sound of wind as it smashed into the flying swords that were everywhere in the air. As the flying swords scattered, the golden light once again scattered. The black aura around the great ape evaporated, and the black light dissipated. Strands of bloody light gradually seeped out from under its fur. Swordsman Zhang Yuan. Chu Jianchong was close to the great ape. At this moment, he and a few other grade 2 illusory swordsmen from the dazzling sword sect had formed a rhombus-shaped sword formation. Their sword auras formed a front as they tried their best to avoid the golden light. He was slightly stronger than Zhang Yuan. When the blood on Zhang Yuan's body was dripping, the golden light had just passed through their sword formation. Roar! The great ape waved its fists with all its might as if it could shatter the void. However, it couldn't drive the golden light away. This second roar was already filled with heart-wrenching pain. Pieces of its flesh were already beginning to fall apart. Zhang Yuan's huge body couldn't resist the golden light. Helpless, his body gradually shrank as he tried to dodge some of the golden light. However, this obviously wasn't a good plan. As the great ape shrank, its flesh had already begun to fall off. Not good. Not only was Zhang Yuan in danger, Chu Jianchong and the others were also in danger. After the golden light penetrated the sword formation, it immediately scattered on their swords. Their cultivation was much weaker than LV Ruochang and the others. Therefore, they couldn't maintain their sword forms where the sword light flashed. Wang, a strong sword hum was emitted from the middle of the great sword. The great sword that LV Ruochang had transformed into let out a high-pitched hum once again. The vibrations that were similar to breathing rapidly surged. The entire sword began to shake, and a strong sword aura soared into the sky. This vibration was completely different from before. It couldn't resist the golden light. Under the golden light, the great sword's radiance was rapidly corroded. Wang, following LV Ruochang's sword hum, more than 10 great swords also hummed at the same time. Similarly, they ignored the bone-corroding golden light and began to swell. They also emitted a strong sword aura that soared into the sky. Wu, the 100,000 swordsmen who were still struggling to maintain the great sword formation were also clamoring. The sword aura emitted by the 100,000 swordsmen on the great sword formation was even more powerful. It pierced straight into the sky above the formation. Hurry up and control the formation. Xiong Huasong, who was hidden in the formation, knew that the swordsmen were going to risk their lives. He hurriedly urged GMO. At this time, besides the disciples of the 4 sects, nearly half of the disciples from the other sects had come over to resist the swordsmen together. Although they weren't very familiar with the Golden Destruction formation, under the guidance of the disciples of the 4 sects, they quickly became competent. Hearing Xiong Huasong's urging, GMO and the other 3 hurriedly waved their small banners. The dermic powers of nearly 200,000 Dao sect disciples in the Golden Destruction formation were simultaneously mobilized. A strong suction force appeared on one side of the formation, sucking in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sword aura, and sword intent within dozens of miles. As a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sword aura, and other things poured into the formation, the entire formation began to shake. Even the small banners of GMO and the other 3 emitted a golden brilliance. An uncontrollable heaviness was emitted from the small banners. GMO and the other 3's arms swayed slightly, and panic appeared on their faces. Don't panic. Xiong Huasong naturally knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted, take your time to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, broken swords, and other things. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is easy for us cultivators to control. Those broken swords, sword aura, and sword intent belong to the swordsmen for many years. They are definitely not easy to control. If you absorb too much, I'm afraid that the formation won't be able to withstand it. For now, don't absorb any more. Activate the broken swords and other things first. Fight with the swordsman and consume the sword intent. After another hour, the entire formation will close up. The dermic powers of the other 9 formations will be able to be freely transferred to the Golden Destruction formation, and we will be able to easily kill the swordsman. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire formation shook intensely. Under the combined attack of the sword cultivators, the flying swords that poured in were almost destroyed. Damn it, the small banners in the hands of GMO and the others swayed slightly, and they almost fell out of their hands. They unconsciously gritted their teeth and cursed. Strengthen the attack. Kill them a few more times, and the bone-eroding golden light will be able to exterminate them. Seeing the powerful counterattack of the sword cultivators, Xiong Huasong was also furious. When GMO and the others heard this, they hurriedly waved the small banners again. A huge amount of metal element spiritual chi of heaven and earth poured in even more intensely, and the entire formation let out a slight rumbling sound again. Xiong Huasong raised his eyebrows, as if he wanted to warn GMO and ask them to stop absorbing the metal element spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, nearly 100,000 swordsmen once again released sword aura, rushing straight into the air and colliding with the dozens of flying swords. They rushed towards the incoming flying swords like a tide. This time, it was different. When the sword aura of Lu Ruochang and the others made contact with the flying swords, they immediately guarded an area and began to rotate. In addition, when the sword aura of the 100,000 swordsmen made contact with the rotating sword aura, it instantly retreated. This retreating force immediately produced a strong suction force, and actually formed a huge whirlpool. The suction force was so great and so wide. It was like a giant hand was grabbing all the flying swords, but it was also like a net. It rapidly passed through these flying swords, rushed into the formation through the sword intent, and extended out of the formation. The swordsman's ability to control the metal element spiritual qi of heaven and earth and sword intent was clearly far superior to the Dao sect swordsman. Wu, a suction force even stronger than when GMO and the others were controlling the formation, was produced from the formation. An even greater amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi of heaven and earth, as well as the broken swords and other objects, surged towards the formation. What are they doing? Are they going to throw themselves into a dead end? GMO didn't understand and muttered very strangely. Not good. Quick, seal the formation. Xiong Huasong was the most familiar with the 10-direction annihilation formation. When he saw the entire golden annihilation formation tremble with the influx of metal element spiritual qi of heaven and earth, he already understood what the swordsmen were thinking. He hurriedly said, "These damned swordsmen are relying on the sword tomb's metal element spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the flying swords to break my golden annihilation formation. Wu, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen, 200,000 swordsmen. They were simultaneously extracting the metal element spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the sword tomb. At the same time, they were simultaneously extracting the metal element spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the sword tomb. The 10-direction annihilation formation immediately exceeded the limits of what it could withstand. The golden annihilation formation rumbled, and the surrounding restrictions instantly began to collapse. Seeing this, Xiong Huasong's expression became extremely ugly. He clapped his hands, and dozens of array flags appeared in his hands. He spat a mouthful of blood essence on them, and the array flags glowed with a 10-colored brilliance. Go! Xiong Huasong waved his hands, and a golden array flag flew into the air, flying towards the collapsing restrictions. However, before the array flag could fly one zhang away, Kacha, a sound like the sky being torn apart resounded through the air. The golden annihilation formation's restrictions finally collapsed under the combined efforts of both sides. This golden annihilation formation was finally destroyed under LV Ruochang's scheme. Xiong Huasong swept his gaze across and saw that the swordsman's sword light had dimmed. He knew that they had expended a lot of energy for this scheme. He coldly snorted and ordered, "Fellow Taoist GMO, mobilize all the disciples and activate their magic power at the same time." Yes. GMO originally wanted to ask if they still needed to repair this golden annihilation formation, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. The small flag in his hand danced without hesitation. Chapter 2649. Xiong Huasong waved his hand, and all the formation flags flew out. He sneered, "Since you want the bone-corroding golden light, I'll give it to you all at once." As more than 10 array flags entered the formation, the golden annihilation formation collapsed even faster. However, the golden light became even stronger. Under the push of the 200,000 cultivators, the golden light poured onto the snow-like sword light like a torrential downpour. Charge! Lu Ruochang and the others were overjoyed. They knew that the Golden Destruction Formation had indeed been broken, and this was their only chance to charge into the 10-direction Annihilation Formation. Even if the Tao sect cultivators summoned thousands of golden lights, they did not hesitate to send out their illusory swords. Dozens of giant swords flew at the front, followed by the giant swords formed by 100,000 swordsmen. The remaining half of the beast cultivators and bird cultivators flew at the back and rushed into the golden light together. Whoosh! It was definitely boiling water falling on snow. The moment the bone-corroding golden light came into contact with the sword light, it became even stronger than before. More than half of the sword light was instantly destroyed. All the illusory swordsmen who had transformed into swords could no longer maintain their sword forms and gradually revealed their true forms. As for the swordsmen who were lucky enough to survive, they wailed and died in a bloody mess in front of the Golden Destruction Formation's restriction, rumble. With the sound of the earth collapsing, as tens of thousands of swordsmen escaped, the Golden Destruction Formation finally collapsed completely. The 10-colored light screen in the air was also torn apart, and the light spot in the center reappeared. After the light spot flashed 9 times, it turned into 9 meteors and fell separately. Where the meteors fell, the sky was torn apart, revealing the rainy night sky outside the formation. Drops of rain fell and hit the formation. The 9 meteors landed on the 9 great arrays. At this time, the 9 great arrays slowly stopped moving. When the meteors completely landed, the brilliance of the 9 arrays disappeared, revealing the original appearance of the sword tomb. Fellow Taoist Xiong. In the heavy rain, Heng Zhao's body flashed with a protective golden light. He hurriedly shouted, "This formation has been broken by the sword cultivators?" Xiong Huasong's face was filled with surprise. He pointed at the sword cultivators whose backs could still be seen and said, "That's right, the 10-direction Annihilation Formation of the Black Heavens sect has finally been broken. I really didn't expect that there would be sword cultivators who are proficient in Tao sect's formations. The strongest part of a formation is often the most vulnerable part of the formation. Although I've heard of this in the past, I've never dared to try it. I didn't expect to encounter it today. To be honest, I didn't even notice this part when I set up the formation. I was only thinking of how to hide the formation's formation. I never noticed this layer." When Heng Feng heard Xiong Huasong's explanation, his face was also filled with shock. Although he did not know much about spirit arrays, he understood the principles of spirit arrays. He could not help but exclaim, "In that case, this idea of breaking the spirit array was thought of by a sword cultivator? That's impossible. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that they were just blind cats running into dead mice, right? How is that possible?" Xiong Huasong shook his head decisively. "If these sword cultivators charge into the water destruction formation under LV Ruochang's lead and find this flaw within the formation, then I can still agree with fellow Taoist Heng Ming's thoughts." However, LV Ruochang suddenly turned to the Golden Destruction Formation before entering the Water Destruction Formation. She must have thought of something. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, don't forget that LV Ruochang escaped from the Golden Destruction Formation. She stared at the formation eye for a long time in the center of the formation. She must have been thinking. However, Xiong Huasong said proudly, "So what if LV Ruochang could see the flaw? I'm already very satisfied to be able to kill nearly half of the sword cultivators. After all, this formation is incomplete. And I was ordered to set it up in a hurry." Heng nodded slightly. He knew very well that it had only been a short time since he had discussed the formation with Xiong Huasong in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City. At that time, all the gold core cultivators did not pay much attention to it. He did not expect that it would come in handy today. Just now, Heng Ming saw that Xiong Huasong added fuel to the fire. He used the collapse of the Golden Destruction Formation to increase the bone-corroding golden light. Not only did he kill Tsang Yuan, a third-grade illusory sword beast cultivator, but he also killed several second-grade and first-grade illusory swordsmen. Most of the beast cultivators and bird cultivators couldn't escape from the final blow. The number of sword cultivators who could escape from the Golden Destruction formation was definitely not more than 70,000. Although this was a little different from what he had imagined, and they were not completely annihilated, it was still a great victory. Xiong Huasong could be proud. The rain poured down like a torrential downpour. This rain was only light before the battle, but as the 10-direction annihilation formation absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the Sword Tomb's astronomical phenomenon was also triggered. The endless dark clouds and torrential rain began to wreak havoc in the Sword Tomb. Of course, such a torrential rain was nothing to the cultivators, especially in a special place like the Sword Tomb. There was no heavenly lightning, so it didn't affect the cultivators flying high. Hung Ming's body flashed with a protective brilliance, avoiding the torrential rain. He looked into the distance and asked softly, "Fellow Xiong, according to your opinion, should we continue to chase?" "Oh." Xiong Huasong was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Heng Zhao and asked with interest, "Why don't you chase after them? Now that our cultivators have won, it's the best time to chase after them." "Of course, fellow Heng Ming is the commander of this battle. We will listen to your arrangements." Heng Ming was not surprised by Xiong Huasong's answer. He hesitated slightly and said, "Actually, with the help of fellow Xiong's formation, our Dao sect has already won. The remaining 70,000 swordsmen are nothing. As the saying goes, don't chase after a cornered enemy. If they are forced into a corner, they may bite back and cause us cultivators to suffer some losses." "Yes, fellow Heng Ming's words are reasonable." Xiong Huasong nodded. Moreover, LV Ruochang and the others activated the gold-type heaven and earth spirit qi. In addition, I somewhat risked it all by activating the bone-corroding golden light. Not only did the disciples of the four sects, who were originally guarding this formation, suffer from the backlash of the formation, but our disciples were also affected. There were many casualties. Heng Ming sighed slightly. In fact, if Xiong Huasong had not activated the golden light, these disciples might not have suffered any casualties. However, because of Xiong Huasong's greed for merit, he killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of his own men. Seeing that the traces of the sword cultivators in the distance were almost gone, Heng Ming narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Fellow Xiong, you should stop exploring the area in the Sword Tomb, right? We don't know where the sword cultivators went. Perhaps there are many remnant sword formations and formations. In that case, we will withdraw our troops. We can also report to the nascent soul stage masters with such great merit." Xiong Huasong raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Heng Ming to make such a decision. However, he only smiled and said, "Although the remaining swordsmen are third-grade illusory swordsmen, they have been seriously injured by the bone-corroding golden light. This is the best time to kill them. However, if fellow Heng Ming thinks that there is no need to chase, then there is no need to chase. I will give the order on behalf of fellow Daoist." Hesitation. Overcautious. That was Heng Ming's current mood. He really wanted to stop while he was ahead. However, after hearing Xiong Huasong's words, his heart was moved. After all, killing a third-grade illusory swordsman was completely different from killing tens of thousands of bright swords. Even his own disciple could kill Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory swordsman. He couldn't kill a few to make a name for himself. Just as Heng Ming was hesitating, LV Ruochang and the others, who were fleeing in panic, were also extremely depressed. This was an incomparable feeling of regret. It was originally a great battle, but now, they were defeated. More than half of the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen were killed. If those second-grade illusory swordsmen who died in the 10-direction annihilation array were to really fight with the Dao sect cultivators, they might not have died. Especially Tsang Yuan of the Quilted Mountain sect. He was a third-grade illusory swordsman and could not even be defeated by a golden core cultivator in the conference hall. However, he was killed by the bone-corroding golden light in this golden annihilation array. Thinking of that irresistible bone-corroding golden light, LV Ruochang clenched her teeth and her heart was filled with resentment. She really wanted to die for Tsang Yuan. Qian Mo. At this moment, LV Ruochang could not help but think of the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect who self-destructed in front of her. He was a mid-stage golden core cultivator who could have escaped with his life. LV Ruochang did not understand what Qian Mo said that day. However, every word, every tear, every sentence, every word seemed to be engraved in her heart, as if they were specially said for her today. I would rather self-destruct. LV Ruochang even groaned softly. I am not willing to return to the sword domain. It was an absolute humiliation. Junior sister LV Ruoling was flying not far from LV Ruochang. This attentive third-grade illusory swordswoman was extremely sensitive to LV Ruochang's murmur. Although she did not know what LV Ruochang was talking about, she still said, we have to be alert to prevent the Dao sect cultivators from chasing after us. See. At this point, an indescribable pain came from her body. Even a powerful illusory swordswoman like Ruoling could not help but cry out softly. The bone-corroding golden light was really amazing. The swords of the surviving illusory swordsmen had long been pierced by the golden light, and much of their flesh and blood had been lost. However, this kind of injury, Ruoling and the others had not experienced it for many years. The flashing sword lights around them blocked the rain, but what they could not block was the unhealed pain in their bodies. Chasing after us? LV Ruochang smiled bitterly, but her divine will still involuntarily swept back. Her divine will could not go very far, so she turned her head back to look. However, when she looked back, she could not help but groan softly. Ouch! Her injury was only deeper than Ruoling's. Moreover, when she was in the center of the 10-direction annihilation formation, although she looked calm and indifferent as she described the bone-corroding golden light, she had not fully recovered from the injury she had suffered in the 10-direction annihilation formation. When the golden light brushed past her for the second time, although she had the protection of the sword heart mystic skill, when the golden light attacked her from both inside and outside, her body showed signs of collapsing. Chapter 2650. LV Ruochang knew that if another golden core cultivator tried to stop her, she would not even be able to transform into a sword. Behind the tens of thousands of sword cultivators, under the pitch-black night sky, the drizzle that seemed to connect heaven and earth emitted a strange white color. From time to time, there would be wails and explosions, but there was no trace of the Dao sect cultivators chasing after them. LV Ruochang knew that this was the most realistic situation, but she still felt that she was lucky. However, this luck was strangled by her as soon as it was born. She said, Senior Sister Ruoling, the Dao sect cultivators have won a great victory and killed us to such a miserable state. They have some brains. They will definitely not chase after us. Ruoling naturally knew that the cultivators would not chase after them. She just wanted to comfort LV Ruochang. She smiled and said, who knows? In this great battle of sword cultivators, the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City have done many ridiculous things and killed many cultivators. Even if they chase after us, even if it is really the skull of a Jurassic beast, I will still believe it. Ha ha ha! LV Ruochang's heart warmed and she could not help but laugh. Her smile was extremely beautiful, like the blossoming of a crystal-clear ice sculpture on an iceberg. LV Jianyu. The cultivators really caught up. Zhu Chengye, who was dozens of feet away from them, did not want to participate in the conversation between the two female swordsmen. He had complaints about LV Ruochang in his heart, but when he involuntarily looked back, he could not help but shout in shock. How is this possible? LV Ruochang really did not dare to believe it, but she could not help but look back. When she saw that the night sky, which was still pitch black just now, was now flashing with the brilliance of some Dharma treasures, an absolutely unbelievable feeling surged in her heart. This is really unbelievable. LV Ruochang could not express it in words. Were the Tao sect cultivators that stupid? Were they that greedy for credit? Was he really so vicious and merciless? Could the Tao sect cultivators be blamed? Just as Heng Ming was hesitating, Ji Hongfei from the Clear Leaf sect came over and looked at the two people standing in the air with a frown. She said anxiously, Daoist Heng Ming, the sword cultivators have already escaped from the 10-direction annihilation formation. Why are you still standing here? At this point, he seemed to have realized something and said to Xiong Huasong in surprise, could it be that fellow Daoist Xiong still has a backup plan? Backup plan? Xiong Huasong used all of his means. Xiong Huasong said with a bitter smile, this Xiong Grand Array was defeated by LV Ruochang. Then what are you waiting for? Ji Hong said angrily, right now, the sword cultivators are like birds startled by the twang of a bow. We are going to march north and kill them all. This isn't appropriate, right? Heng Ju's eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, don't chase a cornered enemy, this is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. Furthermore, we are in the depths of the sword catacomb, which is not our forte. If we kill a few more sword cultivators, our Tao sect's cultivators will also suffer more losses. It's not worth it. Humph, if you won't chase, then I will. I don't care about other people's lives, but today, I must take that slut Lu Ruochang's head. Ji Hong was enraged. She shouted, you didn't see Tao friend Xian Mo's death. He was forced to his death by LV Ruochang. In order for us to escape safely, he was willing to self-destruct. I have already thought it through. I must kill LV Ruochang in this life to avenge Tao friend Xian Mo. Today, LV Ruochang was heavily injured in the Golden Destruction Array. As long as I see her, I will immediately kill her. Good. Heng Ju had long been waiting for Ji Hong's words. He clapped his hands and said, since Tao friend Ji has such ambition, and we have such a blood feud with the swordsman, how can I not allow it? Then, for Tao friend Xian Mo's death, for the hundreds of thousands of fallen disciples, I will give the order. Other than the injured disciples, the rest of the disciples will listen to my command and head to the depths of the sword catacomb, to kill the swordsman. We must kill them all. Yes, we must take LV Ruochang's head as a sacrifice to Tao friend Xian Mo. Ji Hong shouted. Xiong Huasong frowned slightly and said softly, LV Ruochang is the leader of the sword cultivators. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill her. Tao friend Xiong, are you afraid? Do you want the hundreds of thousands of fallen Tao sect disciples to die in vain? Ji Hong said coldly, if you don't go, we won't bicker with you. You set up this array and have already made a great contribution. Naturally, you don't have to follow us. Ha ha ha, am I the kind of person who is afraid of death? Xiong Huasong laughed loudly. Go, go, go. We will chase after them and kill LV Ruochang. Ji Hong's brows relaxed. She waved her hand and said, Clear Leaf sect disciples, follow me to chase after the swordsman. Yes, at this moment, only a small portion of the Clear Leaf sect disciples suffered from the backlash of the Golden Destruction Array and were recuperating. The majority of the disciples were in high morale. When they heard Ji Hong's words, they all responded. Heng Ju wasn't the slightest bit annoyed that Ji Hong had stolen the limelight. Instead, he looked at Xiong Huasong and said, Tao friend Xiong, you are in charge of this 10-direction annihilation array. Give the order to attack on behalf of I. Yes, Tao friend Heng Ming. Xiong Huasong didn't hesitate. Although he didn't explicitly say that they could chase after the swordsman, he didn't think much of it. The swordsmen had already been killed by the array. How could they still have a chance to turn the tables? After he gave the order, many Dao sect cultivators immediately got into formation. Before long, they chased after LV Ruochang and the others. Just as Heng Ju was about to fly up, Tai Ching Sect's De Sun hurriedly flew over and said loudly, "Dao friend Heng Ming, don't chase after a cornered enemy." Xiong Huasong glanced at him and ignored him. He activated his flying technique and flew towards the disciples who were in formation. Heng Ju looked at the anxious De Sun and, helplessly, recounted what Ji Hong had said. He smiled bitterly and said, "I was also forced onto this path. If I don't chase after them, wouldn't I be letting down Dao friend Xian Mo? Moreover, the Clear Leaf sect disciples are also in danger. I can only chase after them." Sigh. But if you chase after them, it's also dangerous. De Sun smiled bitterly as well. He was just short of scolding Ji Hong for having long hair and short knowledge. We have to weigh the two and choose the lesser. Heng Ju said in a low voice. Even if the swordsmen want to retaliate, they only have about 70,000 disciples. We can drown them with our saliva. Forget it. We were also forced onto the pirate ship. De Sun looked at Heng Ju and said with a double meaning, "For Qian Mo's death from the Imperial Thunder sect." Yes, sometimes, there are some things that we have no choice but to do. Heng Ju nodded. In Ai's opinion, even if a nascent soul master was here, he would also make such a decision. That's right. De Sun didn't say much. He hurriedly turned around and urged the disciples to chase after the swordsman. Chapter 26:51. How? How is this possible? LV Ruochang, who was in the distance, was in disbelief. She was so grateful that she almost wanted to kneel on the ground. If she knew that Ji Hong was the one behind this, she might even cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper to become sworn sisters with Ji Hong. Quick! We will slow down immediately. LV Ruochang was just about to give the order, but her gaze fell on the panicked swordsmen. These swordsmen were completely like. Oh, no, it was like they were defeated. Why was there a need to pretend? Why bother slowing down? LV Ruochang looked up at the night sky in front of her. She clapped her hands and took out a flying sword. She activated the sword origin and the flying sword shot into the distance like a ray of light. In less than half a meal's worth of time, another flying sword flew back. LV Ruochang received the flying sword and inspected it. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, while traces of coldness flashed in her eyes. When she turned her head to look at the gradually approaching brilliance of the Dharma treasure in the distance, and then looked at Zhu Chengya and Ruo Ling who were close by, she did not say anything. She only stretched out her right index finger, which swayed left and right in the air. It was spotlessly white and flawless, emitting a faint sword light in the night. Almost 70,000 swordsmen panicked and they saw the cultivators chasing after them. Naturally, there was no lack of intelligent people. They immediately thought of the sword slip that LV Ruochang had used before they were trapped in the formation. They thought of the four-direction sword formation that LV Ruochang had mentioned earlier and were immediately energized. Regardless of whether they knew what was going on or not, all the swordsmen fled in the direction of the four-direction sword formation that LV Ruochang had painstakingly set up over the years. The hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators behind did not expect that the already dead poisonous snake would raise its head and give them a fatal blow. The battle between Dao cultivators should have ended naturally at this point. However, due to a freak combination of factors and the unpredictability of a person's heart, there was an earth-shattering change. Anyone who could watch from a high position would definitely sigh at the fickleness of the world. But who would watch from a high position? Even Xiao Hua, who was high up, did not have the ability to observe the battle from a single glance. At this moment, Xiao Hua was trapped in the maze of the four-direction sword formation in midair. He sat cross-legged with a frown on his face and a bitter smile on his face. Alas, this matter is truly beyond this young master's expectations. Xiaofan sighed. The metal escape technique is far more complicated than this young master had imagined. It was actually divided into low, middle, and high grades. The low grade could travel within the metal equipment, the middle grade could travel with the help of the metal energy, and the high grade could travel with the help of the metal energy in places where the metal energy was extinguished. This young master is truly ignorant and inexperienced, simply a frog in a well. In the past, this young master had cultivated the earth escape, fire escape, and wood escape. This young master felt that this young master was free wherever he went. But now, it seems that these three escape techniques are only low-level techniques. If I truly want to be free and unfettered within the 5 elements, I must cultivate the 5 elements escape techniques to the extreme. Alas, now I know. Where did the path of cultivation come from? As long as there was a passageway, it would be good enough. How many capable people in this world are there? Although they have extraordinary aptitudes, they do not have the opportunity to cultivate. What can they do in their lifetime? Xiaofan sighed with emotion. Now that this young master has obtained the metal escape technique, I have already obtained 4 of the 5 elements escape techniques. If I can find the water escape technique, I will be able to complete it. Won't I be 100 times stronger than them? Let's see, it's not just the water escape technique. Even the metal escape technique, the wood escape technique, and the fire escape technique need to be of a higher grade. The 5 elements escape techniques are not easy to gather. But the wind escape technique, with perhaps in the future I will have the opportunity to obtain an even higher grade technique from the Empress. As for the truly complete escape technique, it is still my Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder escape technique. Thinking of this, Xiaofan smiled again. This young master's Thunder escape technique feels like it has reached a kind of extreme. If I cultivate a little more, I should be able to catch up with the Imperial Thunder Sect Master. Don't tell me this young master has the potential to run away. Actually, this wasn't the first time Xiaofan had this thought. The Thunder Escape technique was an extremely difficult technique to cultivate in the Imperial Thunder Sect, and was even harder to cultivate than Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul techniques. But in Xiaohua's hands, this Thunder Escape technique was simply tailor-made for him. He didn't need to work too hard. As long as he progressed step by step, he could easily advance. If this were to get out, it would really be stupefying. It was precisely because of this that when Xiaofan disguised himself as Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder Sect and used Thunder Escape technique, no one would associate this Wu Ming with Xiaofan, who was at the middle Foundation Establishment stage. At that moment, Xiaohua's heart stirred again, and his mind entered the space. That wisp of primordial spirit that was using the sword escape technique seemed to have comprehended something. Mother! Goldie sensed Xiaofan entering the space, and called out very gently. Xiaofan replied, then looked at Little Silver, who was jumping between the spirit grasses. This guy still had half a spirit grass left in his mouth, and the emerald juice stained his lips green. Seeming to sense Goldie's respect, Little Silver also hurriedly stopped on a spirit grass. It was just that the spirit grass was too thin for Little Silver's small body to support it. With a plop, Little Silver fell to the ground, then flipped over and climbed to his feet. His tiny tail flicked nimbly over his body, and some of the dust on it was shaken off. Xiaofan smiled slightly. Looking at the space that hadn't changed much, he paused in midair and carefully comprehended what that wisp of primordial spirit had gained. This primordial spirit sword controlling technique is indeed correct. After all, tempering the primordial spirit can strengthen it to the point where it can control spells and magic treasures in the space. After a long while, Xiaofan already understood that this sword escape technique was fundamentally a technique to strengthen the primordial spirit. Only when the primordial spirit was stronger than that of an ordinary swordsman would they have the strength to control a flying sword. Of course, Xiaohua had already obtained Li Xiubai's primordial spirit strengthening technique before. It was just that the previous primordial spirit strengthening technique was to nurture the primordial spirit from an infant to a child, while this secret technique was to nurture the child to adulthood, and even teach the adult how to wield a spear. Primordial spirit strengthening technique? Xiaohua suddenly quivered, and a question that he hadn't thought about carefully before appeared in his mind. This young master's primordial spirits are now 10. Although they are all weak, they each have their own affairs and responsibilities, and everything is in order. It's just that if all 10 primordial spirits grow up and become stronger in the future, who will be the master and who will be the assistant? Don't tell me. Xiaohua will be divided into 10 parts. Thinking this, Xiaohua felt himself break out in a cold sweat. Naturally, his mind was now in the space, so how could there be cold sweat? There must be a primordial spirit to strengthen, and this primordial spirit must be far stronger than the other primordial spirits. Xiaohua immediately made a decision, but then he was in a dilemma. Which primordial spirit needs to be strengthened? The one to comprehend the heavenly Tao? The one to comprehend the hand of karma? Or? For a moment, Xiaohua was extremely hesitant, not knowing how to choose. But just as Xiaohua was about to think carefully, a sense of vigilance came from outside. Damn it, this bastard Yutong really wants to kill me. This young master's metal escape technique is just a beginner, how can I use it to run away? Xiaohua immediately understood that this was Yutong attacking him outside of the capital star array and the innate true water. He didn't have time to think too much, and his mind immediately left the space, leaving the primordial spirit to continue practicing the primordial spirit strengthening technique. Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw the incomplete capital heavenly star array protecting him. Outside of the capital heavenly star array, the azure innate true water rippled and flowed silently. Countless tiny bubbles floated in the water in an indescribable trajectory. It was as if each bubble was a complete dimension, and each dimension contained a tragic story. Although the innate true water was created by Xiaohua, he didn't dare to look at it too much, for fear that he would lose his mind if he wasn't careful. Boom, a drum-like sound came from outside the innate true water. Although the sound was extremely weak, Xiaohua knew that it was the loud sound of Yutong activating the Buddhist golden array. Did this bastard think of a way to break the array? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. After waiting for a while, he didn't see any strange movements from the innate true water. He couldn't help but activate the Buddha Sarira, and a small crack appeared in the innate true water. Through the crack, Xiaohua could clearly see that outside the room was still flickering with silver light, and Yutong was nowhere to be seen. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and it was as if the entire space was shaking. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad feeling emerged from his heart. Forget it, let's run first. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he silently grabbed with his hand, and the dozens of talismans flew into the space. Then, he activated the Buddha Sarira and used the clear water bottle to store the innate true water. He looked around, and then flew in a certain direction. When he reached the silver wall, he closed his eyes and started chanting. It's just that if Xiaohua's incantation was heard by other people, perhaps they would lose their big teeth again. But they heard him recite, "May the deities and Buddhas all over the sky bless this kid. This is the first time this kid has used the metal evasion technique, don't disappoint this kid. Any immortal who passes by, please open your eyes. This young master is a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect, and this young master is about to use it." After these few sentences, the real mantra began. When Xiaohua formed the mantra, his body flashed with a faint silver light, and Xiaohua slammed into the silver wall. Dong! The sound traveled far, but Xiaohua didn't enter the wall. Instead, he frowned and touched his forehead. The force of this collision was too strong. Fortunately, Xiaohua's skin was rough, and his flesh was far thicker than an ordinary person's. A small dent appeared on the wall, and Xiaohua's head didn't have a bump. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua tried again, but to his surprise, this metal escape technique was indeed somewhat interesting. Of course, it could also be that Xiaohua was too impatient and didn't completely comprehend it. Xiaohua actually slammed into the wall more than 10 times, but he still couldn't enter it. Chapter 2652. Fortunately, Xiaohua was the only cultivator in the maze of the Buddhist gold great array. If it was seen by others, wouldn't Xiaohua be regarded as a madman? If Xiaohua was like a madman, then in the huge square inside the Buddhist gold great array, Yu Tong, wearing a silver robe and disheveled hair, was really a madman. However, there was no trace of people on the square at this time. It seemed that all the disciples of the fallen gold mountain had been sent back to the family by Yu Tong. However, even so, the layout of the square still had some changes. The passages had long disappeared, and the whole square was seamless. It was not much different from the small grid of Xiaohua's previous. In front of Yu Tong were 2 sword gourds. However, at this time, the silver light cocoons on the 2 sword gourds had disappeared. Even the scarlet red and azure colors were tightly attached to the surface of the sword gourds, not far away. However, what was different from before was that these 2 sword gourds were slowly rotating in a circle in the air. One was chasing the other, while the other was chasing the one in front. It was as if there was an endless attraction and repulsion between the 2 sword gourds. Yu Tong was not idle either. Above his head, the silver tiger Dharma body had already appeared. It had a pair of fleshy wings, and its fist-sized eyes flashed with a silver-white brilliance as it stared fixedly at the 2 sword gourds that were constantly changing. These 2 sword gourds had been rotating like this for a day and night, but there was no change in the speed and trajectory. Yu Tong's feet were using a mysterious footwork, and his body was flashing with a silver brilliance. The brilliance changed slightly with his footwork, like the swaying seaweed in the sea. At the same time, the true essence around Yu Tong's body surged, and some strange spells were launched. However, the strange thing was that these spells did not fall on the 2 sword gourds, but on the trajectory of the sword gourds. As the spell was inserted, layers of silver light appeared on the path. This light was absorbed by the sword gourd from time to time, but this silver light wasn't absorbed by the sword gourd. It only landed on the surface of the sword gourd and condensed with the red and azure lights. Gradually, the red and azure lights on the sword gourd faded. Roar, seeing that the color on the 2 sword gourds had faded, the silver tiger above Yu Tong's head roared angrily. It spread its wings and pounced toward the 2 sword gourds. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver-white breath onto the 2 sword gourds. Buzz, the 2 sword gourds let out an ear-piercing sword hum at the same time. The sword hum was even louder than the giant swords that Lu Ruochang and the others had transformed into. In an instant, Yu Tong and the silver tiger were sent flying more than 30 meters away. Yu Tong seemed to be prepared. As soon as his figure flew out, he immediately flew back. There was a slight joy on his face, but his eyes were still extremely calm, as if this was how it should be. When Yu Tong's figure appeared in front of the sword gourd again, the sword gourd was no longer as quiet as before. After the sword hum, it began to surge rapidly, and the entire sword gourd began to fluctuate. Quick, the joy on Yu Tong's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of seriousness. The spell in his hands changed again. Both hands were using the same spell, and they hit the 2 sword gourds at the same time. Buzz buzz buzz. A low sword hum like a bee came from the 2 sword gourds at the same time, and the changes in the 2 sword gourds gradually disappeared. Then they began to vibrate. The rhythm was different at first, but it gradually became the same. Pu, seeing that the rhythm of the 2 sword gourds was the same, at that moment, Yutong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which landed on the two sword gourds. The essence blood touched the sword gourds and immediately sank into them, disappearing without a trace. Yutong's body emitted a bright silver light again, and his scattered hair flew straight up. Quick, the spell that Yutong had been using for a long time immediately landed on the two sword gourds. Buzz, the two sword gourds let out a high-pitched sword hum at the same time. In fact, the crimson and azure light that had long faded bloomed again. However, at this time, the crimson and azure light only occupied half of the brilliance, and the other half was silver-white brilliance. Yutong's figure naturally retreated a few meters, but before he could stabilize himself, Yutong stretched out his hands. The silver-white brilliance on his hands covered the sword gourds. Then, as Yutong slowly closed his hands, the silver-white brilliance on the two sword gourds also slowly approached. Buzz buzz, as if resisting this approach, the two sword gourds let out a sword hum. Roar, in just a moment, the brilliance around Yutong's body dimmed, and sweat faintly appeared on his forehead. Almost without thinking, his true tiger Dharma flapped its wings, and several silver-white brilliance hit the sword gourds, and the two sword gourds moved a little more. Pu pu pu. The two sword gourds seemed to be extremely repelled. Yutong's true tiger Dharma had no choice but to open its mouth again and spit out several silver-white breaths in a row, trying to put the two sword gourds together. However, there was just a small gap, and the sword gourds couldn't touch each other. Roar! Yutong's body was already trembling slightly. The true tiger Dharma body let out another roar and spat out a breath of air that was much dimmer than before. The two sword calabashes moved slightly, but there was no effect. At this time, Yutong was a little hesitant, and his brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. But in the blink of an eye, the scarlet and azure brilliance on the two sword gourds swelled slightly, and a great force was generated, and the gap that was thinner than a strand of hair actually widened a little. Not good. Seeing that his previous efforts were about to be wasted, Yutong gritted his teeth, and the silver-white brilliance on his body disappeared, and then a dark green color gradually appeared. Woo! A strange sound came from Yutong's mouth, and 9 balls of light that were extremely similar to the green seal script emerged from his forehead, and quickly circled the two sword gourds a few times, and then completely disappeared into the sword gourds. The sword gourds' brilliance didn't resist the green light at all. Combine, Yutong said with great difficulty. The two sword gourds collided, and a surge of sword brilliance rushed out from the point of contact, directly piercing into the silver-white canopy of the Brahma gold formation. Yutong seemed to have used up all of his magic power, and his silver-white Taoist robes were soaked in sweat. The true tiger's avatar couldn't hold on any longer, and with a howl, it fell into Yutong's body. The sword brilliance split open a huge crack in the silver-white canopy, and then disappeared. The scarlet and azure brilliance of the sword gourds quickly overflowed, and between the two colors was an extremely large amount of silver-white and a few strands of dark green. Of course, the few strands of gold under the dark green weren't very clear, or perhaps the exhausted Yutong couldn't see it at all. The scarlet and azure brilliance fluctuated for a long time, and gradually settled down like the liquid of a pill. Between the scarlet and azure brilliance was a silver-white brilliance, and at this time, the dark green had disappeared without a trace. Yutong sighed, and used his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. He softly muttered to himself, although this Yutong has the silver tiger bloodline, and his body is naturally stronger than ordinary cultivators, but it can't be considered useful. I still have to refine it more in the future. Unfortunately, this little lord's secret technique can only be used once. It seems this little lord won't be able to cultivate the embryonic form of the spirit-slaying origin light today. With that, Yutong reached out his hand and took out a spirit pill. He put it in his mouth and sat down cross-legged. Silver light flashed around his body as he began to adjust his breathing. The two sword gourds in front of Yutong were connected together. The two lights intertwined and spun, overflowing with each other as if they had already fused together. After an hour, Yutong's body flashed and he stood up. He waved his hand as if he was going to put away the two sword gourds. However, when Yutong stretched out his hand, he looked a little unwilling. He bit his lips slightly and made a hand seal. His hand shook, and a silver brilliance hit the place where the sword gourd intersected. Wang, this time, the sword hummed even more, but the scarlet and azure lights trembled even more. After the light faded, the two sword gourds fused even more. Yutong almost couldn't believe his eyes. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and then he became even more ecstatic. How is this possible? The fusing of the yin-yang sword gourds, the further it goes, the more difficult it is. Yours truly secret technique was originally meant to be used here, but who would have thought that the power of this sword gourd would be so great? Even the initial fusion had to expend all of yours truly's powers, and it even required yours truly to use his secret technique. How could the subsequent fusion, which was even more difficult, be so simple? It's really incredible, really incredible. Yutong of course didn't dare to let his guard down. He hit a few spells on the sword gourds, and then used his divine thoughts to observe for a long time. He even released the Real Tiger, but in the end, he still didn't find anything strange. As expected, the heavens are helping me. I'm afraid my luck in this life is going to defy the heavens. Yutong beamed from ear to ear. In merely a few dozen days, the heavens have already allowed this young master to successfully possess this body, and even allowed this young master to obtain the position of sect master from the fallen Gold Mountain's jade slip. Now, this young master has been pleasantly surprised, allowing this young master to successfully refine the embryonic form of the soul-punishing vital light. After that, if I have the opportunity to refine the true soul-punishing vital light, then in the entire so-called Dawn Rain continent, who would be my opponent? My future is limitless. Yutong laughed wildly. He didn't stop walking, and his hand seals were formed again. This time, the hand seals were even more mysterious, and the steps were also different from before. However, as the hand seals were formed, the two sword gourds began to fuse slowly, and the light became even brighter and more condensed. Seeing that the two sword gourds had finally merged into one, Yutong chanted a mantra, raised his hands, and pressed them down. Chapter 2653. A silver-white halo followed Yutong's hands and fell on the sword gourd. The halo spun rapidly on the sword gourd and swept down from top to bottom. As the halo fell, the sword gourd began to emit a sword cry and tremble slightly. The crimson and azure brilliance quickly shrank and condensed into the sword gourd, turning the sword gourd into a silver-white gourd. Yutong saw the sword gourd turn silver-white and laughed loudly. He pointed at the mouth of the sword gourd and two sword lights, one azure and one red, rushed out from the sword gourd and pierced into the silver-white sky. Two bowl-sized holes immediately appeared in the sky. Motherfucker, this spirit-slaying Yuan light is really powerful. Although it hasn't fully formed yet, it's still very powerful. Even though it's not fully formed, this Buddhist gold greater ray can't block it. Yutong clicked his tongue a few times and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiaohua's direction and said, if the Buddhist gold great array can't block it, then the incomplete capital heavenly stars great array and the innate primordial water. I'm afraid they can't block it either. Feng Ying. Today, this young master will kill you. This young master wants to see who you are. Thinking about it, Yutong stretched out his hand, and the silver-white gourd appeared in his hand. His body slowly rose up, and a silver-white light flashed in the air, and Yutong disappeared. It was the metal escape technique that Xiaohua had painstakingly practiced. Dong. 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 The monotonous yet rhythmic sound reverberated in the maze of the Buddhist gold formation. It sounded like a drum or a gong. Yutong's figure appeared from the wall not far away. He looked at Xiaohua with a strange expression. From time to time, Xiaohua's body would glow with a silvery white light, and he would rush to the wall from time to time. As Yutong appeared, Xiaohua was extremely sensitive and sensed it. He quickly turned around and saw Yutong's thoughtful eyes. Xiaohua's face turned slightly red. He raised his hand and dozens of talismans immediately appeared. He wanted to set up the capital Heavenly Star's great array. Seeing the familiar silver light on Xiaohua's body, Yutong seemed to have thought of something and a mocking expression appeared in his eyes. When he saw Xiaohua hurriedly setting up the formation, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he calmly watched and waited for Xiaohua to release the Xiantian primordial water. Then, he coldly smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Feng Ying is indeed in a good mood. You're practicing the iron head technique. You're extremely diligent, I really admire you." "Hehe, do I need you to tell me? Do I need to inform you?" Xiaohua was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. "Junior Brother Feng, you seem to have forgotten," Yutong was in an extremely good mood. He smiled and said, "This is my Buddhist gold array, and it's also my home. Don't you need to inform the master if you do something inexplicable?" Xiaohua looked at Yutong's smile, puzzled. His eyes fell on the silver gourd in Yutong's left hand, and his face immediately showed a look of understanding. "That. I'm leaving. As the master, don't you want to open the door?" Xiaohua bit his lip and said with narrowed eyes. "Leave? Feel free to leave," Yutong said with a smile. "This Yu has never forced people to stay. Could it be, you weren't practicing the iron head technique just now? You were, knocking on the door with your head? Your Buddhist gold great array doesn't even have a door. Do I need to knock on the door with my head?" Xiaohua knew that Yutong came here with a powerful method. He was even sure that there was something wrong with the gourd, but his mind was still spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. "You want a door? That's easy," Yutong said with a smile. "Can you open it with my falling gold mountains magic tool? If Junior Brother Feng doesn't know how to use it, you can give it to me, and I'll open it for you. If that thing could be used, why would I wait until now?" Xiaohua said coldly, curling his lips. "Oh, so it's like that. So you can't use that thing?" Yutong said patiently, like a cat catching a mouse, "You should have said it earlier. If you didn't say it, how would I know? If you said it, I would naturally know and open the door for you." Saying that, Yutong released the true tiger Dharma body behind him. The true tiger Dharma body flapped its wings, and sure enough, a silver light flashed on the wings, shooting at the wall not far from Yutong and Xiaohua. The wall immediately transformed, and a door taller than a person appeared on it. Not only that, the silver light didn't stop, and rushed straight through the door. So, behind the door, other doors appeared one after another, as if they were being pushed open by a big hand. "Junior Brother Feng, please." Yutong raised his hand and said with a smile. "Humph." Xiaohua naturally couldn't come out of the capital star array and innate primordial water. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, "I think this place is not bad, and suddenly I don't want to leave." Junior Brother Feng is really interesting. I didn't invite you before, but you came uninvited. Then I didn't want you to leave, but you insisted on rushing out. What about now? I let you leave, but you don't want to leave. Could it be, you like to knock on the door with your head? My head is hard, so I like it. What are you going to do?" Xiaohua was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, jumping up and roaring. "Nothing." Yutong shrugged, "I just want to say it." Seeing Yutong, who was younger than him and had a higher cultivation than him, also calling himself Little Master, Xiaohua rubbed his chin and seemed to be in deep thought. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua suddenly asked, "What are you holding in your hand?" Yu Tong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What? Do you want to know? What's so great about it? Isn't it just a yin-yang sword gourd?" Xiaohua sneered, "It's not like I haven't seen it before." "Humph, you're really ignorant." Yu Tong said disdainfully, even showing off, "What yin-yang sword gourd? This is called soul-slaying vital light." Soul-slaying vital light? Xiaohua didn't expect that Yu Tong didn't hide it at all and directly said it. When he slightly tasted it, his expression immediately changed. Was there even a need to say it? Yu Tong already thought of him as a dead person, so he took out the soul-slaying vital light and shared it with him, even teasing him with interest. "What is this soul-slaying vital light? Is it from Falling Gold Mountain? Or Washing Flower Sect?" Xiaohua frowned, his somewhat frozen smile finally moving as he asked. "Junior brother Feng doesn't need to know." Yu Tong shook his head slightly. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it." Xiaohua nodded, "How about this, if you want me to leave, then take this soul-slaying vital light as a farewell gift. I'll take this gourd and leave." Chapter 2654. Huh? Junior apprentice brother Feng, could it be that you can read my mind? How do you know that I'm going to give this to junior brother? Yu Tong's astonishment was slightly exaggerated as he shouted. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged the Buddha Sarira to circulate the innate primordial water, blocking the large gap and revealing a small gap. He shouted, forget it, a gentleman does not take what others like. You just refined this thing, you'd better keep it for yourself. Ha ha ha, how can I do that? A gentleman's word is as fast as a horse's whip. I'll send junior brother Feng off now. Yu Tong laughed loudly. He raised his hand and the silver gourd flew into the air. Then, he pointed his finger at the gourd. Quick! 2 beams of light, one red and one green, flew out and pierced towards the azure Xiantian true water. Good boy! When Xiaohua saw that the sword light had arrived in a flash, he cried out in alarm and immediately activated the innate primordial water, covering all the gaps. However, the moment the 2 sword lights came into contact with the innate primordial water, the brilliance of the sword lights flashed through the innate primordial water, completely unaffected by it. Damn it! Xiaohua was shocked. The speed of the 2 rays of sword light was too fast, and it was even more nimble inside the innate primordial water. He could not help but shout. Looking at the 2 rays of sword light, they did not directly rush into the capital star's array. Instead, it rapidly circled around the formation. However, in just a few breaths of time, the sword light pierced through the weak point of the Du Tian star formation with a buzzing sound. It immediately penetrated the formation and shot toward Xiaohua's neck. Fight! Xiaohua had already held the staff in his hand and did not hesitate to strike out. This was to send the 2 rays of sword light flying. However, just as the staff was about to touch the sword light slightly shook and cleverly dodged the staff. It did not allow Xiaohua to do anything else and stabbed towards Xiaohua's neck again, Shua. Xiaohua's body flickered. It was the light protecting his body that was about to block the sword light. Unfortunately, the green and red sword light slashed through the light protecting Xiaohua's body, and a crack was immediately cut open on the golden light. The golden light flickered and was about to collapse. Motherfucker, this so-called soul-punishing vital light. Isn't it too powerful? Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. His soul was about to scatter. As the green and red sword lights intertwined, Xiaohua's head was about to soar into the sky like jade ice. Right at this critical moment, Xiaohua hastily opened his mouth, and 2 red and green rays of light flew out. The 2 rays of light were like bolts of lightning, and they actually blasted the yin-yang sword chi away with 2 light cracking sounds. However, the yin-yang sword qi wasn't simply formidable because it was a flying sword, and it was more due to the connection between the two rays of light. The swaying brilliance didn't seem to be blasted away by the rays of light, and it continued to coil around Xiao Hua's neck. When Yutong saw Xiao Hua's two flying swords, he was clearly stunned. However, it was only for a moment, and he didn't care. But then, he couldn't help but frown. After the two flying swords blasted away the two rays of light, their own swords also slanted. However, at the same time, shwa shwa shwa. A series of light sounds rang out. The two flying swords rapidly shook, and the two flying swords transformed into four. The four flying swords then transformed again, and in the blink of an eye, 16 flying swords appeared out of thin air. These 16 flying swords were once again divided into two groups of green and red, and there were 8 of them each. They were right between Xiao Hua's neck, protecting him. Moreover, the moment the sword light extended, it hit the connection between the yin-yang sword qi. Kang, a sharp sound was extremely ear-piercing, like a sharp sword cutting through a hard rock. These 16 flying swords actually blocked the seemingly unstoppable yin-yang sword qi. His flying sword shadow technique. How do you know? Yutong sucked in a breath of cold air and almost cried out in alarm. Seeing that the Dream Executor and the Mountain Splitter had blocked the yin-yang sword spirit's sword light, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. He looked left and right at the constellation array and the innate primordial water. He clenched his hand, and dozens of rays of light flashed, putting away the constellation array. Since Yutong had the means to break this great array, Xiao Hua's array could only be a hindrance. Oh! After Yutong recovered from his shock, he saw Xiao Hua put away the array. He raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "You're just a disciple of the Huanhua sect. How could you know such a flying sword technique? Where did you come from? Take advantage of this moment to tell me. If you have something to do with me, I may not necessarily not let you live. Moreover, you seem to have used the metal escape technique just now. Presumably, you also know the secret of the Silver Tiger magic tool. How could an ordinary cultivator discover the secret of the Silver Tiger magic tool in such a short time? I won't hide it from you. What I want to do is very big, and I need a lot of help. I can consider cooperating with you. The secret inside the magic tool, you can have a share." As Yutong spoke, the yin-yang sword spirit retreated slightly and stopped in midair. At this time, the two flying swords were very strange. The two flying swords were only about the length of a finger and were incomparably sparkling and translucent. When one's gaze swept over the flying swords, they would appear and disappear. Even when one's divine sense was at the location, they would flicker indefinitely. They seemed to exist in midair, but also seemed to not exist in midair. Putting aside the green and red colors on the two flying swords, there were also a few strands of silvery white within the green and red colors. These green and red colors seemed to be alive. When the flying swords appeared, they moved around in an extremely orderly manner. At first glance, it was as if two eyes were showing an indescribable expression. At this time, Xiao Hua's two flying swords turned into 16 and lined up in front of him. They also overflowed with green and red colors, but it was very obvious that within the brilliance of the Dream Slayer and the Mountain Splitter, there was an abundance of baleful aura but not enough nimbleness. While listening to Yutong's persuasion, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over the yin-yang sword spirit. He inwardly sighed that the yin-yang sword spirit, which was refined by Yuqing Tian and Zhang Yuha's souls and sacrificed with the blood of nearly 100,000 creatures, was indeed fierce. At the same time, he inwardly pondered. He was somewhat puzzled by Yutong's words. What do you mean it has something to do with him? What do you mean by ordinary cultivators can't see through the secret of this magic tool? Could it be, this guy already knew about the legacy realm mentioned in the magic tool? However, as a rogue cultivator, Xiaohua had long heard this kind of affectionate persuasion to stay countless times. He had long seen this kind of heartfelt persuasion. Among these persuasion and persuasion, which one of them wasn't temporary? Which one of them wasn't a contest of strength? Humph, if I leave this formation. Xiaohua coldly snorted. Would I still be afraid of you? However, Xiaohua slightly changed his mind. When he thought of this, how could Yu Tong, who had been scheming against Zhang Yuhe for dozens of years, not know? He definitely wouldn't be at ease if he left. Moreover, when he thought about how Yu Tong and the others treated the 100,000 creatures as nothing and wantonly hunted them in order to increase their cultivation. Even if he wanted to cooperate with someone, he absolutely wouldn't choose them. Ha ha ha! With this thought, Xiaohua burst into laughter. I don't care what kind of bullshit person you are. I don't want to have any relationship with you. Previously, I avoided the battle because I didn't want to be nosy. Now that you insist on forcing me to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ha ha ha. Yu Tong's laughter seemed to be louder than Xiaohua's. He also looked at Xiaohua with interest and even said somewhat arrogantly, "Little guy. Who doesn't know how to be overbearing? But, you also need to have strength. Don't think that just because you know how to transform flying swords into shadows, you can be arrogant in front of me. I'll let you see what the soul-slaying primary light is." As he spoke, two flying swords as thin as cicadas' wings suddenly let out a rumbling sound. Yu Tong didn't seem to activate any spells, but they stabbed towards Xiaohua. That kind of indescribable sharpness immediately pierced between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Who's afraid of you? Xiaohua pointed his finger. The 16 flying swords also moved in the air. There was some mysterious connection between them. Their flying speed was extremely fast, blocking in front of the oncoming yin-yang sword light. Whoosh! The green-red yin-yang sword light really did have intelligence. As if playing hide-and-seek, it casually weaved between the 16 flying swords. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the attacks of the Soul Slayer and the Mountain Slayer, and once again approached Xiaohua. Humph! Xiaohua's hand seals changed again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A series of sounds rang out. 32, 64, and finally 128 sword lights flew out and blocked in front of the yin-yang sword light with extreme speed. Haha! As expected, you have some skill. Yu Tong beamed with joy. This was the first time Xiaohua had used two flying swords. 128 sword lights. At first, these 100 sword lights were somewhat clumsy, but following the urging of Xiaohua's divine sense, they gradually became orderly. These sword lights even faintly formed a sword array, encircling the yin and yang sword lights. Although the two flying swords with intelligence were incomparably nimble, they were unable to withstand the overwhelming number of swords. For the time being, they had no way of flying out. Not bad, not bad. In the distance, Yu Tong actually clapped his hands and praised, "The Rinsing Flower sect actually has a disciple like you. This is really beyond my expectations." Not only that, Xiaohua raised his head and sneered, "Today, I'll let you see what this young master is capable of." While speaking, Xiaohua didn't seem to make any movements. The innate primordial water that previously surrounded Xiaohua suddenly surged with waves. Those waves condensed in midair, and like a fist, smashed towards Yu Tong. "Come on!" Yu Tong shouted loudly. His shoulders shook, and the true tiger Dharmakaya was released again. Roar! The true tiger Dharmakaya roared loudly, and a pair of fleshy wings flapped. Suddenly, out of nowhere, two silver-white brilliances gushed out. These brilliances were like clear springs rushing towards the innate primordial water. Boom! With a loud sound, the brilliances blocked the primordial water. The primordial water fell to the ground like a huge rock, hitting the defensive silver brilliance. With a loud sound, the primordial water suddenly scattered in all directions, and the silver brilliance was also shattered into pieces. Yutong's Dharmakaya is powerful. Xiaohua thought to himself, fighting in this Buddhist gold formation, he has the absolute advantage. But so what? Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira once again activated the innate primordial water. This primordial water actually didn't condense, but instead turned into a net in midair, covering Yutong's head. Chapter 2655. Yutong's eyes flashed with astonishment. He looked at the 100 or so swords fighting with the yin and yang swords, then looked at the net of primordial water. He really didn't understand. For an ordinary golden core cultivator, controlling 100 sword lights with only his divine will was probably already his limit. Even if Xiaohua was far more powerful than an ordinary golden core cultivator, he could still split a part of his divine will to control the innate primordial water. However, that part of his divine will could only turn the innate primordial water into waves, but now, he could actually pull the innate primordial water into a net. The difference between this net and waves was not just a little bit. A complicated expression flashed through Yutong's eyes. The true tiger Dharma body spat out several mouthfuls of silver light, as well as the silver light from its fleshy wings, forming layers of defense in front of the primordial water. Rumble, another earth-shattering collision sound rang out. The two of them were still evenly matched in their battle. Feng Ying. Yutong first called him Junior Martial Brother Feng from Martial Nephew Feng, and now he called him by his name. I'm afraid your ability ends here. This young master will ask you one last time, do you want to submit to this young master? Ha 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 Yutong, what ability do you have? You dare to make this young master submit? At this time, Xiaohua didn't even use his sword art. He was laughing so hard that he swayed back and forth. Without the protection of the capital star array, he simply threw caution to the wind and prepared to fight against this peak late golden core, or even early nascent soul cultivator. Yutong's face gradually turned ashen, looking extremely unsightly. Previously, it was extremely easy to seize the position of fallen Golden Mountain sect master, and even kill Zhang Yuhe, but the satisfaction had long disappeared. He coldly snorted and said, "This sect master saw that you were a talent, so this sect master cherished talent, and wanted to use you and the others as my wings. Since you don't want to choose the path of the sun, this young master will give it to you and Zhang Yuhe." As he spoke, Yutong very solemnly waved his hand. His hands formed seals, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed over. Even some sword intent and sword chi from some places of the Buddhist gold great array were drawn over. After a moment, where the silver light flashed, a long spear about 10 feet long condensed. The spiritual energy inside the fist-thick spear shaft was so dense that it almost condensed into substance. Go! Yutong swung his spear as if it was light. The long spear emitted a fierce cry, swaying with a silvery white brilliance as it pierced towards Xiaohua's chest. He had only flown a few feet when a powerful force was transmitted from the long spear. It seemed as if the surrounding air was about to be pierced through, making a chi-chi sound. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked coldly at the spear. When the spear was closer, he waved his hand and took out the wishful steel staff again. His figure swayed and flew up like a gust of wind, smashing towards the spear. Seeing Xiaohua take out the wishful staff, Yutong's face showed a trace of regret. Obviously, he had forgotten about Xiaohua's magic tool. However, this regret disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, Yutong's fingers moved like he was playing a pipa. A few silver-white rays of light arrived first and hit the long spear. Woo-woo! The long spear let out an extremely loud cry and suddenly transformed. Just like Xiaohua's flying sword, it suddenly turned into 4 spears and stabbed towards Xiaohua from 4 different angles. How could Xiaohua be afraid of this? The wishful steel staff in his hand danced elegantly. With a series of peng 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 sounds, the long spear was actually broken into pieces by Xiao Hua. The powerful force on the long spear seemed to have no effect on Xiao Hua at all. Looking at the dancing sword light, then looking at the fierce collision between the innate real water and the real tiger Dharma body, and then looking at Xiao Hua waving the wishful steel staff to fight with the long spear, Yu Tong's eyes almost fell out. He was not fighting with one person, it was simply fighting with 3 people. Is this still a Foundation establishment cultivator? Yu Tong almost groaned like everyone else and secretly smiled bitterly. But it was also because of this question that Yu Tong's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. However, at this moment, he heard Xiao Hua's long roar and his figure skyrocketed. The wishful steel staff crossed through the air and smashed down like a mountain. It hit the 3 long spears at once. The 3 long spears flashed violently as if they were about to collapse. Explode. Yu Tong hurriedly made a secret gesture in his hand. Rumble. The 3 sounds turned into a loud bang, and the strong impact enveloped Xiao Hua. In an instant, Xiao Hua was flipped over in midair. Xiao Hua's reaction was beyond Yu Tong's expectations. Xiao Hua's figure was almost like a floating leaf in the wind. Although he was a little out of control at first, he instantly regained his balance. However, when Yu Tong saw the direction Xiao Hua was flipped in, the expression on his face changed slightly. Because Xiao Hua fell near the yin-yang sword gourd that Yu Tong had previously raised in midair. How dare you? Yu Tong was a little panicked. He was almost in a hurry to make a sword gesture, as if he wanted to take back the yin-yang sword gourd. Ha ha ha. This thing is kindly accepted by this young master. Although Xiao Hua had not yet approached the sword gourd, he waved his hand and used the heaven and earth technique to cover the sword gourd that was shaking in mid-air and had not been taken back by Yu Tong. Yu Tong tried his best to take it back, but Xiao Hua had already arrived. A strong confining force covered the sword gourd, and the connection between Yu Tong and the sword gourd disappeared. Yu Tong gritted his teeth, but Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Many thanks," but when he wrapped his mind and wanted to take the sword gourd into his space, an incomparable shock came from the sword gourd. A sharpness that was 100 times sharper than a flying sword flew out from the sword gourd's mouth and locked Xiao Hua's mind in an instant. Ah! Xiao Hua was so scared that his face turned ashen. He hurriedly withdrew his mind, but an extremely dim green-red color rushed out from the sword gourd. It was like the green-red sword light from before, and it pierced towards Xiao Hua's face. With a sharp sound, Xiao Hua's Taoist robe was shattered by this green-red color and turned into flying butterflies. Pooh! With another sharp sound, the green-red sword light pierced Xiao Hua's palm that was covering the sword gourd. With a slight turn, it passed through his palm. Xiao Hua's body had been tempered thousands of times, and ordinary magic tools could not compare to it. Unexpectedly, it was easily pierced by this green-red color. Ah! The pain that he had not felt for a long time came, and Xiao Hua could not help but cry out. However, just as he cried out, the green-red color arrived at his face. Pooh! Xiao Hua did not have time to think and spat out a wisp of spirit fire. The scarlet-red color immediately flashed, and in an instant, it turned into a wisp and burned towards the green-red color. Ha ha ha! Yu Tong laughed loudly in the distance, and there was no longer the panic from before. You think this young master did not guard against this move of yours? You took this young master's ancestral magic tool, and you want to take this young master's sword gourd. You are really too greedy. This is soaring scarlet fire? How could this item appear in Dawn Rain Continent? However, just as Yu Tong was shocked, another change suddenly occurred. The green-red light that was about to be burned by the soaring scarlet fire suddenly turned back, and almost instantly fell into the sword gourd. Looking at the sword gourd again, it was the 2 drops of blood that had dripped from Xiao Hua's hand that had just been pierced. At this moment, those drops of blood had merged into the sword gourd, and a layer of light gold was born from the blood drops. On the sword gourd, a layer of dark green mixed with the silver-white color appeared and rolled towards the golden color. What is going on now? Just as this thought appeared in Yutong's mind, he saw that at the bottom of the sword gourd, a layer of light gold rushed out, and like Xiaohua's drop of blood, it attacked the dark green and the silver-white color. Yutong suddenly remembered, this sword gourd seemed to be Xiaohua's from the beginning. Xiaohua saw the green-red light shrink into the sword gourd. How could he not know that he had secretly done something to this sword gourd? The true essence in his meridians immediately rushed out, and the refined spell smashed towards the sword gourd with full force. You dare! Seeing the golden light on the sword gourd, Yutong was even more furious. As his figure flew, he slapped his hand, and the pressure of a late gold core stage immediately pressed down on Xiaohua. Bitter. In fact, Xiaohua was most afraid of this pressure. Without the support of the Phoenix celestial body, he was definitely not the opponent of Yutong's pressure. Seeing the pressure coming, the true essence in his body began to stagnate. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and used one hand to control the sword gourd, and the other to put away the wishful staff. He struggled to take out his broken nascent soul hand. As soon as the talisman flew out of the space, it immediately let out a whimper, and the surrounding spiritual energy swarmed in like a hurricane. Humph, you want to use a talisman in my great array, you are simply dreaming. Yutong's words were accompanied by pressure, and it was truly majestic. Yutong's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and a strong, old divine sense swept out from between his eyebrows, covering the space around the talisman. The divine sense was like an iron wall, and it suddenly sealed the space. The golden spiritual energy could not penetrate at all. Xiaohua's nascent soul hand talisman had just absorbed 20% of the spiritual energy, and it had not yet transformed into a palm. It flashed a few more times, and slowly fell down, once again returning to a broken talisman. I don't know if this talisman can be used again. The divine sense cut off the spiritual energy source of the talisman, and then it contracted again, tightly wrapping around Xiaohua. Moreover, under the pressure, Xiaohua's whole body was imprisoned, and the true essence in his meridians was quickly condensing, and he could not use any of his magic power. Xiaohua tried his best to use the fire control technique to control the spirit fire, but the spirit fire was unable to compare to this spirit fire. It was even to the extent that because he didn't have any magic energy to activate it, Xiaohua was unable to execute the universe in the sleeve technique, and the sword gourd was about to escape his control again. Chapter 2656. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind turned sharply. He wanted to take out the wishful steel staff to see if he could defeat this pressure. However, he was firmly suppressed by the spiritual sense and pressure. It was very obvious that Yutong's spiritual sense was not an ordinary cultivator. He must also have some kind of secret technique. Damn it! Today, this young master has really met his nemesis. Xiaohua, who was trapped in a hopeless situation, suddenly became clear. This guy just said something about the flying sword shadow transformation technique, he even said something about towering scarlet fire, and he even said how could Dawn Rain Continent have such a thing? Could it be that this guy? Moreover, he still has something important to do. What is it? Alas, now that things have come to this young master, is it still useful to think about these things? Xiaohua's whole body was suppressed. Not only was his body unable to move, even his meridians could not operate the dragon transformation art. He could not use the Deva body bestowment technique. Even the innate primordial water controlled by the Buddha's Saraira and the flying sword's execution dream and mountain splitter stopped. In an instant, it seemed that everything around Xiaohua was stagnant. Everything stopped. Everything was quiet. However, In the moment when everything stopped, an extremely mysterious fluctuation came from Xiaohua's lower dantian, between the male and female inner cores. Between the two thunder cores was a looming shadow. At this time, with the emergence of the fluctuation, it shrank extremely quickly. After shrinking to the limit, it suddenly collapsed. However, right after it collapsed, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the point of collapse. This suction force first grabbed the two thunder cores. However, the thunder cores were originally revolving around this point. When they were pulled near the point, they could no longer be absorbed. The thunder from the two thunder cores struck this invisible point. Gotcha! A light purple thing was born from the point of collapse. The suction force went past the thunder cores and very naturally sucked towards the meridians connected to the lower dantian. This suction force was so powerful and mysterious that it contained the power of the heavenly Tao. How could Yutong's divine sense and pressure contend against it? The true essence in the meridians instantly flowed and rushed towards the light purple point in the lower dantian, core condensation. Xiaohua sensed the changes in the true essence within his body, and suddenly came to a realization. He had been looking for an opportunity to condense the core, but he had no clue. In Zhen Qing's experience, she had mentioned the stagnation of the true yuan. However, the stagnation of the true yuan only occurred after the core was condensed. As for the core, there were different theories. When it came to Xiaohua, all of his cultivation methods had to stop, and all of his Zhen yuan had to stagnate. In this stillness, he had to create something out of nothing to truly condense his Dan. If someone else were to say this, how could Xiaohua believe it? His dragon transformation art, his heavenly man body empowerment technique, and his bone tempering technique were all in operation at all times. How could he possibly stop? It was only when facing a powerful enemy like Yutong that he was able to condense his core in a situation even more desperate than a desperate situation, right? Oh. This guy is actually condensing his core at this time? Yutong couldn't sense the changes in Xiaohua's body, but when his pressure and divine sense were defeated, he naturally thought of it. Humph, too bad you picked the wrong place. This was the Buddhist gold great array. And you have a late gold core stage opponent in front of you. Yutong sneered. His divine sense expanded again, wanting to block the spread of Xiaohua's divine sense. He even wanted to block the condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, wanting to strangle Xiaohua the moment he condensed his Dan. Then, just as Yutong's divine sense spread out, an indescribable pressure came from Xiaohua's body and hit Yutong's pressure. Rumble, the sound was comparable to the sound of heaven and earth shattering. Xiaohua's pressure was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. It pressed down on Yutong's pressure, and the two made a huge noise. Not good. Yutong faced Xiaohua's tide-like pressure. Although he felt it was insignificant at first, the pressure was so penetrative that it could gradually compete with his own pressure. However, this wasn't what shocked Yutong the most. What puzzled Yutong the most was that Xiaohua's divine sense had been released along with his pressure. That divine sense actually wasn't inferior to his own, and it was even to the extent that Xiaohua's divine sense was able to counterattack when he utilized a secret technique to stop Xiaohua. In just a few breaths of time, Xiaohua's pressure not only became more powerful, but his divine sense also rushed out like a surging spring, crushing Yutong's divine sense that he was so proud of. It was really a crushing defeat. Yutong's divine sense was the same. In front of Xiaohua's majestic and powerful divine sense, Yutong's divine sense hastily retracted. Even the pressure that could compete with Xiaohua's didn't dare to continue fighting. When Yutong saw Xiaohua's aura seeping out of the Brahma gold great array and his divine sense penetrating the sword tomb, a powerful sealing force descended from the sky and gradually enveloped the entire Brahma gold great array. Yutong turned pale with fright. You. Are you a core condensation cultivator, or a nascent cultivator? Because Yutong was very clear that this confinement force was unique to cultivators when they advanced. Even when he was pregnant, the confinement force could not compare to this, right? At this point, how could he dare to stay here any longer? Glancing at the blade gourd that was overflowing with golden light and silvery white color, he tried to sense it but didn't find any special reaction. Immediately, the silvery white brilliance around his body flourished. The real tiger Dharma body roared and immediately disappeared in mid-air. Where do you think you're going? Xiaofan naturally took advantage of the other's weakness to take his life. How could he let Yutong escape? Not bothering to take the Qianli pill, the Buddha Saraira urged the innate true water to rush towards Yutong. However, in his divine sense, Yutong had already disappeared. Wherever the true water passed, there was no trace of Yutong. That Yutong was also amazing. Using the metal escape technique, he left the Buddhist gold great array in a moment. When he sensed the location of Xiao Hua's divine sense, he even ignored the Buddhist gold great array and used the metal escape technique to escape with the help of the sword mound's golden nature spiritual energy. After traveling for over 100 miles, Yutong finally revealed himself with a panicked expression on his face. He sensed his divine sense and looked behind him. Powerful hurricanes had been stirred in the air, and at the center of these hurricanes was a tiny virtual spot. As these hurricanes grew stronger, the dot gradually revealed a sparkling silver-white light. As soon as this light dot appeared, it immediately condensed and enlarged, becoming the size of a grain of rice in a moment. Yutong's eyes narrowed, closely staring at these floating crystals. He knew that this was the celestial phenomenon of Xiao Hua's advancement. However, when the crystal grew bigger and bigger, growing to the size of a thumb, it did not stop. Chapter 2657. The entire sky was filled with this crystal. The crystal grew to the size of a fist. Even the fist-sized crystal was still surrounded by a huge whirlpool, and the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth was constantly gathering in the whirlpool. The crystal was still growing, and large silver-white crystals gradually condensed, floating in the sky above the sword tomb. The crystals were multi-edged and looked extremely beautiful. At this time, Yutong's expression was even more shocked. However, this large silver-white crystal did not stop condensing and spreading, and it was still extremely stable as it extended into the distance. This. Which master is this? It's actually. Before he could say, actually, he heard a kacha sound of thunder. In the sky more than 100 li above the sword tomb, heavenly lightning flashed that had never appeared before. This is. Lightning tribulation? Seeing the golden heavenly lightning in the sky, which was completely different from what he usually saw, Yutong's expression changed. It seems to be. It's a demonic beast's. Third gold tribulation? Damn it, this Feng is actually a demonic beast in human form. He even cultivated to the nascent soul stage. Yutong's eyes flashed with understanding, and his body trembled. How could he dare to stay for even half a moment longer? His body swayed, and he fled towards where he went. However, the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was completely condensed, and for a moment, there really was not enough spiritual energy for him to use the gold escape technique. Yutong could only use the flying technique in a panic, and flew out a full 200 li before that sparkling and translucent silver-white crystal gradually disappeared. This kind of advancement power, other than the nascent soul stage. What else could it be? However, he still had some doubts in his heart. First of all, this was extremely likely to be a demonic beast in human form. The nascent soul stage's power was shocking, but it seemed to be different from an ordinary cultivator's nascent soul stage. Especially, that pressure. Why was it the same as a golden core stage? In fact, the nascent soul stage did not even appear. Of course, these doubts flashed past. After all, Feng Ying was a demonic beast in human form, and it was probably different from an ordinary cultivator's nascent soul stage. Secondly, within 100 li, it was Xiao Hua's divine sense. Why? Xiao Hua's method did not chase out. Even if this was the key to conceiving a nascent soul, it was not too difficult to take advantage of the confinement of the heavenly Tao to kill him. Of course, in the end, these doubts turned into joy for Yutong. If it weren't for these mistakes, would he have been able to escape with his life? Actually, it wasn't that Xiao Hua didn't want to kill Yutong. After all, Yutong knew his bottom line. He didn't want this person to live on the Dawn Rain continent. However, just as Xiao Hua wanted to use the restriction to advance, a tearing pain suddenly appeared in his lower dantian. It was as if his entire dantian was being torn apart. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright and hurriedly split his divine sense into a strand of inner vision. When Xiao Hua's divine sense sank into his lower dantian, he was so scared that 2 of his 3 souls left his body. He didn't know what to do. How could he still care about killing Yutong? Northeast of where Xiao Hua and Ning Dan were, LV Ruochang couldn't restrain her ecstasy. She looked at the other illusory swordsmen who were also surprised. She didn't hide her joy and said loudly, "Fellow swordsmen, the heavens didn't disappoint our brave warriors. Now, it's finally our turn to reap the fruits of victory. Let's go." After saying that, LV Ruochang took the lead and flew into the distance. Junior sister LV Ruoling was naturally happy as well. She glanced at the people beside her and shouted as she flew, "Although the Dao Sect's cultivators have already caught up and are about to fall into junior sister's hands, we've lost too many disciples. However, we have lost too many disciples. There are only 70,000 disciples here. Moreover, we are all injured. We may not be able to fight against the cultivators. In your earlier arrangements. I wonder if we've also made arrangements? Don't worry, senior sister Ruoling. LV Ruochang said proudly, although I've placed you and me in the formation earlier, I've also placed the Skyscraper Sword Sect, the High Wind Sword Sect, and even Valley Master Qipeng of the Swarm of Makuz Valley. However, the battle situation has changed, and I've already made some arrangements. Although the power of the sword formation won't be as great as imagined, I guarantee that even without you and me, none of the hundreds of thousands of Dao Sect's cultivators will be able to escape from the Great Square Sword Formation. Ha ha. Zhu Chengye also flew over and said with a smile, I don't wish to kill all of these cultivators. I only wish to kill most of them and avenge sword friend Tsang Yuan. Also, sword friend LV Mu Ting also suggested, I don't know how powerful the Great Square Sword Formation is, but I feel that it's better to leave a barely discernible way out. Otherwise, if the Dao Sect's cultivators go all out and fight with their lives on the line, I'm afraid that we'll suffer even more losses. LV Ruochang flew on her sword in the air. Her thin lips curled slightly as she sneered, Sword friend Mu is right, but how many of my sword domain's warriors have been killed by the cultivators? I wish I could stab them to death one by one. Moreover, I've put in so much effort to set up the Great Square Sword Formation in order to capture all of them in one fell swoop. I'm afraid that it'll be difficult to show mercy now. Sword friend Mu didn't want you to show mercy. Ruoling said with a smile, she merely saw the Dao Sect's cultivators' weakness in setting up the formation and warned you not to kill them all. She wanted to prevent the Dao Sect's cultivators from doing anything desperate. Heh, I understand. LV Ruochang was very respectful towards Ruoling and said with a smile, how could there be any weakness in the Great Square Sword Formation? There's no way out. If the cultivators have any tricks up their sleeves, they can use them all. I'll take them all on. Seeing that LV Ruochang was so confident, no one was willing to say anything else. Their thoughts were the same as LV Ruochang's, they wished for the cultivators to all die. If they could kill 10,000, they definitely wouldn't stop at 9,999. After flying for half a meal, a swordsman wearing a pitch-black sword robe suddenly appeared in the air. The pouring rain seemed to directly rush into the swordsman's body, but also seemed to fall from the swordsman's sword formation. In short, it made people feel that this person was just an illusion. Sword friend Yi? LV Ruochang seemed to be unable to recognize this swordsman and asked tentatively. Sword friend LV. The swordsman's sword robe was very strange. It hid his head and face, and even the people's divine senses couldn't penetrate it. That person heard LV Ruochang's question and replied, I've been waiting here for a long time. Thank you, sword friend Yi. LV Ruochang was very respectful towards this swordsman. He cupped his hands and said, after this battle, I'll definitely fulfill my promise to sword friend Yi. I hope so. Swordsman Yi wasn't respectful because of LV Ruochang's respect. He just waved his hand and said casually. LV Ruochang didn't mind and asked again, sword friend Ye's matter. How are the arrangements? That's why I came to see you. That swordsman didn't answer directly. I don't know if the matter you promised me, can I take action now? Good. LV Ruochang nodded. According to our previous agreement, sword friend Yi can take action when you see my signal. It's a deal. As swordsman Yi spoke, his figure actually dissipated. It was as if he was washed away by the rain and disappeared. Sword friend LV. This person. Ruo Ling was very surprised as she watched swordsman Yi disappear and asked softly. However, LV Ruochang didn't answer. Instead, he smiled slightly. That smile was filled with mystery. Everyone flew forward again. After half a meal's time, a figure flew over from afar and landed in front of everyone. It was an old man with a sharp mouth. Everyone was familiar with this old man. It was Qing Feng of the Quilted Mountain sect. Greetings, sword friend LV. Qing Feng cupped his hands and said as he looked around. Greetings, sword friend Qing Feng. LV Ruochang faced Qing Feng and clearly wasn't as respectful as he was toward swordsman Yi. He said indifferently, have you arranged the array that I instructed you to do? I'll let sword friend LV and the other sword friends know. Qing Feng had a bitter expression on his face. It was unknown if it was his original expression or if it was something he couldn't say. He said, this sword has followed sword friend LV's arrangements completely. Everything is in place. Good. After this battle, your Quilted Mountain sect will have done a great service. LV Ruochang nodded. Senior brother Tsang Yuan. Qing Feng clearly didn't discover Tsang Yuan's whereabouts and could only ask. Alas, sword friend Tsang Yuan died in the Dao sect's array. LV Ruochang sighed and said, you set up the spirit-devouring array and kill as many cultivators as you can to avenge sword friend Tsang Yuan. Yes, this old man understands. Qing Feng nodded sadly. He cupped his hands and flew up again. That hunchback of his became even hunchier. Spirit-devouring array? Mu Ting's eyes turned rapidly. She had heard that the spirit-devouring array needed to be set up and that the spirit-devouring bugs used in this array had to go through many twists and turns because of the terrifying phoenix. However, she didn't expect that this array had already been set up by Qing Feng of the Quilted Mountain sect. Just as she was about to ask, LV Ruochang and Ruoling flew up again. Mu Ting turned her head and looked behind her. The brilliance of the Dao sect cultivator's Dharma treasures soared into the sky and almost dyed the night sky behind her. She didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly chased after them. Then, two more swordsmen came to greet them. One was by Tianming of the Three Swords sect and the other was Xiujia of the Kuan Sword sect. They were both second-grade illusory swords. When they saw LV Ruochang, the first thing he said was, have you finished setting up the sword array? The two of them said the same thing, we've been waiting for a long time. When Ruoling and the others saw Qing Feng of the Quilted Mountain sect, they were familiar with him. However, when they saw the Three Swords sect and the Kun Sword sect that didn't reveal themselves in the sword battle, they suddenly realized that these second-rate sword sects had been sent here by LV Ruochang to set up the array. It was no wonder that LV Ruochang was so depressed when she was trapped in the 10-direction annihilation array. LV Ruochang still had many other arrangements in the sword tomb. Chapter 2658. However, Zhu Chengye immediately had a trace of doubt. He was not the first batch of disciples sent out by the Bright Sword sect. He was appointed after Zhong Haoshuan of the Bright Sword sect was killed by Xiao Hua. After he came to the battlefield, although he had heard about the giants and dwarves participating in the battle, he did not see much of it. Even his friend, Ji Minka of the Motian Sword sect, was nowhere to be seen. However, if Ji Minka was also setting up a formation in the sword tomb, why would these grade 2 illusory swordsmen come out to greet them? Why would Ji Minka, a grade 3 illusory swordsman, avoid meeting them? At this time, LV Ruochang also sent away Xiujie of the Kunjian sect and said, "Fellow swordsmen, 5 miles from here, there is a hill full of blooming purple jasmine flowers. Let's restrain our disciples and gather there." After saying that, he did not say another word. His figure turned into a sword and headed to the side. Although Zhu Chengye and the others were somewhat confused, they knew that this was a crucial moment. They all rushed to the sky and ordered their disciples to contact the disciples of their respective sword sects to gather in front of them. Just as LV Ruochang said, in the night rain, a hill with a radius of 1,000 feet was just 5 miles away. This was really a hill. It was less than 3 feet above the ground, and it was covered with purple jasmine flowers. In the pitch-black night, the rain was getting heavier. The large purple jasmine flowers had their buds lowered. Many of the purple jasmine flowers had withered. Pieces of purple color stuck to the ground, or flowed down the hill with the flow of water, rushing to the flat ground. When everyone arrived, LV Ruochang was already standing on the top of the hill. He raised his eyes and looked at the place where the cultivators came from. His eyes were burning with passion. The disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword sect had already lined up neatly and gathered on one side of the hill. Although these disciples had a trace of a smile on their faces, looking at the broken sword equipment and the few thousand disciples, no one would be happy. Ruoling and the others flew to the top of the hill. The disciples of their respective sects also scattered around the hill in an orderly manner. "Disciples, do you know where this place is?" LV Ruochang looked at Ruoling and the others, then raised his head and shouted to the 70,000 disciples below the hill. The entire area below the hill was completely silent. Only the sound of raindrops could be heard. Even Ruoling and the others were at a loss in their hearts. Not to mention that it was a rainy night. Even if it was a sunny day, who would know what kind of ruins this huge sword tomb spanned for thousands of miles? Of course, everyone knew that there must be a story behind this hill, and it must be where the sword cultivator had suffered a crushing defeat. But, sword cultivators had suffered crushing defeats so many times, who would know which one it was? However, LV Ruochang didn't speak immediately when no one spoke. Instead, her bright and spirited eyes scanned the swordsmen one by one. That aggressive gaze made every swordsman lower their heads in shame. After half a cup of tea's time, the sound of Dao sect cultivators flying through the air could be heard in the distance. LV Ruochang then said angrily, "It's not that I want to blame everyone here today, but the ancestors of my sword domain have shed their blood in the sword domain. Who knows how many people have been buried? Their hope of defeating the Dao sect had yet to be fulfilled. We may not be talented, we may not have the hot-bloodedness of these ancestors, we may not have the cultivation of these seniors. But, we cannot lack the spirit of the sword domain seniors to pass down the torch. We cannot lack the determination to carve this humiliation into our hearts and our lofty bones. Our seniors of the sword domain have suffered defeat after defeat. They have used their unyielding spirit as a seed to plant in their hearts, in the hearts of all the warriors of the sword domain. We have all grown up listening to the deeds of our seniors of the sword domain. Every one of us has the shadow of a senior in our hearts. LV Ruochang spoke passionately. We all want to be like the heroes in our hearts whose names resound throughout the sword domain. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we cannot forget the humiliation that the Tao sect has inflicted on us for the past 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. This humiliation can only be washed away with the blood and lives of the Tao sect cultivators. Look beneath your feet, this is an ordinary high slope. LV Ruochang pointed with his finger, his face filled with respect. That year, a famous sword sect in the sword domain, under the leadership of 2 sword transformation seniors, fought a decisive battle with the 3 Tao sect sects in the sword tomb. That sect fought until not a single disciple was left, and they dragged the other 3 sects to their deaths in the sword tomb. The 2 sword transformation seniors of that sword sect gave up on the chance to escape and were killed by 3 nascent soul cultivators from the 3 sects. Why did they do this? It was so that the sword domain's 16 sword sects would not be discovered by the Tao sect cultivators, so that the plan of the sword domain's seniors could be carried out safely. However, during that great battle, the sword formation was discovered by the Tao sect cultivators in the end. In the end, they were unable to surround the cultivators, and in the end, they did not obtain victory in the battle. LV Ruochang's tone was somewhat sorrowful. Of course, in the end, this sword sect that was destroyed by the 3 Tao sects did not receive the glory that they deserved. Furthermore, after that great battle, this sword sect disappeared without a trace in the sword domain and never appeared again. Oh. So that's how it is. The group of swordsmen were all enlightened. However, since it was a sword sect that had been destroyed long ago, and it was not an extremely prominent sword sect, how would they know? What this sword wants to talk about is this nameless sword sect. There are so many of them in my sword domain, and there are also many swordsmen who silently died on the battlefield. LV Ruochang continued, no matter when we are, no matter if we are defeated or victorious, we cannot forget these nameless swordsmen and nameless sects. LV Jianyu. Ruoling suddenly came to a realization and cried out involuntarily, "You're talking about the Flying Dragon Sword Sect? This place is what the Tao sect swordsmen are called, the Dragon Punishing Slope?" That's right. I didn't expect senior sister Ruoling to know about this. LV Ruochang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She did not expect Ruoling to know about the Flying Dragon Sword Sect. Sigh, I'm ashamed to say this. Ruoling's face was somewhat miserable. This sword only happened to look through my sect sword scroll when I was about to come to the battle and accidentally came across it. It's already good that senior sister can see it. LV Ruochang comforted, in today's sword domain, who would still remember the Flying Dragon Sword Sect? Yes, that's right. Ruoling understood LV Ruochang's meaning and said loudly, disciples of the sword domain, about 8,000 years ago, there was a mysterious sword sect in my sword domain, and it was the Flying Dragon Sword Sect. This sword sect's secret Flying Dragon Sword technique, almost every disciple could comprehend the Flying Dragon Sword intent. It was very popular in the sword domain, and for hundreds of years, there was not a single sword sect in the sword domain that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Flying Dragon Sword Sect. Oh! The crowd of swordsmen was completely in an uproar. Almost all of their eyes flashed with disbelief. They seemed to have never heard of such a powerful sword sect. It's just as LV Jianyu said. During that great battle, the Flying Dragon Sword Sect contributed greatly to my sword domain, and killed countless cultivators, including nascent soul cultivators. Ruoling continued, at the same time, at the end of the great battle, the commander of my sword domain decided to set up a sword formation in the sword tomb, preparing to lure the Tao sect cultivators into the sword formation to surround and annihilate them. However, the news was leaked, and the Dao sect cultivators rushed into the sword tomb ahead of time. Seeing that the swordsmen had yet to finish setting up the formation, the disciples of the Flying Dragon Sword sect volunteered to stop the Dao sect cultivators here, and buy time for the warriors of my sword domain to set up the formation. In the end, even when the last person from the Flying Dragon Sword sect died, the sword formation was still not set up. We sword cultivators still lost that great battle. LV Ruochang continued, and in order to commemorate that great victory, the Dao sect cultivators named this place Dragon Slaying Slope. That's right, the contribution of the Flying Dragon Sword sect was great. Ruoling sighed again. Their elites were all killed in the great battle, and the disciples left in the sword domain were not outstanding. And then, seeing that Ruoling did not continue, LV Ruochang sneered, and then the Flying Dragon Sword sect was swallowed up by some sword sects, and disappeared from the sword domain. Indeed. Ruoling said in a low voice, when this sword saw this, my heart was also filled with emotions. This kind of sword sect, we, the various sects of the sword domain, should properly protect them. LV Jianyu Zhu Chengye frowned, the conditions of my sword domain are terrible. If there is no competition, no fighting, how can warriors be produced? The matter of the Flying Dragon Sword sect is definitely not intentional, sword friend mentioning it now. What Zhu Jianyu said is reasonable. LV Ruochang laughed, the survival of the fittest, this is the axiom of my sword domain. This sword once again said that this time, I do not have any intention of blaming any swordsman, or any sword sect. This sword only wants to let you sword friends know that my sword domain has countless such swordsmen, countless such sword sects, we cannot forget them at any time. As long as we have their spirit, with their actions, why should we worry about not being able to take down the Dao sect? Why should we worry about not being able to defeat the sword tomb? Yes, we understand. All the swordsmen said in unison. Good. LV Ruochang pointed again and said, since the beginning of the Dao Cultivator War, this sword has been planning to set up a killing sword formation at the Dragon Slaying Slope where the Flying Dragon Sword sect swordsmen died, and kill the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators one by one. Now, this sword's wish is finally half completed, those stupid Jurassic beast cultivators have indeed caught up. Right now, we are at the center of the great square sword formation that this sword has set up. And within a radius of 10 miles, is the first great formation of the great square sword formation, the Yinyang sword formation. Then, LV Ruochang pointed outside and said, outside the Yinyang sword formation is the second great formation, the 5-element splitting edge sword formation. Further outside is the third great formation, the spirit devouring formation. As for the outermost layer, it is a mysterious formation. This sword has not thought of a good name for it, but I believe that after today's killing, this great formation will have an extremely resounding name tomorrow. Chapter 2659. Good, Mu Ting and the others were delighted when they heard this and immediately cheered. My sword domain, several sword sects have already set up this great square sword formation, we're just waiting for the stupid cultivators to take the bait. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and took out several sword slips and said, disciples of the various sword sects, you've already worked hard, there's no need to attack in the sword formation. The sword sect disciples who set up the formation will activate the sword formation according to the previous practice. However, I'd like to ask all of you, are you willing to sit there and watch the other sword sect disciples kill the enemy? Are you willing to be hunted down by the cultivators? Don't you want to take revenge for the disciples who died on the battlefield? Can you be like the Flying Dragon Sword sect 10,000 years ago, exhausting your last bit of sword origin and killing the last cultivator? We're willing to assist the disciples who set up the formation. All of the swordsmen's blood boiled as they said in unison. For the great victory of my sword domain, for the extermination of the Dao sect's cultivators, even if I have to crush all of your bones, even if I have to destroy all of your sword sects, can you be like the Flying Dragon Sword sect with no regrets? Lu Ruochang shouted again. We're willing to sacrifice ourselves for the victory of Sword Domain, with no regrets. All of the swordsmen shouted without hesitation. Good. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and several sword slips flew into the hands of Ruoling, Mu Ting, and the other grade 3 illusory swordsmen. He said, Sword friends, please lead the sword sect disciples to the 3 sword formations and kill the cultivators together with the other sword sect disciples. Yes. We'll obey. Zhu Chengya and the others received the sword slips and bowed. Then, they used their divine sense to look at them and ordered their disciples to lead the various sword sects in different directions. Naturally, Ruoling and the others were a little puzzled by Lu Ruochang's arrangement at Dragon Slaying Slope. They were even curious why Lu Ruochang suddenly brought forward the Flying Dragon Sword sect and asked all the disciples to imitate the Flying Dragon Sword sect and have no regrets even if the sect was destroyed. However, the situation was urgent at this time, and it was the key for the swordsmen to turn the tables. They only thought that LV Ruochang wanted to cover up his previous mistakes in command, so they didn't ask much. They flew everywhere according to LV Ruochang's instructions. Waiting until there were no more disciples in front of the dragon-slaying slope, LV Ruochang let out a long sigh. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. Although the night sky was pitch black, there were already traces of white light in the east. Obviously, dawn was coming. The rain is very heavy. It can wash away the blood and tears of the sword tomb. The wind is very strong. It can blow away the smoke of the sword tomb. However, although a long time has passed, it can't erase the hatred in the heart. Can the courage in the heart of a swordsman be washed away by time? LV Ruochang muttered to himself. Her voice was not loud and had long been drowned out by the sound of the rain. However, even though the sound of the rain was loud, it could not drown out the sound of hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators chasing after her. Hearing the sound getting closer and closer, LV Ruochang's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. The sword aura around her body gradually appeared, and the flying sword under her feet also glowed. She flew up from the dragon-slaying slope and flew towards the other side of the yin-yang sword formation. And in front of her, the disciples of the Black Phoenix sword sect who had already flown away revealed their sword splendor. This sword splendor faintly shone in the night sky, as if some lanterns were floating in the air, pointing out the direction in the night. There, quick! Chase after them, kill all the swordsmen. After flying for a while, LV Ruochang stopped in the air and looked back. It seemed that there were arrogant figures of cultivators. LV Ruochang coldly looked at them. She clapped her hand and a green flying sword appeared in her hand. The green and green sword aura on the flying sword reflected on her face, revealing a trace of malevolence within the snow-white skin. Whoosh! LV Ruochang activated the sword origin. The flying sword faced the curtain of rain and rushed into the night sky. When it reached a high altitude, it let out a clear cry. It was actually a huge phoenix. This phoenix cry was extremely loud and clear, and it resounded in the surrounding dozens of miles. Looking at LV Ruochang, who was quietly standing on the dragon-slaying slope, her body glowed with sword light and she flew into the distance. On the dragon-slaying slope, other than the bright night rain, there were only the ruined purple jasmine flowers. It seemed that no one had ever stayed here. In the east, the sky was gradually turning white. It seemed that even the dawn was unwilling to be left out. It wanted to see this lively sword battle. The jade-green phoenix that charged into the sky naturally attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. Heng Jie's heart sank and his divine sense hurriedly swept over. However, just like before, his divine sense was only able to sweep out a few hundred feet before it was restricted and couldn't reach far. Quick! Heng Zhao almost did not hesitate and turned to a disciple and shouted, "Turn around and go back." Before he could finish his sentence, he hurriedly looked to the side again. That disciple was a little confused and did not know what to do. He asked curiously, "Uncle Heng Ming, why are you turning around? Aren't you chasing after the sword cultivator?" Previously, when Li Zongbao was in the 10-direction annihilation spell, he did not activate the spell like the other disciples of the utmost happiness faction. Instead, he sat beside the spell and meditated. At this moment, when he was chasing after the sword cultivator, he accompanied Heng Zhao. When he heard Heng Zhao's order, he said calmly, "Master, don't worry. I will go ahead and check if I have fallen into the sword cultivator's ambush." Go and come back quickly." Heng Zhao was a little absent-minded. He waved his hand and flew up towards the huge flashing phoenix in front of him. "Yes." Li Zongbao bowed and turned to instruct the disciples on his left and right, "Leave 30% of the disciples behind. Stay where you are and do not follow the other disciples." The disciple who did not know what to do earlier had a stern look on his face. He hurriedly bowed in agreement and hurriedly passed down the order. Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and held the immortal piercing whip in his hand. He turned around and flew into the air, against the flow of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, towards the back. LV Ruochang's phoenix flying sword condensed in the sky above the dragon-slaying slope and did not dissipate for a long time. In this slightly bright night sky, it was so dazzling. This phoenix attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. The Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples did not dare to overtake it. Without the orders of the Golden Core stage masters, they still pushed forward in the formation. However, it was obvious that their flying speed was much slower. They were preparing to deal with the change. Fellow cultivator Heng Ming De Sun flew over first and said anxiously, "There were still some traces of those sword cultivators who fled earlier. But in this moment, I did not even see a bit of sword light. Could it be?" Fellow cultivator De Sun, if you want to say that the slightest sound and the crane is scared out of its wits, it should be the sword cultivators. What does it have to do with us cultivators? Do you think that we have fallen into the ambush of the sword cultivators? Ji Hong snorted disdainfully. Wang Yi looked at the sword light in the sky in the distance. He bit his lips and said coldly, "When did these barbaric sword cultivators learn to mislead soldiers? Could it be that they think that a signal like a message can scare us?" Chapter 2660. Kill. Xiong Huasong said without hesitation, "I don't believe that a sword cultivator can silently set up another sword formation outside my 10-direction annihilation formation. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world?" Yes, Xiong Huasong didn't dare to believe it. Although this place was only 100 miles away from the 10-direction annihilation formation, if a sword cultivator made any movements here and set up a sword formation that could take down hundreds of thousands of cultivators, how could he not know? That's right, this is the empty city plan. In an instant, Heng also made a decision and waved his hand, "Disciples, kill, kill." When the disciples around Heng heard the order, they all shouted in unison. This sound spread out and spread in waves. Close to 100,000 cultivators were shouting loudly, and the momentum was very threatening. Then, some of the hesitant cultivators once again increased their flying speed. However, even when they flew to the front of the dragon punishing slope and pushed under the phoenix sword intent, they still didn't see any traces of the swordsman. Moreover, in the distance, it was also pitch black, without a trace of sword brilliance. In addition, at this moment, it was the darkness before dawn. The previous trace of light had already disappeared, and the entire world was exceptionally dark. However, the torrential rain from before gradually lessened at this moment, and the rain began to fall intermittently. Heng and the other Golden Core cultivators were also cautious at this time. First, they stopped the group of cultivators from advancing, and sent 100 or so Foundation Establishment late-stage disciples to fly forward to explore the path. Then, Gao Wei, Xiong Huasong, and the others waved their hands and took out their magic treasures. Their figures flew straight into the sky, as if they wanted to explore the meaning of this huge phoenix. Heng Heng and the others looked at the figures of Xiong Huasong and the others while releasing their divine senses to carefully explore this extremely ordinary-looking slope. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Before Gao Wei and Xiong Huasong could fly close to this huge phoenix, the phoenix let out a deafening sound and turned into thousands of green sword lights, flying in all directions, clearly illuminating the surrounding several miles. Hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples formed a black mass within a radius of a couple of miles. They formed a spindle shape. Most of them were gathered near the dragon-punishing slope. There were quite a number of them extending forward in front of them. Behind them, there were over 10,000 people who remained at the same spot. They appeared to be very cautious. The green sword brilliance only shone for an instant, and in the next moment, the entire dragon-slaying slope fell into darkness. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming De Sun frowned and said, "This matter is rather strange. We need to be careful. In this old man's opinion, why don't you stop while you're ahead?" Fellow Daoist De Sun. Ji Hong was a little unhappy. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a rumbling sound within 10 li of the dragon-punishing slope. The ground shook violently. Not good. Flying high in the sky, Gao Wei, who had just landed, immediately panicked and said anxiously, "Let's go quickly. I'm afraid we've fallen into a sword cultivator's ambush." "Shut up." When Heng Ming heard this, he roared angrily, "Disciples, listen to my command. Form the usual defensive formation." Yes, when the group of disciples first heard Gao Wei's words, they were very flustered and almost wanted to scatter and flee. However, when they heard Heng Ming's words, they suppressed the fear in their hearts. Each small team formed a formation, each sect formed a formation, and in a moment, everything stabilized. Gao Wei was humiliated in front of everyone. His face was burning, but he did not even have the courage to glare at Heng Ming. Because his shout just now was indeed too abrupt. Rumble. The earth's shaking did not stop. Instead, wave after wave, it became more and more intense. Even at the place where the thousands of green sword brilliance disappeared, faint sword brilliance gradually emerged from the darkness and flashed from the horizon. This. Although Xiong Huasong did not land, his voice could be heard. He was almost in disbelief and shock. How is this possible? We've actually fallen into a sword cultivator's ambush? Xiong Huasong was not the only one who did not dare to believe it. All the golden core cultivators in the meeting hall did not dare to believe it. The changes in this battle were too unpredictable. Even in their wildest dreams, they did not expect that the swordsmen who were about to be killed by them would actually set up such a huge sword formation when they were in a desperate situation. They had opened their pockets and were waiting for them to come in. Moreover, what puzzled the hundreds of thousands of cultivators was that they had really come in. This must be a trick to mislead the troops. Ji Hong shouted without hesitation. Lu Ruochang has less than 70,000 swordsmen under his command. How can they surround hundreds of thousands of cultivators? How can they set up such a huge sword formation? However, at this point, this female cultivator who was incomparably touched by Qian Mo's words suddenly had a brilliant flash of light in her mind, like all the other golden core cultivators. Ji Hong was dumbfounded. While Heng Lu was shocked, he coldly glanced at Ji Hong and said indifferently, "Daoist Ji Hong, did you see that? I have already said that we shouldn't pursue a cornered enemy, but for the sake of Daoist Qian Mo's blood feud, we still chased after them." Ji Hong heard the reproach in Heng Lu's tone. How could she not understand what he meant? Just as she was about to retort, she heard Heng Ju's tone change. She wasn't a fool, so she gritted her teeth and said, "That's right, this old one also knows not to pursue a cornered enemy." At that time, if we had stopped, even if these sword cultivators had laid down this sword array, they definitely wouldn't have been able to succeed. But, if we didn't chase after them, how could we face our own conscience? How could we face Qian Mo, Li Chengxiu, and the other Taoists who died? When Heng Lu heard this, his heart was slightly relieved. However, De Sun's face was heavy as he said, "Fellow Taoists, don't blame yourselves. Previously, I felt that the end of this battle was a little strange and couldn't figure out where the sword cultivators had gone. It was impossible that there were only the hundreds of thousands of disciples led by Lv Ruochang and the others. Now, their true purpose has been revealed. A portion of their disciples were setting up the sword formation in the sword tomb. They had set up an ambush here and were waiting to lure us in. From the looks of it, even if we don't take the bait this time, they will still have other ways to lure us in." Gao Wei hurriedly said, "This plan. I'm afraid that it had already started when we agreed on the 10-direction annihilation grand formation?" "That's right," Xiong Huasong nodded and said, "and this old man is sure that this sword formation must have been set before the 10-direction annihilation grand formation. Otherwise, this old man would have known about it." Heng Lu nodded. Daoist Xiong's words are reasonable. Moreover, Daoist Xiong's grand formation did not attract the attention of the sword cultivators. It is indeed Daoist Xiong's great merit. It's nothing. Xiong Huasong was secretly proud and at the same time, he said humbly, Daoist Qian Mo's thoughts are actually the same as the sword cultivators. He is even more powerful. That's right, that's why we have to avenge him at all costs. Heng Lu hurriedly added. I'm afraid this is not the time to shirk responsibility. Li Jijia of the Changbai sect saw that the many golden core cultivators were actually not in a hurry to set up the formation and instead talked about the reason for the ambush. He couldn't help but say coldly, wait until we kill our way out of the sword formation, then it won't be too late to talk about other things. Heng Lu's face was slightly embarrassed, but he didn't care about Li Jijia's cold words. If he didn't explain clearly the responsibility of chasing and attacking, everyone would come to an agreement in their hearts. Even if he could lead the disciples of the Utopia faction to break out of the encirclement safely, he wouldn't feel at ease. The sword cultivators only have 70,000 people. They fell into our grand formation first and lost more than half of them. This so-called ambush and sword formation, I'm afraid it won't be intact. Ji Hong spoke again. We only need to set up the formation to deal with them. Do you think we're afraid of them? Xiang Ming of the Huanhua sect stood far away and didn't get too close. At this moment, he also opened his mouth and said, that's right, our Dao sect cultivators have more than 100,000 people. Just like the sword cultivators breaking through the formation, they are charging in the same direction. How can they not break out of the sword formation? At this moment, a figure flew over and stopped in front of Heng Lu. It was Li Zongbao who had just flown back to check out the situation. Zongbao, what's the situation? Heng Lu raised his eyebrows and asked anxiously. Reporting to master, senior uncles and senior uncles. Li Zongbao bowed and said, the large group of people who came to kill the sword cultivators has been divided into two parts by the sword formation. The sword formation is green and red in color and is gradually taking shape. Golden chi and hurricanes are rising above the sword formation. I tried to charge through the sword light, but the sword chi inside is very strange. Every time, a green and red sword light attacked me, as if they were cooperating with each other. It's very powerful. I can't break out of the encirclement, so I don't know the situation of the other group of disciples. Heng Lu nodded. This sound is also the sound of the sword formation? Yes. Li Zongbao answered. The green and red sword light was born from the ground of the sword tomb. It violently surged like a drum, and the ground within 100 feet collapsed. Many disciples tried to charge out before the collapse occurred, but they were all killed by the green and red sword light. Moreover, the collapse didn't stop when I came back. It seems that the sword formation's power is not small. Set up the formation. When Heng Lu heard that even Li Zongbao couldn't break through, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, he snorted coldly. Insignificant skill, you're really picking up the wisdom of others. We'll return now. Let's see how this sword formation can stop us. Good. How could De Sun and the others not agree? They all clapped and praised. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators quickly arranged themselves into a formation in the shape of a sharp knife. However, hundreds of thousands of cultivators arranged themselves into a formation in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. During this time, the situation at the dragon-slaying slope changed again. The rumbling sound of the earthquake gradually approached from afar. Under the shaking of the ground, the purple jasmine flowers that couldn't be washed away by the heavy rain were all shaken off, leaving only the smooth purple flower stems. Looking at the green and red sword light that Li Zongbao mentioned, it soared into the sky from the ground in the distance, like a huge bonfire, surrounding hundreds of thousands of cultivators in an area of more than 10 miles. See. Heng Lu and the others' divine senses couldn't go very far, but they could see it clearly with their naked eyes. They couldn't help but gasp. Setting up a sword formation in such a large area, not to mention its power, the scale was probably much larger than the 10-direction annihilation formation. Chapter 2661. Heng even looked at Xiong Huasong. After all, this sword formation was so close to the magic formation, how could Xiong Huasong not notice it? Xiong Huasong's face was also extremely ugly. This was really a slap to his face. Although the sword catacomb was incomparably dangerous and one's divine sense couldn't travel very far, but this was still a huge sword formation. It was right next to his magic formation. How could he not notice it? Could it be? Xiong Huasong suddenly had an idea in his mind. However, just as he was about to speak, there was a continuous rumbling sound. The vibration surrounding the dragon-slaying slope intensified and spread extremely quickly. It had already rushed to the feet of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators and reached the vicinity of the dragon-slaying slope. All disciples, pay attention. Heng Ming said loudly, activate your magic power and advance towards where you came from. Boom! A huge sword cry directly suppressed Heng's voice. At the place where the dragon-slaying slope was located, the ground of about 10 zhang had completely collapsed. 2 sword lights that were thicker than pillars rushed into the sky. That biting cold sword chi and soaring sword light immediately illuminated the area within dozens of li in a green and red color. These 2 sword lights, one crimson red and the other azure, were like pillars that reached the sky, piercing straight into the sky. Ha ha ha, welcome, welcome. From within the sword pillar, a loud and clear voice sounded. When the cultivators raised their heads to look, they saw that from within the crimson sword pillar, a red-faced, muscular middle-aged swordsman wearing a red sword robe appeared, holding a similarly crimson flying sword in his hand. Who are you? Heng looked at this unfamiliar swordsman and coldly said. Ha ha ha. That swordsman was still laughing. He took a step forward and flew out from the sword pillar, saying, this sword is the Supreme Harmony Sword Zong Yang Jioding. A nobody. Looking at this second-grade illusory swordsman, Li Jijia coldly said. If senior brother Yang is a nobody, then there is no need to talk about this sword. A laughter that sounded like a silver bell came from the azure sword formation. Following the flickering of a sword light, another petite and beautiful female swordsman wearing an azure sword formation flew out from the sword pillar. Junior sister Xiao. The corners of Yang Jioding's mouth curled into a smile as he said, the cultivators of the Dao sect have always been arrogant, and they look down on us swordsmen, not to mention us second-rate sword sects in the sword domain. However, They don't know any better, so we have to be polite. Junior sister, if you don't tell us your name, wouldn't they have died an unjust death when we kill them? Senior martial brother Yang's words make sense. The female swordsman chuckled and said, I am Xiojia of the Kuan sword sect. I'll be waiting for you. Don't forget my name when you reach the underworld. How dare you? Li Jijia scolded, you're just two grade 2 illusory swordsmen, yet you dare to brag here. Senior martial brother, let me take their heads. The 4 cultivators beside Li Jijia looked at each other and said in unison. Okay. Li Jijia nodded slightly when he saw that they were 4 disciples of the early stage of the Golden Core realm. When the 4 disciples saw that Li Jijia was doing the same, they waved their hands, and the flying swords in their hands flashed with brilliance. They flew up and flew towards Yang Jioding and Xiojia, who were leaning against the green and red sword pillars. The 4 of them had just flown a few feet when the brilliance around them flashed. 4 rays of sword light flashed with 4 colors. The sword chi rushed out of the flying swords and slightly intertwined in the air. It seemed that there was a strange connection between the 4 rays of sword light. The sword light began to rotate. When the 4 saw this, they shouted in unison, quick! Immediately after, the flying swords in their hands shot out. Each hand formed a sword seal, and the 4 flying swords suddenly accelerated like shooting stars piercing the sun. The 4 flying swords gave birth to 4 different forces. These forces were not only extremely sharp, but they also cooperated with each other, trapping Yang Jioding and Xiojia in an area of dozens of feet. As expected of the disciples of the Changbai sect. They actually used the Dharma array technique on their flying swords. Yang Jioding sneered. However, Dharma arrays are all Dharma arrays. The flying swords inside are just Dharma artifacts. How can they compare to the sword array of us swordsmen? As he spoke, Yang Jioding waved his hand very casually. It was like a fountain sprinkling a few drops of spring water. Several crimson sword lights pierced towards the 4 flying swords. However, when the crimson sword lights pierced a few feet in front of the flying swords, the 4 flying swords suddenly trembled and suddenly changed directions, stabbing towards Xiojia. Xiojia was originally smiling as he watched Yang Jioding deal with the 4 flying swords. However, when the 4 flying swords changed directions, the crimson sword beams missed. Xiojia couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Seeing the 4 flying swords close in on him, he also pointed with his finger. Several azure sword beams flew out from the azure sword pillar to meet the 4 flying swords. Under the control of the 4 early-stage Golden Core cultivators, the 4 flying swords turned into 4 streams of light and fiercely pierced towards the green sword lights that looked like thin threads. Just as the azure sword light was about to collide with the 4 streaks of light, the several azure sword lights twirled slightly and turned into a dozen streaks of light. At the same time, the crimson sword light that had missed its target suddenly changed direction and pierced towards the 4 streaks of light at a speed several hundred times faster than before. Crack, 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 crack. 4 crisp sounds could be heard as dozens of green-red sword silks circled around the 4 flying swords. These 4 flying swords of extraordinary quality were immediately sliced in half. Not good, the 4 flying swords were easily destroyed and the 4 early-stage Golden Core cultivators' minds were seriously injured. They didn't dare to attack anymore and turned around to fly back. Where do you think you're going? Yang Jioding shouted and pointed with his hand. A dozen rays of crimson sword lights fell from the sky and pierced towards the 4. Xiojia also controlled the green sword lights. A dozen rays of light circled around each other and pierced towards the 4 people like lightning. The 4 people were shocked and their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Humph! Li Jijia snorted coldly in midair. The flying sword in his hand flew out and turned into a golden light. It rushed towards the green and red sword lights like a coiling dragon. Good timing. Seeing Li Jijia's sword light surpass the 4 people and was about to hit the green and red sword light, another low voice came from the sword pillar. A short old man with a face full of wrinkles flew out from the sword pillar. This old man's body flashed with the same green and red brilliance. He waved his hand and punched the flying sword. The old man appeared so suddenly that Li Jijia didn't have time to react. With a pang sound, Li Jijia's flying sword was hit by the old man's fist. The flying sword emitted a ga sound and flew down diagonally. Not good. When Li Jijia's flying sword was hit, his mind was also shaken. However, when he controlled the flying sword, his gaze fell on the dozen rays of light piercing towards him. Sure enough, without waiting for the dozen or so cyan red sword lights to descend, the four of them clapped their hands together and four magic treasures flew out from their storage pouches. They were actually four identical shield-type defensive magic treasures. The four defensive magic treasures suddenly enlarged under the urging of the four people's magic power. They were now several feet in size and emitted a green-colored brilliance. This brilliance was extremely bright and protected the four people's bodies tightly. Moreover, it was very obvious that the brilliance of these four magic treasures lingered around each other and the fluctuations of spiritual power were also linked. It was just like they were used to cooperating. However, when the dozen rays of light fell on the green brilliance of the magic treasures, they immediately intertwined. The green brilliance also shook violently and fought with the sword light. However, what shocked the four people was that this sword light was extremely different from the sword light they had encountered before. In the fight, it actually avoided the important part and focused on the trivial. It was like a strange tentacle that wandered around, as if it was looking for the weakness of the magic treasures. While the four people activated their magic treasures to defend, they quickly descended. However, at this moment, they heard Xiao Jie's sneer in their ears. The four people felt a chill in their hearts. Sure enough, following the sneer, a thin green sword light pierced into the gap between the two magic treasures that appeared in an instant. At the same time, another thin crimson sword radiance appeared along with the azure sword radiance in an even more bizarre manner. Fight, the heart of the golden core disciple closest to the two sword lights tightened. With a flick of his hand, several rays of spiritual power appeared and a series of seals appeared to block the sword lights. Puff puff puff. The green and red sword lights crisscrossed in the air and streaked across like lightning. The defensive seals that the golden core disciple used were all pierced by the sword lights. Not good. When the disciple saw this, he was even more shocked. The spiritual power in his body surged and golden light shined around him as if he was activating a magic treasure to protect his body. Li Jijia also hurriedly pointed with his finger again. The flying sword that was knocked away paused for a moment before slashing toward the dozen rays of green and red sword lights. The two rays of green and red sword lights that penetrated the magic treasure were especially fast. The moment the magic treasure appeared, the sword light landed on the disciple's body. It was like a silk thread that wrapped around the disciple's neck. The sword light wrapped around the early-stage golden core cultivator's neck. The protective magic treasure glowed with an extremely resplendent brilliance, and this brilliance flashed violently. However, in front of Li Jijia and the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators, the golden light protecting the golden core cultivator was instantly annihilated. The golden core cultivator's head flew up and a pillar of blood spurted high into the air. At this time, Li Jijia's sword light had just touched the dozen rays of green and red sword light. Ha ha ha, this time, the weapon cultivator who suddenly attacked didn't attack. He just stood in the air and laughed. The dozen rays of sword light seemed to have intelligence. The moment they touched Li Jijia's sword light, they immediately dodged and flew into the green and red sword pillar and disappeared. Li Jijia's flying sword actually hit nothing. Damn it! When Li Jijia saw that one of his Changbai sect's golden core disciples had been killed and his attack had failed, he was shocked and enraged. Since Li Jijia and the other golden core cultivators were shocked, how could the hundreds of thousands of foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators not be scared? Chapter 2662. Idiot. Seeing that Li Jijia was about to go into battle, Heng Feng couldn't help but curse in his heart. He flew out and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, look at the big picture. Don't mess up your formation. There are tens of thousands of sword lights, hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators. Although you and I are golden core cultivators, it won't be easy to deal with them." When Li Jijia heard this, he snorted coldly and stopped in the air. His eyes were fixed on the corpse of that disciple and the other 3 disciples who had landed beside him with shocked expressions. Where did this sword cultivator come from? How dare he launch a sneak attack without announcing his name? Heng Feng looked at the old man with a strange glow around him and knew that this old man was a weapon cultivator. As expected, the old man showed a trace of arrogance and said, "I am Meng Changsho from the Flying Feather sect." "You're also a nobody," Heng Feng said indifferently. "Although I'm a nobody, I can do things that will shock the world." Meng Changsho's expression changed slightly and he sneered, "After this battle, my name will definitely resound throughout the 3 cultivation countries." "Ha ha ha, with just the sword formation?" Heng Feng laughed loudly and then looked at the east where the sky had already turned white amidst the drizzling rain. He said, "Did the sun rise from the west today?" Formations have always been the ultimate technique that our Tao sect cultivators rely on. When did it become a weapon that sword cultivators use to attack our Tao sect? Caw, another clear cry was heard. This cry sounded like that of a bird, yet it wasn't. It was extremely ear-piercing. Many aura-refining disciples who heard this cry felt as if their hearts were being pricked by needles, causing them to lose their footing. An old man wearing a strange grey robe flew out from the other side of the sword pillar. He had a flat round head, large eyes, and 2 of his eyes emitting a faint grayish-yellow light. Looking at this old man's slightly pointed nose and long eyelashes, as well as the fine and thick feathers on his face, all the cultivators knew that this old man must be a bird cultivator. So, these nondescript heretical cultivators have all come to the sword catacomb to set up formations. Heng Feng seemed to have understood something. "I am Li Ying of the Kunmu Valley. I have been ordered by Lu Ruochang to set up this great sword formation. I have been waiting for you for a long time." The old man's voice was sharp and he quickly finished speaking in one breath. He spoke so quickly that Heng Ming was stunned. It took him several breaths to react. Heng Xiao rolled his eyes and raised his voice, "Where is Lu Ruochang? Is she hiding just like that? Does she not dare to meet her old friend?" "Humph, what old friend? We are enemies. LV Jianyu is the best strategist among the warriors of the sword domain. As long as she commands us, we will naturally fight to the death. Why do we need her to come and see you?" Li Ying said in a clear voice. "Ha ha," Heng laughed coldly. "She's probably scared by this old man's array, isn't she? You've become a coward." At this point, Heng felt that it was inappropriate. If this was the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, all the cultivators would be furious at the mention of a coward. However, there was no lack of beast cultivators in the Heng kingdom. The old man in front of him looked like an owl or a parrot. Who would care about being a coward? Sure enough, Li Ying did not care. He said coldly, "All this nonsense is useless. We have set up a sword formation here in the sword catacomb. You and I will meet in the sword formation. You only need to break the sword formation and LV Jianyu will definitely face you." As he spoke, Li Ying's grey sword robes flapped as if he was about to fly away. "Li Ying, I am Xiong Huasong of the Black Heaven sect." Xiong Huasong would not let go of the opportunity to ask. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Let me ask you, what is the name of your sword formation?" "You want to know the name of this sword formation?" Li Ying stopped. A strange light flashed in his grayish-yellow eyes. That's right. Xiong Huasong nodded. What is the name of the great formation that your Tao sect set up earlier? Li Ying asked hesitantly. That great formation is my Black Heaven sect's 10-direction annihilation formation. Xiong Huasong replied without hesitation. Li Ying's eyelids twitched rapidly. Then, he replied, "Heh, I'm not afraid to tell you. This is the yin-yang sword formation. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, feel free to use them. I'd like to see how you'll break the formation." When was this sword formation set up? Xiong Huasong quickly asked. When was your 10-direction annihilation formation set up? Li Ying clearly wanted to know when the Tao sect set up the formation in the sword catacomb. Xiong Huasong hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Heng Heng and said, "It was only a few months ago." A few months ago? Li Ying was extremely surprised. They had been setting up the formation for several years under LV Ruochang's orders and had finally completed it. They were just waiting for LV Ruochang and the rest to lure the Tao sect cultivators into the formation. However, a 10-direction annihilation formation had suddenly appeared beside the Four Corners sword formation. To be honest, Li Ying and the rest were even more surprised than Xiong Huasong and the rest. They wanted to know when the Tao sect cultivators had set up the Great Formation. Of course, Li Ying and the rest also understood that the sword cultivators had been suppressing the Tao sect's attacks. The battle lines had already penetrated deep into the country of Xi and the country of Lian. They had never expected the Tao sect cultivators to set up a formation in the sword catacomb. Therefore, the defense in the sword catacomb was very lax. Furthermore, the sword catacomb's terrain was very special. They could not possibly detect every single movement in the sword catacomb. They could not possibly detect any strange movements in the sword catacomb. After all, strange movements were normal in the sword catacomb. If it was normal, it would be abnormal. Whose idea was it? Li Ying asked faster than frying beans. Qian. Xiong Huasong replied without hesitation. Heng Ming asked anxiously, "When did you set up the sword formation?" "It won't be too late to ask after you answer this question." We have been setting up the formation here for more than 8 years under LV Jianyo's orders. Li Ying snorted coldly. 8 years. Heng Ming looked at Xiong Huasong. Xiong Huasong's eyes clearly revealed a sense of relief. "Forget it." Heng Ming sighed. "Now it seems that our previous victories in the Spirit Stone Mine and other places were all part of your plan? You wanted to lure us into the ambush in the sword catacomb? We are not very clear about the battle on the front lines." Li Ying did not hide anything and said proudly, "Those were all done by LV Ruochang and LV Jianyu. We were only waiting here for you to fall into the trap and kill you all. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly." Although Heng Ming and the others were involved in the planning of the great battle of Tao cultivators, when they turned their heads to look at the situation of the battle, they were like onlookers again. Many details were clear at a glance and were far more clear than when they were sitting in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City talking nonsense. Only when they heard that the yin-yang sword formation had been set up for more than 8 years did Heng Ming and the others truly realize that the sword cultivators of the Han Kingdom were not as weak as they thought. They had planned for a long time. At the same time, Heng Ming and the others were extremely emotional as they thought of two people, Tu Hong and Qian Mo. Both of them had already fallen and were not regarded as cultivators in their eyes. If it wasn't for Tu Hong's arrogant wish to create another Golden Spring Mountain in the Sword Tomb, and Qian Mo's close relationship with Tu Hong due to Dui Qimeng's matter, he would have selflessly mentioned it in the meeting hall and had his own ideas. If it wasn't for this, the Tao sect cultivators would never have thought of setting up a formation in the Sword Tomb, let alone a 10-direction annihilation formation. However, the cultivators' indifferent actions actually brought them a pleasant surprise. If not for Heng Ming's greed and Ji Hong's arrogance in killing the sword cultivators, the Dao sect would have almost won this time, and this great battle of Dao cultivators would almost be over. But the Dao of heaven was clear. Because of Heng Ming and the others' greed, they had fallen into the sword formation that LV Ruochang had painstakingly set up for 8 years. After hearing Li Ying's words, Heng Ming and the others already knew that this yin-yang sword formation was not something that the sword formations they had encountered previously could compare to. Indeed, with a long cry from Li Ying, the green and red sword pillars shone brightly and covered the figures of Xiao Jia, Yang Jioding, Meng Changshou, and the others. Within the large formation, within a radius of 10 miles, where the earth had trembled previously, there were now flashing sword lights. These sword lights were only green and red, and they were like bamboo shoots after the rain, shooting out from the ground. Disciples. Heng Ming hurriedly ordered. Kill! Kill! The disciples heard the order and shouted in unison. That shout reverberated throughout the large formation, and the fear from before seemed to have dissipated significantly. At the same time as Heng Ming gave the order, the green and red sword pillars flashed. The green and red sword lights split into thousands of sword lights and sprayed in all directions like a skyrocketing fountain. The sword lights that drilled out from the ground also let out sword cries and rushed into the air. They formed a joint attack with the sword lights of the sword pillars and pierced towards the cultivators from above and below. Not only that, the sword lights that Li Zongbao had seen previously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the sword intents of many remnant swords from dozens of miles away, attacking the hundreds of thousands of cultivators trapped in the center from all directions. His Xiong Huasong saw the power of the yin-yang sword formation and could not help but gasp. He thought to himself, this sword formation is not much inferior to the metal destruction formation. Although the sword lights had yet to reach the cultivators, the wind and clouds in the entire large formation changed drastically. Sword chi swept out like a huge beast's mouth, swallowing everyone. The green and red sword lights were the fangs of the ferocious beast. Although the thousands of green and red sword lights could not be compared to the yin-yang sword lights released by second-grade illusory swordsmen like Xiao Jia and Yang Jioding, their power was definitely not to be underestimated. Attack! In the blink of an eye, the yin-yang sword lights pierced towards the cultivators. How could the formation that the cultivators had formed dare to be careless? They hurriedly channeled their magic power and took out their magic weapons and treasures. Tens, hundreds, and even thousands of treasures flashed and smashed towards the green and red sword lights. Rumble! Within the sword formation, the first rumble was heard. Then, the rumbles continued to explode, one after another, each louder than the last. The dozens of disciples of the Black Heaven sect formed a strange formation. After they took out their magic weapons, flames soared into the sky and hundreds of huge fireballs hit the sword light that was coming from above. Chapter 2663. Pa, pa, pa! A series of explosions rang out in the air like firecrackers lit by children. The moment the 100 or so fireballs came into contact with the sword light, they were all sliced apart by the green and red sword light. They couldn't stop the sword light from penetrating deeper. However, at the same time that the fireballs exploded, the brilliance of the sword light also dimmed, and the sword chi also weakened. Ah! A series of blood-curdling screams came from the Clear Leaf sect disciples. The green and red sword light had broken through the formation of more than 10 chi refinement disciples. The green and red sword light cut through the necks, waists, and even legs of these disciples as if they were weeding grass. Whenever the green and red sword light flashed past the bodies of these disciples, their bodies would be sliced open by the sword light. As blood spurted out, their corpses also fell from the sky. Illusion? Right, illusion. A mid-foundation establishment disciple saw that he couldn't block the red sword light that was slashing between his brows and felt his soul leave his body. However, when the sword light fell, he didn't sense any abnormalities. He immediately understood that the countless green and red sword lights that covered an area of several kilometers weren't all sword lights. Some of them were illusions of the sword formation. However, just as this disciple shouted, 2 more sword lights flew over in pairs. The disciple hastily activated his magic treasure to block them. However, a thin crack appeared on his magic treasure from the sword light. It was obviously not an illusion. Thus, the disciple became extremely depressed. That's right, even if you know that there are illusions in the sword light, so what? Can you not use your magic power to block each sword light? Moreover, even if you used all your strength to resist, how many yin-yang sword lights can you resist? The yin-yang sword formation quickly closed up, and the green and red sword lights wantonly crisscrossed. These sword lights were like scythes, reaping the lives of chi refinement cultivators one after another. Their magic treasures and talismans couldn't block these incomparably sharp sword lights at all. These green and red sword lights were also incomparably cruel. Most of them cut through the cultivators' necks. Apart from a small number of cultivators who could barely dodge and scream before they died, the rest of the cultivators had their heads chopped off without a sound. Blood soared into the sky. Thus, not long after, nearly 20% of the chi refinement disciples among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators lost their lives. The pungent smell of blood permeated the entire formation. The drizzling rain couldn't wash away this vicious stench of blood at all. Moreover, countless drops of blood flowed into the ground of the sword tomb along with the rain. The purple jasmine flowers that were washed by the rain earlier became even more beautiful. Sure enough, a sword formation couldn't be compared to a formation. In fact, the two were completely different. The formation used the formation to condense the dermic powers of the disciples to form a powerful attack. This attack focused on the overall power of the formation. On the other hand, a sword formation combined the sword lights of a group of swordsmen. They interacted and strengthened each other, forming an even more powerful sword light and sword chi. This sword formation emphasized a kind of naked slaughter. Attack. Dozens of people from the Huanhua sect formed a formation. A group of foundation establishment and chi refinement disciples activated their magic treasures, and a huge, thick, green-colored tree, about 10 zhang long, formed in the air with a rumble. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth spun violently and was sucked into the green-colored tree formed by many magic treasures. The green tree flashed around the group of disciples, blocking the 10 or so sword lights of yin and yang. Under their combined efforts, the huge green tree slowly smashed into the ground, boom. Hundreds of green and red sword lights rushed out from the ground and pierced into the green tree. While the runes on the surface of the green tree were corroded, they also blocked the sword lights. Under the heavy pressure and confinement, the sword lights curved. As the green tree fell to the ground, a huge roar erupted. At the same time, the cries of swords rang out endlessly. When the greenwood splendor rushed into the ground, circles of green splendor violently overflowed. It actually struck the swords until they dimmed, and many of them even disappeared. Seeing that the attack was effective, the disciples of the Huanhua sect almost cheered in unison. However, just as they were about to activate their mana again with a smile on their faces, more than 10 rays of green-red sword light flew towards them from the side. They slanted and were about to stab into the formation they had formed. In this yin and yang sword formation, the green and red yin and yang sword lights were like fish in water. Every time 2 green and red sword lights interacted, their speed was extremely fast. Moreover, there were many sword lights, crisscrossing each other. Who would be able to distinguish them in time? By the time the crowd could distinguish the 10 or so sword lights, they were already in front of them. The foundation establishment disciples in the formation were better off. They hurriedly activated the flying spell and tried their best to dodge. However, the aura-refining disciples had just activated their vital chi. Now that they hurriedly activated their flying talismans, they were not as agile as the Foundation Establishment disciples. There was not much space for them to dodge. As the 10 or so sword lights flashed, another 10 or so lives were lost. The 10 or so aura-refining disciples were scared out of their wits. Their faces were ashen, and the joy from before was still frozen on their faces. Their eyes flashed with infinite terror. At this critical moment, the crisp cry of a phoenix sounded from the left side of the disciples. Then, a thin, azure-blue screen quickly spread out from the side of the disciples. A voice that was very similar to the cry of a phoenix said crisply, "Don't look at this primordial water. Focus on defeating the enemy." The dozens of sword lights rushed into the thin blue screen, but they only managed to penetrate an inch deep before they were disintegrated by the Daos-like rays of light that shot into a polygonal crystal. All the Daos disappeared. "Thank you, Senior Sister Hongxia." The 10 or so Foundation Establishment and aura-refining disciples were overjoyed when they heard this voice. They obediently moved their divine senses and gazes away from the thin screen. With a cheer, they formed a formation again and slowly activated their magic power. Looking at the side of the crowd, Fairy Hongxia was wearing a crimson-red robe. She released the phoenix celestial body that was 10 feet in size. The ice phoenix was controlling the innate primordial water to protect the crowd. Xiaohua defeated Ji in the 7 Extremes Ridge as a nameless person and forced Ruoxi to retreat with hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. The thunder-controlling sect, Huanhua sect, and other Dao sect disciples occupied the 7 Extremes Ridge's Spirit Stone Mine. Then, under the command of the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, Fairy Hongxia and the others attacked the swordsmen who were not too far away under Ming Yu's leadership. Then, when the swordsmen were defeated, they chased them to the Sword Tomb. As for the Imperial Thunder sect, because Ken Sheng had seen Wu Ming's so-called Imperial Thunder shock with his own eyes, he was sent back to the Imperial Thunder sect for questioning. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect did not stop at the 7 Extremes Mountains. Instead, they were sent to the Clear Cave. In the Sword Tomb, the Huanhua sect was in charge of the Ice Destruction Array. Because Fairy Hongxia had the Ice Phoenix celestial body and her physique was of the ice element, she was more effective in the array than the ordinary Foundation Establishment disciples. Even the Golden Core Cultivator Ming Yu stayed by Fairy Hongxia's side to protect her. Of course, Fairy Hongxia did not disappoint. She played a great role in killing the Huanjian sect. When the sword cultivators broke the formation and retreated in defeat, Fairy Hongxia finally felt relieved. She knew that the battle was over. She had contributed a lot to Huanhua. She was overjoyed. She was thinking about how to tell Ming Yu and let Xiaohua accompany her to the ancestral home of the Kai clan. Unfortunately, Fairy Hongxia's joy was only for a moment. Many Huanhua sect disciples flew out of the array and went deep into the Sword Tomb to chase after the defeated sword cultivators. Fairy Hongxia did not know what others were thinking, but she was extremely unwilling to chase after them. Not to mention the dangers of the Sword Tomb, the results of the Ice Destruction Array were enough to satisfy her. Moreover, Fairy Hongxia knew the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. Unfortunately, Fairy Hongxia was only a disciple in the late Foundation establishment stage. Even Ming Yu, who was beside her, did not have the chance to speak. What could she do? When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators entered the yin-yang sword formation, Fairy Hongxia was also burning with anxiety. While she defended against the enemy with Ming Yu, her beautiful eyes looked around, desperately trying to find traces of Xiaohua. She knew that in such a dangerous situation, only her lover Xiaohua could protect her, right? Speaking of Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Besides this sweetness, there was also a trace of bitterness. She wanted to see Xiaohua now, but she did not want Xiaohua to appear now. The reason was simple. Ever since the Seven Extremes Mountains, Fairy Hongxia had no news of Xiao Hua. She also did not see Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. However, the tidal beads and connate primordial water that Xiao Hua gave her had saved her life many times, ensuring that she would be fine in the battle. As for Fairy Hongxia's magic treasure, Crimson Drill, it had been damaged by Yun Bai in the Seven Extremes Mountains. Although it had recovered a lot after some simple refinement, it was not very useful in this battle. Every time Fairy Hongxia used the connate primordial water, she would think of her lover and her heart would be filled with sweetness. However, ever since the Seven Extremes Mountains battle, Mingyu, who had a good impression of Fairy Hongxia, took care of Fairy Hongxia even more because of Fairy Hongxia's performance. What made Fairy Hongxia unhappy was that this golden core female cultivator, who regarded her as a direct descendant, would occasionally talk to her about the non-existent John Doe. She did not seem to look down on John Doe because of his looks. Instead, her tone was full of admiration. With Fairy Hongxia's intuition as a female cultivator, she could even feel that Mingyu had feelings for John Doe. Of course, although Fairy Hongxia's cultivation and age could not be compared to Mingyu's, she was born in an aristocratic family and had the fate of being together with Xiao Hua. She was not inferior to Mingyu in matters of love. She also knew that this was just a feeling that was dispensable. If she did not have the chance to interact with John Doe, this feeling would not be considered a feeling at all. However, if she had the chance to interact with John Doe, this feeling could immediately turn into a web of love. Therefore, Fairy Hongxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2664. As a female cultivator, Fairy Hongxia already had a knot in her heart regarding Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. She had never seen Xue Xue, but she had heard Xiao Hua mention her before. She had even secretly inquired about her before. However, Xiao Hua had already made it clear to her. The intelligent Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiao Hua had already made up his mind. She must not be jealous and make Xiao Hua unhappy. This would be inappropriate for her, Xiao Hua, and even Xue Xue. Secondly, when Xue Xue confessed, she was not by Xiao Hua's side. She had not even confessed her love to Xiao Hua. From this point of view, Xue Xue's courage to love and hate was much stronger than hers. She could only let Xue Xue take the initiative. Thirdly, Xue Xue was also a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect. Fairy Hongxia understood the principle of the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. This was something she could not achieve. Besides, with Xue Xue by Xiao Hua's side, Fairy Hongxia could rest assured that no other female cultivator would interfere with her relationship with Xiao Hua. Fourth, she had the fate of being together with Xiao Hua first. Xiao Hua had also said clearly that in Xiao Hua's heart, she was much more important than Xue Xue. From this point of view, Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiao Hua, who had always valued friendship, would treat her well, even better than Xue Xue. Based on the above thoughts, Fairy Hongxia could accept this Xue Xue who had an opportunity that she could not have. She had also made up her mind to get along with her in the future. But for this sudden appearance of Mingyu, she definitely felt more pressure than a mountain. This was a golden core cultivator, and Fairy Hongxia also vaguely knew that Nameless was the first male cultivator that Mingyu, a golden core cultivator, was prepared to accept in her heart. If Mingyu really had the idea of dual cultivation with Nameless, Fairy Hongxia did not know how to kill this idea. What made Fairy Hongxia the most bitter was that Mingyu's Nameless was not real. This Nameless was her lover, Xiao Hua. What made Fairy Hongxia feel the most incredulous was that Mingyu, a Jindan stage teacher, would mention her lover in front of her. Every time she talked about John Doe, the shyness and admiration in her eyes were purer than that of a 16-year-old girl. Furthermore, Fairy Hongxia could only follow Mingyu's thoughts and talk to her intimately. Of course, Fairy Hongxia would also attack Mingyu from time to time, talking about John Doe's appearance and his short stature. That damned enemy. I don't know where he ran off to. He shouldn't be here. Fairy Hongxia saw that the interior of the yin-yang sword array was filled with dazzling lights. The sword beams and magic treasures were locked in an intense battle. From time to time, there would be loud explosions. However, she did not see any familiar figure. She could not help but grit her teeth fiercely. Her fine white teeth seemed to have bitten into Xiao Hua's chest. Sure enough, right next to her, there was a round disc that looked like a moon. It was Mingyu's magic treasure, Mingyu. At the same time, Mingyu's melancholy voice sounded, alas, what a pity. I wonder where Senior Brother Nameless is. If he was here, he would probably be able to break this array, right? Don't you agree, Martial Niece Hongxia? Yes, yes. If that old man was here, he would definitely be captured easily. Fairy Hongxia bit the word old man heavily, just like how she bit Xiao Hua fiercely. Mingxiu, be careful, it was just that, just as Fairy Hongxia was about to bite off a piece of Xiao Hua's flesh, two extremely strange green and red sword beams streaked across the sky. Those who were hit by the sword beams all had their heads separated from their bodies. It was truly powerful. And these two sword beams were sweeping towards Ji Mingxiu and the rest who were not too far away from Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia's warning was still a little too late. Ji Mingxiu and 3 other Foundation establishment disciples who were on good terms with Fairy Hongxia had joined forces to deal with the other sword beams. Not to mention that they did not hear Fairy Hongxia's warning, even if they did, they would not be able to dodge in time. Fairy Hongxia did not dare to be careless. Without releasing her Phoenix Dharma body, she activated the tidal bead within her Dharma body. A stream of connate primordial water flew out and turned into a water screen the size of a palm, blocking in front of Ji Mingxiu and the rest. Swoosh, with a soft sound, the 2 sword beams sank into the connate primordial water. But what shocked Fairy Hongxia was that the 2 sword beams were not disintegrated by the connate primordial water. In fact, the 2 sword beams only changed their direction after entering the connate primordial water. Then, they suddenly pierced towards Fairy Hongxia. Get out of the way. Mingyu was right beside Fairy Hongxia. Seeing that the connate primordial water was unable to block the green and red sword beams, she hurriedly shouted. The bright moon that was flying above her head shot out diagonally. The bright moon was like a round disc, emitting a bright moonlight, blocking in front of Fairy Hongxia. Kacha. With a crisp sound, the green and red sword beams hit the magic treasure, Mingyu. The bright moon flashed, and the 2 sword beams flashed. The light on the bright moon dissipated, and a small crack appeared on the magic treasure. Mingyu saw that the magic treasure was damaged, and the 2 sword beams were gradually disappearing. She could not help but gasp. How? How can these 2 sword beams be so powerful? Martial Aunt Mingyu. Fairy Hongxia did not have time to thank her. She hurriedly said, from what I see, the sword beams in this yin-yang sword formation are not the same. These 2 sword beams are the same as the ones that killed the Changbai sect Golden Core seniors. And the green and red sword beams that we encountered earlier, should be from the swordsmen who set up the formation. They are not the same as these 2 sword beams. Mingyu's eyes flashed, reflecting the green and red sword beams. She turned to look at the center of the sword formation, at the 2 green and red sword pillars. She said, that's right. These 2 sword pillars are the eye of the sword formation. The green and red sword beams attracted the sword beams of the swordsmen who set up the formation. Maybe there are only 2 sword beams in the sword pillars, and the rest are illusions. As long as we destroy these 2 sword pillars, the yin-yang sword formation should be broken. Even if we can't break it, the rest of the green and red sword beams can be dealt with by the formations of the Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples. It is 100 times stronger than the yin-yang sword light that only Jindan stage seniors can defend against, and the green and red sword light that ordinary swordsmen can defend against. It is even mixed with some illusions, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. Fairy Hongxia also came to a realization. Let's go and report to Senior Xiang Ming. Ming Yu looked up and saw Heng Li, Xiang Ming, and the other golden core cultivators of the conference hall working together, flying in front of the group of disciples. Heng Li and the rest were not the first to retreat, but they had the same idea as LV Ruochang. First, they worked together at the edge of the yin-yang sword formation to create an opening, allowing the group of Dao sect disciples to escape from the sword formation. Heng and the others activated their own Dharma treasures and flew in front of them. The storm-like green and red sword lights landed on their Dharma treasures but were unable to cause any ripples. They were all destroyed by the Dharma treasures. Occasionally, the true yin and yang sword lights would hit their Dharma treasures, but they only managed to break a little of the Dharma treasures' defense, which would be repaired by other Dharma treasures moments later. They were far from being able to cause any damage to them. Of course, as Heng Li and the rest flew to the edge of the sword formation, they were also paying attention to the situation within the sword formation. Seeing how bloody the yin-yang sword formation was, Heng Li whispered, "Fellow Taoists, we need to speed up. This yin-yang sword formation is too cruel. The green and red sword beams are split into yin and yang, and the sword qi seems to have some special effect. When the two sword beams combine into one, the power is far greater than two. It is especially useful for destroying the defensive light of our cultivators. Any disciple below mid-foundation establishment stage can't resist at all. At this moment, they can only rely on their combined attacks and formation techniques to fight back. Once they run out of magic power, they won't be able to use the sword formation. Not to mention borrowing the power of the sword formation, even if a swordsman rushed out and fought with us face to face, we disciples would not be a match for him." Yes, fellow Taoist Heng Ming is right. Li Jijia controlled his flying sword. After clashing with the sword beams of the yin-yang sword formation a few times, he also gained some insight. He replied, "With the sword formation, sword cultivators can defeat many and break this sword formation. Sword cultivators don't have anything to rely on. We can advance or retreat, and we can maintain our victory." This. De Sun's tone was a bit hesitant. He whispered, "I have a bad feeling." "Oh?" Heng Li frowned and asked, "Could it be that fellow Taoist De Sun is thinking the same thing as I? Is it the yin-yang sword beam that killed the Changbai sect disciples just now?" De Sun didn't answer Heng Li directly. Instead, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, are you saying that the sword beam that even golden core cultivators can't resist is placed at the edge of the sword formation to block our way out?" Heng looked above his head and saw the sword lights flying out from the two sword pillars. Like a fountain, they connected with the green-red sword lights dozens of miles away and enveloped him and the others. He nodded and said, "That's right. This is what I'm worried about. Xiojia and the others who set up the formation must have placed extremely powerful flying swords at the edge of the sword formation to prevent us from breaking the formation and returning. I's worry isn't limited to that." De Sun sighed. "We saw it just now. Other than the yin-yang sword beam that killed the Changbai sect's golden core cultivators, we haven't seen many sword beams as powerful as this. Most of the flying swords in this sword formation can only kill cultivators below mid-foundation establishment stage. What about cultivators above early foundation establishment stage? Do they rely on those rare yin-yang sword beams?" Hiss. Although the group of golden core cultivators failed in their plan, their thoughts were not bad. They immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and almost all understood. Heng Ming said anxiously, "Could it be that fellow Taoist De Sun is saying that LV Ruochang has set up other sword formations besides this yin-yang sword formation?" This sword formation can kill mid-foundation establishment stage, late foundation establishment stage, and even golden core cultivators? That's right. LV Ruochang and the others have been setting up this sword formation for more than 8 years. If it wasn't for a sword formation that could kill golden core cultivators in the conference hall, would she need to rack her brains? She only needs to fight us in the state of Shi and the state of Lien. De Sun felt that his premonition was right. Chapter 2665. Heng Zhao was even more hesitant and almost stopped. He asked hesitantly, "Are we not going to break the array?" "Master." Li Zongbao was not far from Heng Ju. When he saw Heng Ju hesitate, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "We can't hesitate now. Even if sword cultivators have many tricks up their sleeves, I have to deal with every move that comes my way. Let's break this array first." "That's right." Heng Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He cursed himself for being foolish and hurriedly added, "Even if the sword cultivators have such an arrangement, we have to break this yin-yang sword array first and let the disciples rush out." "Good." The group of cultivators saw Heng Zhao's decision and knew that this was the only way, so they all sped up. "Zongbao." Heng Zhao's heart was still beating fast. He transmitted his voice in a low voice, "I'm not sure what to do now. If you have any ideas, you should have told me earlier. This battle is not only about the victory of our sect, but also the fate of our Utopia faction, I understand." Li Zongbao hurriedly replied. Then he transmitted his voice again, "Also, I have an idea, say it." Heng Zhao hurriedly asked, "If you have any ideas in the future, tell me immediately." "Yes." Li Zongbao did not dare to delay and continued, "In breaking arrays, the strongest point has always been the flaw. Previously, LV Ruochang used this method to break my golden destruction array." "That's right." Heng Zhao was shocked again. He turned his head slightly and looked at the sword pillars that were already far away. He transmitted his voice, "Zongbao, you said that these 2 sword pillars are the most powerful part of the yin-yang sword array. Then, they should be the eye of this yin-yang sword array, right?" "Yes." Li Zongbao replied honestly, "What I think is that these sword pillars must be the eye of the array. I'm sure all the Golden Core stage masters know this too. However, Xiojia and the others used these sword pillars to kill a Golden Core stage martial uncle at the beginning. This makes people feel that these 2 sword pillars are extremely powerful and not easy to break. Let's look at the edge in the distance. They even knew that we wanted to escape from the sword array, so they might have built the edge of the sword array to be extremely strong. On the other hand, the central sword pillar, the sword chi, is scattered around. It might be the weakest part of the sword array." "That makes sense." Heng nodded slightly. However, the yin-yang sword light was born from within the sword pillar and scattered from the center to the edges. These 2 sword pillars might not necessarily be the weakest points. They might even be the strongest points. At this moment, a magic treasure in the shape of a full moon was protecting a person. That person then summoned an azure primordial water to protect more than 10 people. They flew to the left of Heng Zhao and the others. The female cultivator who summoned the full moon magic treasure shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother Xiang Ming, Mingyu, have something urgent to report." When Heng Zhao and the others saw the dozen or so people from the Huanhua sect easily escape the attack of the green and red sword light, their eyes were filled with surprise. However, when their gazes landed on the true water, they immediately looked away, afraid that they would fall into the illusion of the true water. Xiang Ming frowned slightly and said loudly, "Mingyue, what's the matter?" At this moment, Mingyu kept her magic treasure, while Fairy Hongxia used the true water to shield the crowd. Ji Mingxiu and the other disciples of the Huanhua sect appeared in the true water. Mingyu bowed and said, "I'm Kai Hongxia, a foundation establishment disciple of the Huanhua sect. I'm here to report that something is wrong with the sword formation. What's wrong? Quickly report it. Xiang Ming also had an impression of Fairy Hongxia. However, the situation was urgent. When he saw Fairy Hongxia using the true water to protect the Huanhua sect disciples, his expression softened and he urged. Fairy Hongxia did not dare to delay and hurriedly explained her thoughts. She then added, I feel that although the yin-yang sword pillar is strong, it must have been created by the sword that set up the formation. However, it is still the eye of the formation and is the key to activating the sword qi of the swordsman. It is definitely not as strong as the surrounding sword qi. On the other hand, the surrounding sword qi must have been activated by Xiujia and the other illusory swordsmen to prevent us from breaking out. It must be extremely powerful. Instead of breaking the formation at the edge, why don't we just face the swordsman and directly destroy the sword pillar in the eye of the formation? Good. Without waiting for Xiang Ming to speak, Heng Ming clapped his hands and said, the Huanhua sect disciple is right. Just now, I's disciple, Li Zongbao, reminded I to break the strongest sword pillar in the sword formation. He did not take the disciples who set up the formation into consideration. What this disciple said is exactly what Li Zongbao said. Hearing this, Xiang Ming's face showed some displeasure. It was obvious that Heng Ming was trying to steal his credit. However, the people around him looked thoughtful. Xiang Ming thought about it and knew that what Heng Ming said was probably true. Li Zongbao might really have the ability to break the formation. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, what you said is also the suggestion of my Huanhua sect disciple? Xiang Ming asked. That's right. Heng Ming nodded and looked at the crowd. He said, I was just thinking about how to break this formation. Since the Huanhua sect disciple has made this suggestion, then, we will split into two groups. One group will still be led by I to the edge of the sword formation and the other group will be led by Xiang Ming to the center of the formation. My disciple, Zongbao, will assist the Golden Core Taoists to break the yin-yang sword pillar. The Huanhua sect disciples will follow me to the edge of the formation. As for who will go to the center of the formation, Xiang Ming will have to choose for himself. Hearing this, Xiang Ming looked at Heng Ming helplessly. Actually, everyone knew that although what Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao said was reasonable, the two sword pillars had to be broken at the center of the formation. They had just come out from there and now they had to turn back. If these two people's predictions were right, then so be it. If they were wrong, then they would be walking back into the tiger's den. Whoever Xiang Ming chose would most likely bring that person back to his death. Xiang Ming would not cause trouble for himself. He quickly said with a smile, Heng Ming, you must be joking. You are the one in control of this battle. How can I speak? Although I have to turn back to break the formation because of my disciple's suggestion, I can only choose the person to follow me. Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia suddenly realized that her words had dragged Xiang Ming into a possible quagmire. She immediately bowed and said, Uncle Xiang, since I have made such a suggestion, then I must take responsibility. I am willing to accompany you to the center of the sword formation. Very good. Xiang Ming nodded slightly. His expression was unreadable. Mingyu also sighed. She did not think too much about it. Seeing Fairy Hongxia's decisive choice, she did not say anything else. She flew to Fairy Hongxia's side and expressed her support for Xiang Ming. Ji Mingxiu and the other Huanhua sect disciples were all clever people. Knowing that there was no need to hesitate, they immediately moved to Fairy Hongxia's side. All of you, follow Heng Ming to the edge of the formation. Seeing that his disciples had made such a decision, Xiang Ming was happy. He pointed at the disciples other than Mingyu and Fairy Hongxia. Your cultivation is shallow. Even if you go back, you won't be able to help much. Your thoughts? I know. Yes. Ji Mingxiu and the rest did not dare to refute. They flew to Heng Ming's side. Li Zongbao pondered for a moment. Looking at Fairy Hongxia and Mingyu, he also raised his immortal whip and flew to their left. Ha ha ha. This old man will volunteer. De Sun laughed and waved his hand. A few Taiching sect disciples followed him and flew to Li Zongbao's left. He said, "Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, please don't blame me. That's right. I will also head to the center of the formation." Ji Hong's mind was also racing. Without waiting for Heng Ming to point her out, she flew to De Sun's side. "Since you want to break the formation and find the weakness of the yin-yang sword formation, how can I be left out?" Xiong Huasong was also confident and flew out with a smile. Following which, a few people flew out without waiting for Heng Ming to point out their names. They were Xuanyan sect's Gao Wei and the rest. Great! Heng Ming saw that the number of golden core cultivators who took the initiative to return was not more than half, but it was almost the same. He clapped his hands and laughed. Everyone is noble and unsullied. I appreciate it. When we break the yin-yang sword formation, it will be time for us to reward you. Fellow Taoists, please. With that, Heng Ming flew out first, leading the rest of the cultivators to the edge of the yin-yang sword formation. Xiang Ming led De Sun and the rest to the center of the formation. After flying for a while, Li Zongbao heard Fairy Hongxia's voice transmission. "Senior Brother Li. May I ask, where did Xiaohua go?" "Xiaohua's whereabouts? I don't know either." Li Zongbao knew what Fairy Hongxia was thinking. He frowned slightly and said, "But I know that he is not in this sword tomb, nor is he in this sword formation." Fairy Hongxia sighed and did not ask any more questions. "Junior sister. Hongxia." Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment before he sent a voice transmission. If junior brother Xiao is here, even though his cultivation is outstanding, when it comes to truly fighting, he might not be able to accomplish anything. Moreover, this is a sword formation against a magic formation. The effect of a single cultivator is much smaller. It is better that he is not here. Fairy Hongxia clearly didn't understand the meaning behind Li Zongbao's junior sister Hongxia, nor did she understand the reason why Xiaohua wasn't here. She just casually responded. Li Zongbao also didn't know Fairy Hongxia's understanding of Xiaohua, so he didn't say anything more. The green and red sword pillars shot straight up into the sky, then connected with the green and red sword light dozens of miles away, forming the entire yin-yang sword formation. On the sword pillars, Xiao Jia of the Kun sword sect, Yang Jioding of the Supreme Harmony sword sect, Meng Changshou of the Soaring Feather sect and Li Ying of the Herd of Maka's Valley looked coldly at the bloody massacre in the sword formation, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Xiao Jia looked at the corpses of the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment initial stage disciples within a few miles of the sword pillars. He turned to Yang Jioding and said, "Fellow Taoist Yang, it is indeed as Senior Sister Lu said." The cultivators of the Dao sect were already terrified and fled in panic. No one noticed the two yin-yang sword pillars. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.